Good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Wednesday, April 21st, and I would like to bring this meeting back into order. I'll quickly begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. With me today is Vice Chair Jervine Diadamo, Board Member Tam Doduck, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Sean McGuire. Additionally, joining us today is our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek, our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer, our two Chief Deputies, Eric Oppenheimer and Jonathan Bishop. Our Clerk of the Board is Janine Townsend, and assisting her today is Margie Argel and Courtney Tyler. Today's item is a workshop, and before I get into the introduction of that, I just want to take a quick moment and acknowledge yesterday's guilty verdict related to George Floyd's murder. Weeks of protests followed George Floyd's death and the horrific video of its 9 minutes and 29 seconds of his life. His death galvanized action across the country. Many people, communities, and organizations looked inward and outward to recognize real inequalities that exist across our country. These inequalities are pervasive, they're persistent, and they're pernicious. These inequalities are the product of systemic racism. At the water boards, the protests and calls for injustice following his death led us to redouble our own racial equity efforts here. Early this summer, for those of you that follow along these board meetings, which I forgive you if you don't see every one, early this summer, the Water Board's Racial Equity Steering Group will be presenting a resolution. I'll first note that last summer, we first initiated work here at the water boards writ large, not just at the state board or the regional boards, but a water board's effort to not just develop some language potentially for a resolution, but really institute a program around racial equity and beginning to understand not just our internal work that we need to do as an organization to ensure that we have equity, diversity, and inclusion, but also that our programs externally do that. And so early this summer, the Water Board's Racial Equity Steering Group will be presenting a resolution to the State Water Board that will inform an action plan to evaluate and address institutional and systemic racism within the water board's purview. As Dr. King said, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. Perhaps yesterday's important but small measure of justice will provide an inflection point to that arc for our country. My sincere hope and expectation, though, is that the Water Board's racial equity resolution coming later this year will provide a definitive inflection point for us and for our efforts to address racism and its adverse effect on the environmental health of far too many Californians. So just thank you for allowing me just to take that moment and deliver a statement, not just for myself, but really the executive team entirely here at the State Water Board. With that, we can move on to our agenda item number 10 here. This workshop welcome. The workshop is on Sacramento River temperature management for the water year 2021. This workshop is being webcast and recorded and will be made available online for those who cannot watch it with us today. Quickly on the conduct of today's workshop, the workshop is being held in accordance with the public notice dated April 10th, 2021. As a workshop, the board will not take any formal action, and there will be no sworn testimony or cross-examination of participants. However, the board members may ask clarifying questions of the speakers. After receiving updates and comments at this workshop, the board may also provide direction to staff regarding future tasks or actions. The purpose of today's workshop is for the board to hear an update on the development of the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation's 2021 Sacramento River Temperature Management Plan and receive input on the board's consideration of that plan. A quick explanation of the ordering process for today. The workshop will begin with a state and federal agency panel presentation consisting of staff presentations from the State Water Board, the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, California Department of Water Resources, National Marine Fisheries Service, and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Following the agency's panel presentation, we will hear presentations from 5 additional groups who have requested to make presentations. Following those panels, we will provide the opportunity for comments from the public and other interested parties. For those that will be providing oral comments, please state your name and the organization you represent, if any, prior to providing your comments. Public comment will occur based on the order of virtual comment cards received. Instructions for completing a virtual comment card were provided at the board meeting notice, and you should have submitted one prior to the start of this workshop If you are not aware of those instructions and you're viewing on one of our traditional webcast streams on Cali PA or the YouTube channel, you can still participate by emailing comment letters, that's all one word, at waterboards.ca.gov. And also on the notice today, there are instructions and links. And you will request a virtual speaker card and then receive a Zoom link and password to it. Join us here. You will not be able to speak in this workshop until you receive the Zoom link and password, so please do that if you are looking to comment. In order to ensure all participants have the opportunity to participate, oral comments may be subject to time limits. And I haven't had a chance to scroll yet through, but I think at least of yesterday evening, we had somewhere around 38 plus commenters, but some of that included panels, just for everyone's sense of comment time at this point. Before we get started with the agency and other panel presentations, we will offer the opportunity for any elected or tribal officials that would like to provide comment to do so. And board clerk, do we have any elected, Janine, do we have any elected or tribal officials that submitted virtual comment cards?
I do not see any, no.
Very well. Okay, well, before we start, any questions from board members or anything that I've missed here that you'd like to start or cover with? Okay, great. I will just quickly say incredible thanks to the federal agencies and our sister state agencies here for a lot of work that has certainly been going on these last months, a lot of discussion and what we've known and continue to learn from previous droughts and challenging conditions on the Sacramento River, given that this year is calling to mind the years of 2014 and 15, I think for many when there were massive die-offs on our rivers because of challenges with temperature management. But again, I think the lesson is to move those conversations earlier in the year where there are still opportunities. And I just want to thank and appreciate particularly the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation here for being so open to continuing to have those discussions and find where there may be opportunities through modeling, through bringing in additional resources to find solutions to very challenging conditions. And especially as we find ourselves in drought here, will only continue to be more challenging in the months ahead. So this work comes well received, and I just want to thank everyone for the spirit that they are and leadership and expertise that they're bringing to this discussion. With that, we'll move on to our agency panel presentations, and I'd like to start with Diane Riddle, our Assistant Deputy Director for the Board's Division of Water Rights, who's going to introduce our other agency partners. Good morning, Diane. Good to see you.
Morning. Thank you for that great introduction. Again, I'm Diane Riddle. I'm one of the Assistant Deputy Directors in the Division of Water Rights, overseeing the Bay Delta hearings and special projects branch. I'll provide a brief introduction to the workshop today, along with Matt Holland, Environmental Program Manager, overseeing the Bay Delta section in the branch. Next slide, please. So again, the purpose of today's workshop is to receive information to inform the State Water Board's consideration of the Bureau of Reclamation's 2021 Sacramento River Temperature Management Plan pursuant to the requirements of State Water Board Order 90-5. To inform that consideration, an update on Sacramento temperature management planning activities will be provided, along with supporting technical information from state and federal agencies involved in temperature management, following which we will receive information from stakeholder groups as well as public comments. Next slide, please. So Matt Holland and I will start with a brief introduction regarding the State Water Board's temperature requirements included in State Water Board Order 90-5 and this year's planning process related to Order 90-5. We will then hear a Bay Delta Watershed hydrology update from Kristen White and Molly White from the Bureau of Reclamation and the Department of Water Resources, respectively. The purpose of that presentation is to provide some context for today's workshop and really just kind of inform the board on extreme dry hydrologic conditions that are currently existing following the dry conditions last year. Following the hydrology update, we will hear from Doug Killam with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and Stephen Murano with the National Marine Fisheries Service on the condition and status of focal fish species related to Sacramento River temperature management issues. We will then hear from Dave Mooney with the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, who will provide an overview of Reclamation's proposed Sacramento River temperature management actions included in their recent reconsultation on Endangered Species Act compliance and the associated National Marine Fisheries Service biological opinion. Next, we will hear from James Gilbert with the National Marine Fisheries Service Southwest Fisheries Science Center, who will provide an overview on recent modeling, evaluating a range of operational factors affecting temperature management and associated temperature-dependent mortality to winter run salmon eggs. Finally, to close out the agency presentation, we will hear from Liz Kitek with the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation and Stephen Murano with the National Marine Fisheries Service on the current process to develop the draft temperature management plan this year. Next slide, please. Following the agency presentations, we will hear from groups who requested to make presentations today. We will start with Thad Bentner, Louis Bear, Lee Bergfeld, and Mike Diaz representing the Sacramento River settlement contractors. We'll then hear from John McManus with the Golden Gate Salmon Association, and I think we had a typo on the slide, sorry about that. And Mike Conroy with the Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Association. Next, we will receive a panel presentation from John Rosenfeld with the San Francisco Baykeeper, Doug OBG with Natural Resources Defense Council, and Greg Reese with the Bay Institute. Following that presentation, we will hear a presentation from Bill Jennings, Tom Cannon, Chris Schutz, and Mike Jackson representing the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, California Water Impact Network, and Aqua Alliance. Lastly, we will hear a presentation from Jessica Law with the Sacramento Water Forum. After that presentation, we will hear the public comments. Next slide, please. So to provide some context for today's discussions, I will provide a brief overview of State Water Board Order 90-5. As indicated by the order number, the State Water Board adopted Order 90-5 in 1990, quite some time ago. The order establishes requirements on the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation's water rights to partially implement temperature objectives included in the Central Valley Water Quality Control Board's Water Quality Control Plan. The order includes various requirements. Most significantly, the order required the installation of a temperature control device on Shasta Dam that allows for selective withdrawal of water from the reservoir to improve temperature management. The order also includes requirements for reclamation to take actions within its reasonable control to meet temperature on the Sacramento River, which I'll talk about in the next slide. The order also includes monitoring and reporting requirements for flows and temperatures and other water quality parameters. The order also includes minimum flow requirements and ramping rates for the protection of fish, as well as measures to avoid impacts to Trinity River salmon from Sacramento River temperature management operations. Next slide, please. With respect to temperature management, Order 90-5 requires reclamation to operate Shasta Dam, Keswick Dam, and the Spring Creek Power Plant to meet a daily average water temperature of 56 degrees Fahrenheit on the Sacramento River at Red Bluff Diversion Dam during periods when higher temperatures will be detrimental to fish, including listed winter run Chinook salmon, as well as fall run Chinook salmon and other species. If there are factors beyond reclamation's reasonable control that prevent reclamation from meeting 56 degrees Fahrenheit at Red Bluff Diversion Dam, reclamation in consultation with the fishery agencies and the Western Area Power Administration may develop a temperature management plan and propose that the compliance point be moved upstream, which is the case in nearly all years, given that conditions generally don't support meeting a temperature of 56 degrees at Red Bluff Diversion Dam during the entire spring through fall focal period for temperature management. The map on the slide identifies different compliance points that have been used in the past for temperature management pursuant to Order 90-5, including Red Bluff Diversion Dam, which is located about 60 miles downstream of Keswick Dam, and the Clear Creek compliance point that is located about 12 miles downstream of Keswick Dam that is identified in Reclamation's proposed action and the 2019 National Marine Fisheries Service biological opinion that will be discussed later during this panel. As you will hear about later today, currently science indicates that temperatures cooler than 56 degrees are needed to avoid significant temperature-related mortality to winter run Chinook salmon eggs. While Order 90-5 was established before this recent science, meeting a temperature of 56 degrees at Red Bluff Diversion Dam or other more downstream locations provides for cooler temperatures at upstream locations, which is consistent with the current management strategies to manage for cooler temperatures at locations closer to Keswick Dam. The provisions for temperature management for a temperature management plan also provide flexibility to accommodate management strategies involving cooler temperatures at upstream compliance location in the context of Order 90-5. Thought I'd note that just given the evolution of regulatory requirements and science, the order is a little bit older and doesn't reflect all of these recent developments, but I think can still accommodate and address recent science. With that, I'll turn it over to Matt, who will talk about the various temperature management considerations this year and the coordination that we've had to date to evaluate and assess temperature management issues. Next slide.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you, Diane. I'm going to briefly go over the main temperature management considerations that we face on this upper Sacramento River. And further presentations from subsequent panels will go into these issues in greater detail. So the primary species of concern are endangered winter run Chinook salmon and commercially important fall run Chinook. Other salmonids and other fish species are present during the temperature management season, but the greatest challenges relate to maintaining suitable conditions for winter run during late spring through fall and transitioning to conditions that can be maintained throughout the fall and winter to minimize impacts to fall run. So generally these issues center around maintaining suitable temperature and flow conditions to minimize mortality while maintaining life history diversity and spatial diversity. As most of you probably know, spatial diversity is an issue of particular concern for winter run, which currently only spawn on the main stem of the Sacramento River below Keswick Reservoir, although there's currently an effort to introduce a self-sustaining population into Battle Creek as well. So as relates winter run and fall run, as I mentioned, kind of maintaining temperature conditions that are suitable for preventing mortality is the main important thing during the summer and early fall. But then there's a need to transition to operations that minimize red dewatering and stranding from flow fluctuations, which tend to affect fall run. Complicating all of this is the fact that the Sacramento River is an important part of a system-wide water supply management system that manages water for multiple purposes. Other considerations include maintaining sufficient carryover storage to ensure good fall temperature conditions and also to have a good chance of maintaining temperature conditions in the following year. Other considerations that generally don't come into play but do come into play during years like this when cold water resources are very limited and the reservoir is low include hydropower operations as well. Next slide, please. So over the course of this year, we have been involved in a number of coordination efforts, and this is kind of reflecting what we've been trying to move toward in prior years since the last drought. where we engage in the late winter and early spring to identify what likely temperature concerns may arise during the course of the upcoming temperature management season. There's of course a lot of uncertainty in the early part of the season because we don't know exactly how the hydrology is going to set up and how the reservoir is going to stratify, but we can get started with sort of spotting issues that are coming at us. In early spring, we start engaging with reclamation, the fisheries agencies, DWR, to evaluate evaluate factors attempting temperature-related mortality. And so this year in particular, we started engaging with the Southwest Fisheries Science Center and Reclamation to try to examine a range of potential options that we could then consider for operational feasibility as the season moves on. This has yielded some information about actions that we could potentially take in the early season, including power bypass and coordination on implementation criteria, such as in a year like this, when cold water resources are very limiting, what kind of temperature protection window could we provide? How wide should it be? And you'll hear more about that in particular from the Southwest Fisheries Science Center. Additionally, evaluation of other actions has been one of the focus of this work. So the hydropower bypass, which was an issue that we have discussed over the years, but it has generally only been used in situations like what we're facing right now. This consultation has also included working with the Sacramento River settlement contractors on voluntary actions and also use of their model to evaluate power bypass. And at least monthly, we have meetings with the Sacramento River Temperature Task Group, which is an interagency group that provides technical advice on temperature management planning. Next slide. So the next steps for temperature management planning on the Sacramento are to receive input in this workshop today. We have an SRTTG meeting tomorrow, April 22nd, in which we'll be considering technical information provided by Reclamation and National Marine Fisheries Service. We expect to receive a draft temperature management plan by the end of next week. We will review, provide input, and contribute to the refinement of that draft temperature management plan. And then we would receive a final temperature management plan in late May. Upon receipt of that final temperature management plan, we have 10 days, the board has 10 days to object to the plan or accept it. And with that, next slide, if there are any questions, we'd be happy to take them. Otherwise, we can move on to the next presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Holland. Board members, anything at this point? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll give a moment for folks on the panel to get unmuted. Thank you.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, Ms. White.
Hi there, good morning. Chair Esquivel, board members, I'm Molly White, and I am with DWR and Water Operations Manager for the State Water Project. Today, Kristen White and I, Kristen White with Reclamation, will be providing a hydrology and operations update. Next slide. Thank you. So this is a depiction of where we are looking at water year 2020 to the left and water year 2021 to the right. In 2020, precipitation for much of Northern California ranged between 50 and 70% of historical average. And for Northern California, it was the 9th driest on record. As shown on the right, water year 2021, it's even worse for the entire state, as shown in the dark red throughout the map, and shaping up as being one of the driest on record. We are halfway through the water year, and our key rain and snow producing months are in our rearview mirror at this time. Rainfall across the state has ranged anywhere between 25% to 50% of average. And from a statewide perspective, the 2-year total is very close to the current record dry of 76, 77. So we do have some coming forecasted precip this weekend, and that may likely make 2021 the second driest 2-year period on record. And then that would make 2014-15 the third driest, and 13-14 the fourth driest for the statewide 2-year precip totals. Next slide. Here's a snapshot of the drought monitor. So nearly the entire state is experiencing some form of drought conditions. About 30% of the state is facing extreme conditions, shown in red, and about 40% of the state is facing severe drought conditions, as shown in the golden color. Next slide, please. I'll go through the basins here real quick. I know you all have seen these slides. So we've got the cumulative precipitation here for the Northern Sierra Basin. To date, as shown in that bold blue line, we are at 22.4 inches, and that was through April 16th. It falls at 49% of historical average. And for this water year through March, the Northern 8th Station precip is ranking as the third driest on record to date through this time period. Next slide. San Joaquin Basin, to date, we have seen 17.7 inches. That is 50% of historical average. And the October through March precipitation is ranking as the fifth driest on record. Next slide. For Tulare Basin, 9.4 inches to date, which is 37% of average. And the October through March precip is ranked as the second driest on record. Next slide, please. This is a snapshot of about a week ago of the northern, central, and southern Sierra snowpack, snow water content. Across the basins, we reached the peak snowpack around the third week of March, and subsequently we have seen the snowpack diminishing very rapidly with the recent warm temperatures, and reservoir inflows from the snowmelt are dismal just due to the very dry soils that we have in the basin. As of yesterday, the statewide snowpack average was 31% of average. Next slide, please. I wanted to bring up, Kristen and I were here back in mid-February, and so the graphic on the left was shared during that presentation. And it really shows that the projections were quite variable even at that time with the below average precip we had been seeing. But we were quite certain we would be falling below average for runoff. It was just a matter of how below average. And so if you look to the right, that's a snapshot of the central. So these are the Central Valley runoff forecasts for the Sac and San Joaquin and their main tributaries. And so if you look at the current slide there to the right, you can see how all the probability we're really converging to that lower end of the projection, which is well below average. Next slide, please. Reservoir conditions. Kristen and I will talk to our respective reservoirs overall. Just a snapshot. Storage throughout the state are well below historical average. And next slide, please. So I'll kick it off to Kristen to talk about Shasta.
Great, thanks Molly, and good morning board members. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. Yeah, although I wish it was in better circumstances. I wish we had better news. Maybe next year we'll be talking about about a happier situation. So looking at Lake Shasta, this is just a snapshot of what the storage has been this year compared to the 2014 water year and the 2015 water year. You can see we started the year pretty well above where 2014 and 2015 started, right around 2.2 million acre feet. And we have barely come up from that throughout the year. So we're only at about 2.3 million acre feet or 2.36 million acre feet now. We did hold that minimum release of 3250 all the way throughout the winter. I think we started going up in March for Delta outflow. And you can just see that regardless of that minimum release, the storage just kept dropping, and we have really been gaining very little. Next slide.
So for Lake Oroville conditions, just the back-to-back years of very dry conditions have put us in a place of resulting very low storage at this point in time. October through March, the runoff for the Feather River watershed is currently the fourth driest on record. We stand at just under 1.5 million acre feet. And as shown here, we are tracking below the 14 and 15 historical dry years. And should the dry conditions persist, Oroville storage may drop to a historical low later this year, below lowest on record, which was back in 1977 at about 880,000 acre feet. Next slide.
Thanks, Molly. So Folsom's got a very similar story. Sorry if this sounds repetitive, but it is dry throughout the system. Where we started the year off above where we started the 2014-2015 drought years, a decent storage right around a little over 400,000 acre feet, decent for a dry year. But again, we have just been dropping throughout the year with very little reprieve. We are less than what we ended last year. Now to a very low storage level for Folsom, below, as you can see on the graph, below what we were at in 2014, of about 359,000 acre feet. So definite concerns for Folsom storage, and we'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. Next slide, please. San Luis Reservoir, similar, where we started right around average. We were able to pick up a little bit of water over the winter, but as we started getting into the spring months, we've been really struggling to even maintain minimum pumping due to delta outflow and salinity concerns, particularly in March and April. Next slide. All right, so now New Melones, our shining star. It's the only reservoir that's right at average, although probably not going to be there for very long. So this is, we are doing much better than we did in the drought. This is a very large reservoir on a small watershed. It's about 2.4 million acre feet capacity with an average inflow of about 1 to 1.1 million acre feet. So that means that it can go very long between filling. We really need quite a very wet year like 2017 to be able to provide carryover storage for non-wet years. So this reservoir is one that we really tried to extend out that storage, and that's playing out well this year, although we are likely to start going below average this year. Next slide, please.
All right, so I'll take it back. Thanks, Kristen. This is just wanted to provide a snapshot of just the geographic locations of our reservoirs and just where we stand with from a picture snapshot and the total capacity and historical average of the major CVP and SWP managed reservoirs north of the Delta. Next slide.
Okay, as we look at the April forecast, I think Molly mentioned most of these statistics, I think in her earlier presentation, but just as a reminder, and these are likely only going to go in the drier direction as we move in the next month. We are critical in the Sacramento and San Joaquin. We are well below average for runoff, rainfall, and snowpack. We really only had one major storm. It was the one at the end of January. Everything else after that has been fairly small and inconsistent precipitation. That's resulted in third driest runoff through March for the Sac Valley, sixth driest for the San Joaquin, and eighth driest for the Tulare Lake Basin. We are, given the very dry weather that we've seen in April, there's been almost no precipitation until yesterday. I think there was a little precip up in Redding, and as Molly mentioned, we hope for a little bit more precip coming in later this week, although it will not be anything significant like what we saw at the end of January, or at least we don't expect it to be. But given those dry conditions combined with very dry soils, we do expect the May forecast to decrease further from what we saw in April. We're just not seeing that runoff from the snowpack that we had hoped. Next slide. Molly?
Yeah, thank you, Kristen. My presentation got hung up there. So everyone, we're back to SWP Ops update. So to give you an update where we stand today, in March, DWR did reduce the State Water Project water supply allocation. We were at 10%. We reduced down to 5%. This 5% does match 2014 and is the lowest on record for M&I contractors. In addition, earlier this month, we did notify the Feather River settlement contractors that because of the dry conditions, we would be reducing their contractual deliveries by 50% this year. As mentioned, we are well below average there in Lake Oroville. Right now, our objective is to conserve water in Oroville for when it is needed later in the season. Our objective at this point is to maintain at least 900,000 acre feet through August, and that's to sustain peak downstream requirements and demands, as well as for later summer and fall Feather River temperature management. So our releases now and through the summer will be minimums just to meet downstream water quality and flow standards, and to sustain just those minimal exports needed to support our state water contractors that are not directly connected to San Luis Reservoir. Right now, we're at about 400 CFS. As far as Delta operations, the story continues because of the dry conditions. The projects have had challenges meeting D1641 Delta outflow in March and April. Currently, the projects are both maintaining minimum exports and current upstream releases at the risk of not meeting Delta outflow for the remainder of April. We have talked about this projected storm later this week or this weekend, but unless there is substantial rainfall at this juncture, it's just likely that the projects may not be able to meet outflow requirements through the remainder of April. This has definitely just been a challenging balancing act as we manage through the limited resources that we have in the system, and we have been communicating these challenges to board staff. And that's all I had for the ops update. Next slide, I believe, is the CVP ops update. Yes, thanks.
Yep. Thanks, Molly. Very unfortunate conditions for sure. Just comparatively looking at the Central Valley project operations, we are at 5% north of Delta agricultural allocation and 55% of historical use for municipal and industrial contractors. South of Delta allocation, the 5% that was issued in February has been deemed no longer available, and the municipal and industrial contractors are also at 55% of historical use or public health and safety, whichever is greater. Moving into Lake Shasta, our storage, as I mentioned earlier, is just barely above what we ended last year at 2.3 million acre feet, which is well below average. Our releases, as I mentioned, were minimum until we got into March, and then March and April have been primarily for Delta outflow until about mid-April. Just in the past maybe week and a half, we started also releasing for meeting the other in-basin uses, primarily the senior water right demands within the system. So we anticipate those releases for both senior water right demands and Delta objectives to continue. Our Sacramento River settlement contractors are at a 75% allocation per their contract. It is a Shasta critical year. It's pretty much critical everywhere. So our key objectives for Shasta operations for this year are temperature management, number one. That's why we're here at this workshop and eager to hear input and feedback on some of the challenges we're facing. Also carryover storage. It's definitely a concern of what to do if next year is dry. Unfortunately, we have very limited ability to increase that, although as Molly mentioned, we are trying to balance between that and Delta objectives. Also meeting our senior water right requirements and health and safety needs throughout the basin. Next slide. Okay, moving on to Folsom, and again, somewhat repetitive. We are releasing above minimums to primarily support Delta objectives with key objectives of carryover storage, temperature management, and meeting health and safety needs throughout the basin. Moving into Trinity Lake, very similar story. Trinity, I don't think we had a graph for that, but it's also very low storage, projected to be very low towards the end of this year. Releases from Trinity will primarily follow the 2001 record of decision, and then the releases that come into the Sacramento will be shaped to try and balance between Shasta and Trinity storage. We wish we could bring more over, but Trinity Reservoir storage is also suffering, so we're very limited in the amount that can be brought over into the Sacramento Basin to support Shasta storage. So our key objectives there are also carryover storage and temperature management for both the Sacramento River and Trinity Rivers, concerns in both areas. And next slide. All right, and then finally at New Melones, we are still concerned about storage conservation there. Releases will be primarily controlled by the stepped release plan from the 2019 record of decision and Bernalis flows and salinity objectives. And then finally, our Delta exports are likely to be low throughout the summer to meet our senior water right and refuge requirements south of Delta. And then we are expecting to see some increased exports to facilitate third-party transfers. So, and that's all I have. Any questions?
None from me, but just thanks. This really sets us up well for what is now really getting into a deep dive into the ramifications of what the hydrology we find ourselves with. And as you said, Ms. White, regrettably, drought's here. And it's obvious that we are, from these numbers, quite concerning in where we are on the system at this point of the year, knowing that we still have the driest months ahead of us, and there is so much uncertainty about the next water year. So thank you. I just really appreciate the thorough update on the hydrology, and being able to have a touch point with you from the previous update you gave us, which again, unfortunately, we're at the bottom of what were projections at that point. And so I think it really speaks to the severity of the challenges that we're facing on the system. And so just thank you for updating us on the hydrologic components. I think we can, just looking to my fellow board members, and please always feel free to jump in if you have questions. Board Member Firestone.
Thanks so much. I'm just newer to this area, so I have basic questions. I appreciate the time and the chance at this workshop to dig in. Such a challenging time, and this was really helpful to just have that, in clear, stark terms. So one of the things I'm wondering, and I know this is a real challenge, is that, early in the season and throughout the season, you're projecting what you think things are going to be like, and then you have to see how it turns out and then adjust as that goes. And I'm wondering for this year, as you have looked so far at projections versus how things have actually played out, if you can give a sense of what those trends have been and what that means for the decisions that you've had to make. I mean, I've seen that some of that from your slides, and certainly having to reduce the allocations, but I'm just wondering if you could give a little bit more of an overview of how that change between projections and actuals played out and impacts sort of system-wide considerations and particularly temperature management.
I can start and then
Okay.
let Molly, and please let me know if this answers your question. I think when we do our projections, we really think about trying to plan things, especially early in the year, based on a 90% exceedance, meaning there's a 90% chance it's going to be higher than that. I believe, and I'll ask Molly to correct me, that every single month has come in below the 90. I think there was one month that it was close. So that means every single month has come in worse than the conservative estimate that we used.
Yeah, yes.
Thanks, Molly.
And just to add a little bit more when it comes to our planning efforts and so forth from an SWP perspective, we do look at a range of, Kristen mentioned the 90% hydrology, a very dry conservative hydrology that helps inform our decisions and our projections moving forward. Not all the water for water supply does come out of Lake Oroville. During the year, there are many times, even in the projections, that there's just unstored water in the system that the projects can pick up to help support and our water supply allocations. And as noted throughout the presentation, and with the grim conditions that we are facing, there hasn't been nearly any opportunities just to pick up that additional water. And so I know from a state water project perspective, there's very little discretionary releases to support water supply. Much of the, as mentioned, our releases are going to meet our downstream, our senior diverter obligations, as well as our flow and water quality objectives.
Great, thanks. I guess just following up to add a little bit on that, or make sure I caught it. So in terms of the implications or what you've had to do to adjust then to that change throughout time, can you just give me some sense of, and again, I know you covered this somewhat, but just emphasizing to help me follow the, how that's impacted temperature management and system-wide considerations just over this period? Those differences as you've had to adjust over this, even just this short period?
Yeah, and I can touch on the CVP side. Basically, we've been delta. That means the delta outflow and delta salinity conditions, and then more recently, some of the demands with the dry soils have really been controlling releases. And I think since March, higher than what we expected under the 90% exceedance. That's just an example of the extreme dryness throughout the basin. So obviously higher releases is going to reduce storage as we go into a stratified reservoir, which we don't typically get to until early to mid-May. So that's part of the effect of temperature management. Ways that we've adjusted with that and tried to minimize that. We normally think about our minimum pumping of 1,500 CFS. That usually supports the minimum needs. We have gotten quite creative this year of staying. We've actually been below that quite a bit. We've even done a significant amount of cycling at the federal facility, which means basically turning the pump off for half a day and then turning it back on. We have very old infrastructure, so that's really hard on our system. It's really not sustainable. However, that is one of the tools that we've been using, along with just intense coordination with DWR about how to meet our needs and go back and forth. And I know I'll let Molly talk about some of the things on the state side as well.
All right. Hi, this is Molly. Yeah, so same with, as Kristen had mentioned, intense coordination. We've been at periods when the Bureau is cycling a unit and we've gone to zero exports for a handful of days to meet those requirements. As far as for temperature management for the Feather River, that our goal is that 900,000 acre feet target through August. And as mentioned, it's to minimize risk of early in the summer of falling below of our power pool levels. And once we are at that position, it does inhibit and limit some of our temperature management capabilities. So that's been a objective of ours as we plan for this balancing those needs with the very minimum exports in the Delta.
Thanks so much.
Thank you all. Much appreciated. Thank you again, Ms. White and Ms. White. Also, Board Member Dodek, were you looking to make a comment? Please, by all means.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that very sobering update. I think it, like the chair said, it sets really the backdrop for the rest of today's discussion. I do have a question, and it's not meant to be a trick question. It really is something that I think we all struggle with. So I'm curious about your thinking when you try to balance all of these key objectives as you conduct your operations. Temperature management, carryover storage, meeting water rights and delivery commitments, and of course, meeting the health and safety needs throughout the basins. I mean, with the scarce resources that you have, when it comes to trying to balance all these needs, how do you prioritize? What considerations do you take into account, and how do you do that kind of difficult balancing decision? And again, not meant to trick you, but just because it's something that we all struggle with. During my entire 16 years on the board, every time we have these kind of situation, these questions come up, and I'm honestly just curious for both the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project. As an operational decision, how do you make that balancing determination?
Yeah, maybe I'll start out. I'd say it's a great question, and I wish we had an easy answer to it. My best answer is heavy coordination. I mean, obviously, the priorities of the project are policy and management decisions. However, we have a number of requirements, and this is a year where we're really struggling to meet all the requirements together. So we're relying heavily on coordination, talking with the senior water right users about what flexibility they can have in modifying their timing and their demands, talking with the board on a regular basis about different ways to look at meeting different objectives, trying to capitalize on the very small precipitation events that we've had so that we can save storage. I think that'd be my best answer, is that we're really relying heavily on coordination and talking to as many of the parties as we can to figure out the best solution to balance the various concerns. And the risk is kind of the last big thing that we're balancing. I mean, we are generally thinking that May is a final forecast and that we don't see a big difference between April and May, but we also generally think that we're going to receive runoff from Snowpack, which doesn't appear to be happening much right now. So balancing that risk as well has really fed into the conversation. Molly, do you have anything to add?
No, I just want to second the coordination and how it's so critical given in any year, and especially critical in a year like this year. I think the resources are scarce as we look forward for this upcoming season, and just trying to avoid the worst outcomes for one thing. And I think it's just a balance as you look across the whole system in itself. So I think, Kristen, you mentioned, you elaborated quite well. Thank you.
Thank you both. And thank you, board member. It is a good question and actually leads us well into the rest of the discussion today that will dig into further the nuance around that balancing and the considerations of the multiple agencies that are involved in these discussions, including the biological agencies, which we really appreciate the resources that they bring to understanding and beginning to model out, I think, some of the impacts of the various choices and actions that may be out there that are particularly likely there earlier in the water year. Thank you for that good question. And I think, it leads us well into then our next panel, which is on fisheries conditions and impacts. So I'd like to welcome up Douglas Killam and Stephen Murano. Oh, one moment. I think you still need to be asked to be unmuted, perhaps.
Can you hear me? This is Doug.
Oh, I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you. Hello.
Hi. Good morning, board members and others on the call. I am Doug Killam with California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Also on the line is Steve Marinaro from NOAA. We're going to be giving a talk today on fish conditions and status in the upper Sacramento River, primarily below Shasta Reservoir. Next slide, please. First off is a historical trend of winter and fall run Chinook. We have 4 runs of salmon in this watershed, which comprises, the Sacramento River comprises the majority of salmon in California, including the Feather River and the upper Sac Basin below Keswick Dam. The red bars show the winter run Chinook salmon, which is an endangered run that occurs only in the upper Sac Basin. And then the more green bars show the fall run Chinook salmon population in thousands of fish on the y-axis, and on the horizontal axis, those are the years from 1970 through 2020. In the early 70s, winter run populations were similar to fall run populations shown by the red and green bars. And then, as earlier presentation noted, there was a bad drought in 76 and 77. And along with pollution concerns, that led to a crash of the winter run populations. Then subsequent dry periods from 1987 through 1992 resulted in low winter run numbers, and they became listed under the Endangered Species Act beginning in 1989 for state and 1994 federally, getting the protections from under those laws. Fall run numbers have been much larger than winter runs since the 80s, except for recent periods in 2016 and 18. The single winter run population, as mentioned by Mr. Holland earlier, went through a bottleneck in the 90s with some years of less than 200 fish, and currently have a high hatchery influence, leading to a lot of genetic diversity concerns in that run. Next slide, please. Catch up. This is zooming in on the winter and fall run counts from that last graph, showing a snapshot of the recent past from 2007 through 2020. There are additional runs in this river, but the late fall run of salmon is not as impacted by temperature concerns. One of the main priorities is temperature management. Temperature management is used for keeping salmon alive in the upper Sac Basin as part of one of the priorities of the water releases. Chinook salmon in this area generally have a 3-year life cycle. This means that adult numbers for any given year are impacted by juvenile conditions from 3 years previous and ocean conditions from 1 to 2 year previous. Winter run are listed under the ESAs, and taking of them defined as harming or killing of winter run is closely regulated and restricted. Winter run numbers impact commercial and recreational seasons and can shorten or eliminate opportunities to harvest fall run salmon. Fall run are important economically to California, both commercially and recreationally, bringing in millions of dollars each year to local economies. The Sacramento River watershed produces the majority of California's Chinook salmon resources each year. In our area, both winter run and fall run hatcheries in the watershed are present. The winter run Livingston Stone Fish Hatchery is the conservation hatchery at the base of Shasta Dam and used to provide limited numbers of winter run to conserve against extinction. Coleman Fish Hatchery on Battle Creek in the watershed is a supplementation hatchery and provides up to 12 million additional fall run each year. Next slide, please. This is a snapshot of just the winter run and the relation to the juveniles produced by females each year. Years are on the bottom and thousands of fish are on the top. The red bars show adult females spawning in the main stem river, and the blue bars show the number of juveniles produced by that each female of that in that red bar each year. As mentioned, they only exist in the Upper Sac watershed. Adults begin their upstream migration as early as November. They peak in mid-March and April and end in June. Winter run spawn from May to August, peak spawning in late June to early July. As an aside, it seems strange to have a run of fish called winter run that spawn in July, but they were named for when the bulk of the run was passing through the Golden Gate area when we used to have canneries, salmon canneries down there along the river. And they would go through during the winter. Winter run eggs and fry need cold water to emerge from reds and take an average of 89 days from spawning to exit the red. So when a fish spawns in July, it needs about 3 months for the eggs and fry in the salmon nests, or what we call reds, that are buried in the gravel. It takes them an average of 3 months to clear those reds where they enter into the water column. And they need cold water during that entire period. Once emerged from reds, juveniles begin feeding and can tolerate warmer temperatures. Migration downstream toward the ocean of juvenile winter run takes place from late July till March, and peak of migration is from September to November here in the Upper Sac watershed, which is the upper 60 miles of the river, basically from Red Bluff up to Keswick. They spend between 2 to 4 years in the ocean. 2-year-olds, you may have heard the term jacks or grills. Those are the young fish that come back as 2-year-olds. The majority of them now return as 3-year-olds. Next slide, please. Onto the fall run status. The chart shows the status of fall run populations above Red Bluff. Green columns are the main stem Sac River fish. Orange bars in this slide are the salmon using the tributary streams above Red Bluff. We have a lot of watershed streams that dump into the Sacramento River below Keswick Dam. And on average, 27% of the entire watershed above Red Bluff is from the main stem for fall run numbers. The other major contributors are Battle Creek with 57% and Clear Creek with 12% shown. Those additional watersheds are shown with the orange bars. Chinook, most numerous run, fall run Chinook are the most numerous run of Chinook in California. Adults begin their upstream migration as early as June and peak in August and September and end in October. Fall run spawn from September to December, and peak spawning occurs in October. Like winter run, fall run eggs need cold water and take an average of 92 days from spawning to exit the red. Migration downstream towards the ocean of juvenile fall run takes place from late December till June, but peak of migration is from January to February. Hatchery Coleman fish migrate after their release in March and April. And again, they spend between 2 to 4 years in the ocean, and the majority now return as fall run or as 3-year-olds. Next slide, please. This slide is dealing with the Sacramento River temperature management. Temperature management is critical throughout the egg fry incubation. Water temperatures above 56 degrees can reduce in-red survival, incrementally up to 62 degrees Fahrenheit, above which conditions are lethal to all survival of salmon eggs and fry in the reds. In most years, the upper river below Keswick Dam is held below 56 degrees by management of cold water releases from Shasta Reservoir. In years where Shasta reservoir levels are low, such as drought years, high water temperatures during both winter and fall run red incubation periods, June through November, can result in high egg mortality. This happened most recently in 2014 and again in 2015, when only an estimated 5% of the in-river winter run juveniles emigrated past Red Bluff. The 20-year average for this survival from egg to juvenile is approximately 25%. And similar poor survival impacts to fall run were estimated during those years as well. Next slide, please. Stephen is going to discuss this slide.
Great, thanks, Doug. So good morning, board members. I'm Stephen Murano. I'm a biologist with National Marine Fisheries Service in the Central Valley office, and thanks for the opportunity to present today. I've got a very colorful slide to share with you all. So I'll begin by talking about temperature impacts on Chinook salmon biology. So I know Diane and Matt and Doug introduced it. I'm trying to set the stage as well for some of the upcoming agency talks, particularly Reclamation's presentation on temperature planning and the Science Center's presentation on temperature modeling. So we'll sort of touch on these topics repeatedly today to help sort of build the full picture. So as Doug highlighted, there's been a lot of declines in Sacramento River Chinook populations over the long term, including some poor recent years. And temperature is certainly important throughout their life history, but it's particularly key during the early life stages and eggs and fry. And I wanted to share some of the biology behind this because I think it's helpful for understanding temperature management. And I also think it's just incredibly fascinating. So I hope I can maybe brighten your day with a little bit of fish biology here. So the underlying issue is that it's difficult for aquatic organisms to get oxygen out of the water, believe it or not, right? So particularly if you're a fish egg, before you can pump water across your gills or swim to a new location. So when salmon eggs start experiencing higher temperatures that increase their metabolism, the oxygen demands of the embryo can actually exceed what the egg can at least passively take in. And when it exceeds that, that can lead to death. So like we've talked about, there's been these long-standing management goals to maintain water temperatures under 56 degrees Fahrenheit to protect winter run egg survival. And then there's a more recent research that indicates that it requires about 2 to 3 degrees cooler, about 53.5 Fahrenheit, or specifically 12 degrees centigrade, that's required to fully prevent temperature-dependent mortality in the early life stages. There's still some ongoing modeling and investigating to figure out just how wide or narrow that window of temperature sensitivity is for the eggs, just how much we need to focus that 53.5 degrees Fahrenheit around the time that they're hatching, or whether it's a slightly broader sort of incremental impact over the course of their egg incubation. But regardless, we're trying to target that critical temperature. And like Doug noted, we see the results of excessive temperatures in 2014-15. So this figure here is intended just to exhibit some of that visually what Doug was sharing, right? So you may recall he talked about adult migration upstream peaking in March and April. So the spawn timing tends to peak around late June to early July, shown in the purple there. And the blue area about 6 weeks later is when the egg hatch is peaking, and about 5 weeks after that in the green is when the fry are emerging from the gravel. And then meanwhile, river temperatures, it's shown with Keswick here as an example, are increasing. And at this really susceptible life stage, just as the eggs are attempting to hatch and ultimately emerge, temperatures are becoming detrimental to this life stage. So I've explained some of the importance of temperature management, hopefully, and specifically why we're interested in mortality, temperature-dependent mortality for the species. So I'll turn it back over to Doug for our final slide, just to describe some of the broader impacts on the watershed.
Thank you, Stephen. So warm water can affect juvenile survival, as there are typically when the water is warm, the flows are low and clear. And these impacts of just dry hydrology on the salmon population in the upper Sacramento River can be pretty drastic. We saw that in all the drought years, but we've had a lot better monitoring in recent years, particularly in the drought of 2012 through 16. Low Shasta reservoir levels from poor runoff and snowmelt lead to reduced cold water availability for salmon reds during winter and fall run incubations is one factor. We also have the tributary fall run spawners, as well as spring run, which I haven't mentioned much. They are delayed or blocked from entering the tributaries up here by low flows and warm water at the mouth. leaving these fish to spawn in the poorer main stem environment that occurs later. In September to February, flows are often reduced to a minimum of 3250 CFS to conserve water. This can lead to red dewatering and juvenile stranding of fish that spawned in the higher summer flows. Low flows prevent both winter and fall run juveniles from accessing shoreline vegetative cover around islands and on the shorelines. These are important habitats for the very small young salmon. As the flows pull back from the summer high, the vegetation doesn't regrow, so you end up with just rocky shorelines in the river up here. Many of you notice that on some of the rivers, American or Feather, if you're walking along them, as well as the Sacramento. This reduces the resting shelter and increases predator contacts. And then finally, low flows are typically very clear during drought periods. We have very little rain runoff to muddy the water. Clear water attracts abundant aquatic and avian predators such as fish otters, cormorants, or mergansers, and allows them to easily contact and consume the rearing and juvenile migrating fish in the watershed. And that's all we have today for the fisheries update. Are there any questions?
Thank you for that. None from me, and just quickly looking to my fellow board members. Okay, seeing none. Thank you. That was very helpful. And yes, to your point, is really helping to build to now some of the more definitive actions that are being taken by Reclamation. I believe we have Mr. Dave Mooney as part of our next panel then to go over those. Good morning. Glad you can join us here, Mr. Mooney.
Happy to. I think I have a presentation.
Yeah, it should be slowly popping up here. There it is. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to come speak to you today. My name is Dave Mooney. I manage the Bureau of Reclamation's Bay Delta office. So my office coordinates many of our CBP fish and wildlife activities and partnerships with the state. And one of our responsibilities is the Endangered Species Act consultation for the operation of the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project. So next slide, please. So today we're talking about the Shasta and Trinity divisions up near Redding, California. These actions are coordinated with the rest of the Central Valley and Delta, including our other facilities and the State Water Project. So as folks have mentioned, Shasta is our largest reservoir. It has Keswick downstream of it as a re-regulating reservoir. Water from the Trinity Basin comes over into Whiskey Town, and it's either brought through the Spring Creek Tunnel, also into Keswick, or it's released down Clear Creek to support fish in that system. So today I was going to talk about our consultation. It had a suite of actions, including how we operate these and other facilities, how we do our status and trend monitoring to evaluate performance, our habitat and facility actions to try to improve some of the environmental conditions, our hatchery actions to support fish, and then our special studies, which is how we try to further the state-of-the-art science. Next slide, please. So the operation of the CVP is complicated, and temperature management is part of the year-round overlapping needs and requirements. So to develop our plans, we start by thinking about the hydrology, meteorology, and the landscape conditions. So today is primarily focused on operations, but as we mentioned before, we have other measures outside of Order 90-5 and the flows. One way of understanding operations is to parse it into 2 seasons. So today is really focused on the temperature management season, but we also manage our releases in the fall, winter, and spring to rebuild storage while operating for delta requirements, flood control, and non-project water rights. So looking at temperatures, fish need suitable water quality year-round, but we focus primarily on the May through September period for a couple reasons. The first is that air temperatures start to materially warm the river flows. Our diversions under CVP allocations are typically pretty small before May. And starting in about May, the reservoir is stratified, so we know of and can plan for the use of our cold water. And then lastly, that's really heard before, this is when the winter run Chinook salmon begin their spawning and incubation period. So the next slide. So we talked a little bit about the life cycle of the winter run Chinook salmon, and we're generally looking at the spawning, incubation, and emergence period that occurs in May through November. We also look at the location of where the winter runs spawn. We have agreements with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and then the Pacific State Marine Fisheries Commission to identify the timing and location of adult returns in those reds. So the graph to the left is showing that we find the majority of reds above the Clear Creek confluence. It's abbreviated CCR, which is about 5 miles upstream of the airport road and about 7 miles downstream of Highway 44. We look at, and the different colors on those bars show the timing of when those reds were identified based on carcass surveys and aerial flyovers. So we generally look at survival and mortality in terms of temperature dependent effects versus everything else. So in consultation with NIMS, we expect negligible temperature dependent mortality in average daily water temperatures of 53.5 Fahrenheit or colder. And once we get above 56, we see mortality picked up pretty dramatically. Unfortunately, we don't always have enough cold water to meet those temperatures. And when we're in May, we don't know how hot the summer will be or exactly where the fish will spawn. We've tried a couple of different strategies before. I think we've talked about 2014, where we started to use our cold water early and we ran out. That wasn't, many fish died. In 2015, we metered our cold water more carefully and ran warmer, but that also didn't work either. So when we were looking at the proposed action, we looked at egg incubation studies back all the way to 1994, which found that as the egg mass grows, the demand for dissolved oxygen, which is correlated with temperature, increases. So the fish need colder water until their gills are developed, and then their temperature tolerances are higher. So it made sense to us to use this information, and the resulting strategy to manage cold water and the science behind it is documented in papers by Jim Anderson in the University of Washington. Next slide, please. So what we have here is our conceptual approach for how we attempt to target colder water temperatures when eggs need the most dissolved oxygen, and we show this by different tiers. So tier 1 is shown in blue for when we have enough cold water to operate to 53.5 or colder past the Clear Creek confluence. So we don't actually pick a tier. We look at the measured reservoir profiles. We consider warm potential meteorology conditions throughout the year, and we use models to do so. We have some experience in how much cold water pool is needed to operate within a certain tier, and those general guidelines are shown on the slide. Keep in mind that is a volume where it says CWP of cold water pool, so that's different than total storage. As we start into tier 2, shown in green, we would narrow the window of operating at that colder temperature while still staying below 56 degrees Fahrenheit. And so we're creating warmer shoulder temperatures. At some point, life history diversity is more important, and we start to trade maximizing the quantity of reds for a wider, more diverse window. And this would be the tier 3 condition shown in yellow. Tier 4 here is shown in red, and that's a condition where we do not have enough cold water to maintain 56 Fahrenheit down to Clear Creek. And that's when we get very concerned, because at the 56 and warmer temperature, we start to see mortality pick up substantially. So before the reservoir stratifies, we can look at the total storage in Shasta to serve as a rough guideline, and we use total storage to project tier 4. This helps us plan ahead. So this process is not formulaic. Sacramento River Temperature Task Group can support us in developing a temperature management plan, and it may create a more complex schedule as shown in the dashed line on that graph. And participants in that group include the State Water Board, state and federal fishery agencies, Western Area Power Administration, tribes, and the Sacramento River settlement contractors. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
Sorry, Mr. Mooney, one moment. There it goes. Thank you.
never sure whether I froze and my voice comes through or something else happened. So
thank you.
So performance measures are how we provide the sideboards for the technical teams to develop plans. And these are the numbers that we believe may avoid jeopardy and do not preclude recovery. So we have an expected frequency based on hydrology and our operations under the 2020 operations plan. And this gives us a range of different mortality for temperature dependent mortality. And then below with egg to fry survival, that gives us incentives to undertake measures with the goal of improving that survival. So any future pattern of years is going to be unique, but these provide some objectives that we think are good for protecting the species, and we look forward to refining them as we move forward through time. So if in any year we do not meet these performance, we will charter an independent panel to review the actions and make recommendations so we can update our operation. And regardless of our performance, an independent panel in 2024 would occur to help us figure out how we want to navigate temperature operations moving forward. So next slide.
Sorry, before you move off that slide.
Sure.
If you could help me better understand this. So these are your performance measures within each of those tiers. So for example, if you're operating under tier 4, your egg to fry survival performance metric is as listed. But the performance measures don't project how you manage the tiers or how you strive to operate towards the better mortality results?
Correct. So within our proposed action, we have a commitment to try to reach the coldest tier that we can by May 1st. We also have a commitment to use our discretion to remain within that tier throughout the operations, which may require us to change some of our discretionary actions. And so we're striving for the best tier, which is tier 1, under all conditions. We've also looked at the system-wide operation for what type of actions and demands draw from Shasta and how we think we can land in those colder tiers more frequently. But fundamentally, we're driven by nature and hydrology and those types of conditions. And then we can operate a little bit around the edges to improve upon that.
But you don't have a specific performance measure for operating, say, within tier 1?
We would expect that we would be in tier 1 68% of the time. And so part of our performance measure is whether or not conditions play out such that we're in tier 1 68% of the time. If not, then that's potentially a different effect on the species than we anticipated over the duration of the biological opinion, and we would adjust to try to see if a different operation makes more sense.
Thank you. That helps me better understand these two charts.
All right, so you may have noticed on those previous charts that there's an NA for tier 4. So we're looking at a tier 4 year, unfortunately, this year, which calls for extraordinary considerations. We think of this as an all hands on deck type of situation where we're working together to find different solutions. Dry conditions and drought were one of the big drivers behind our proposed action, and it played a central role in how we think about our operation. So we've taken a couple of actions ahead of time. So already in place to help us out this year was our looking at the previous year for how we can increase storage in Shasta Reservoir through our different fall and winter refill operations, as well as some of the modifications to the Coordinated Operations Agreement that places a greater reliance on Oroville to meet Delta needs. This year, all shown in the picture, we have planned for increased use of the Livingstone National Fish Hatchery that provides a refugio population potentially and supplementation in almost all years. And then we also have a drought and dry year toolkit, which is still under development. We've solicited different templates for the types of actions to consider and the coordination needed. These are all items that require some trade-off and generally mean that we're putting a lot of pressure on different constituencies. I also think it's important to recognize that the monitoring program we have now, and that's standard in every year, came from our experience in the last drought. So we've incorporated some of the modern statistical frameworks and those advanced technologies as part of the operation, and that's already in place. Where we've worked through some of these different types of actions and the trade-off, we already have them incorporated. And so we'll have to see how they play out. We're currently preparing for a directors meeting where in the event we have 2 successive years with total survival less than 15%, we need to look at what we can do to address the potential for a 3rd year of low survival since the fish run on 3-year cycles on average. So we're at the point during operations where we look first at developing the performance measures that are unique to a Tier 4 condition. We've been engaging in our meet and confer actions with the Sacramento River settlement contractors and talking about measures like the scheduling of spring diversions, water transfers, and then the potential for delayed diversions for fall rice decomposition. In order to help some of these actions go forward, we consulted upon an expanded transfer window in the fall that we hope can open up a lot of opportunities. For the long term, we have some measures that are already in place. We've been working pretty extensively to increase our spawning and rearing habitat. We've been working with the Sacramento River settlement contractors on barriers to reduce potential straying. We have seals on the temperature control device to reduce warm water mixing in later on in the season. We have some actions that are in the middle of implementation. We've been looking at whether we can relieve some of the Wilkins Slough requirements by using our screening program to lower some of the intakes on the most downstream diversions. And then we have some actions that are still in planning, one of which is improvements to the Delta cross-channel gates to enable more frequent operation. But luckily this year, we did not encounter a need to open those gates for salinity. Next slide, please.
Sorry, can I ask just a quick question on that? Make sure I'm following. So the months or dates that you mean with ahead of time versus during, can you just help me follow what that means?
Yeah, so ahead of time is, it's not a hard calendar date. It's before we know that we're in these drought and dry year conditions. So, come last fall, we spent a lot of effort looking through how do we avoid dewatering the later spawning winter run in the season. How do we work with the Sacramento River settlement contractors so that fall run don't spawn in areas that will later be dried out? And then what type of flows are we going to maintain in the river to protect those last fall runs that balances protecting those fall run while still rebuilding storage? That's one of those actions. And then some of the other ones are efforts to just make the system better. So we're producing more food, reducing more of the stressors on fish, that we can better weather these types of drought conditions.
So ahead of time could mean anytime in the kind of winter up until, I guess, at what point does it become during?
I don't think there's a fixed line. I think we started to get concerned in February, which is typically our greatest precipitation month. And when we were moving through that and not seeing storms on the horizon, it became pretty clear that we were shifting to a during drought. I think that became even more clear in March when we started to do the meet and confer and other types of actions.
Okay. And just going back to the performance measures, so you're working towards trying to get the highest tier possible ahead of time, although you probably have a sense of which tier you're going to be in, and then you have your specific performance measures based on the tier that really kick in during. But you're preparing for that, you're making projections and preparing for that prior to, or in the ahead of time category.
I think
right?
That's correct. I think there's a lot of uncertainty. A lot of our drought provisions are pretty rough on a lot of folks. So there's a bit of a trade-off between getting everything in place to try to prepare for a drought versus having a couple months of potential precipitation still on the horizon. I think one of the lessons we learned from 14-15 is that we didn't take actions quick enough or make decisions as fast as we wish we would have. So I think we've accelerated that quite a bit this year, but it's always a balance of when do you start folks preparing for the worst.
Thank you both. And I'm just going to flag, I'm going to transition management of the meeting to the vice chair. I need to transition out to something, and just thank you though, Mr. Mooney, again for the collaboration, the work, and appreciate the discussion that will continue to be had here. So just thank you.
Me too. So the last slide I had is looking forward and what we hope to see happen during the Sacramento River Temperature Task Group. We think there is some shaping that can occur to reduce temperature-dependent mortality, even though we can't stay below that 56-degree threshold all year round. There may be times where we try to push for colder temperatures to focus on that water. And coming up, NIMS will talk about some of the considerations and trade-offs, and Liz Kiddick will talk about some of our efforts to date on a temperature plan. I believe this concludes my presentation. If there are questions, I'm happy to try to answer them.
Okay, do we have any other questions?
I had a question. I don't know if this is the, if this is something that is the right question to you or somebody else. I know we've had a lot of challenges, and I think we're all looking at, this time where we can't meet Order 90-5 and have to do the temperature management plan. That's obviously why we're here today. And I'm just wondering, from Reclamation's point of view, if there are things that would be helpful to clarify or sort of revisit related to the order to make that more straightforward on how we can achieve those goals and the intent. Because I know it's old, and I think there's been some areas that, maybe there's areas that could be clearer or adapted, and I'm curious if you have some thoughts on that. And again, if you're not the right person to answer that and there's somebody later, just let me know.
Yeah, my thought was going to phone a friend for Chris, and if he had some thoughts. I think we generally look at it as those are the requirements we have to meet. It seems to be, at least the order itself is pretty flexible in how we navigate it. And so I think a lot of it comes down to how we work together and how we coordinate in these challenging years, which is probably not the circumstances of this order or any order. It's kind of about the willingness to pull together and come up with reasonable solutions. Kristen may have more specific answers.
Yeah, it's a really great question. I mean, especially given the age. I think Diane mentioned in her presentation, this is an old order, and a lot has changed since then. I guess one of the biggest disconnects I see between how we're approaching things now and what was written in 90-5 is we've got new science. I think, I don't remember if it was Stephen or Doug who went over this, that we're now seeing that it's better to shoot for a lower temperature that's further upstream rather than 56 at Red Bluff. 90-5 is written to simply move the location of 56 degrees. So it doesn't have a specific biological objective with it that you could shoot for. I think the science has improved. I say this as a non-biologist, warning in case you ask me how it's improved, but I think it's improved, and we now know enough to be evaluating how the biology might play out. So I think that's one of the challenges we have between something that says, where can you meet 56 versus how can we shape things to best meet the needs of the species, particularly given the stressors that they might be experiencing other than temperature management.
Great, that's helpful, thanks.
Okay, and then Mr. Mooney, I had a question about the charts that you provide here on the tiers, and in particular, looking here at slide. Yeah, on the performance measures and the color chart on cold water temperature tiers. You're looking at May through October, and the focus of the previous part of the presentation, you talked about winter run and also fall run, but on the tiers, the focus is on winter run only?
Yes. So we look at the operation of the temperature control device and the winter run egg incubation as our critical period. There's a couple other considerations that come in during temperature management, one of which is the first day that we open the side gates, which is the lowest elevation on the reservoir. And that's kind of our last action to maintain temperatures, and that sets up how we move into the fall period and the potential effects on fall run and spring run from temperatures. I think the majority of our concern for fall run is generally on red dewatering, but we do watch temperatures year round.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, any other questions? Otherwise, we'll move on. Okay, next we have James Gilbert. Factors affecting temperature-dependent mortality and the rapid assessment tool. Mr. Gilbert from National Marine Fisheries Service.
All right. Good morning, board. Thank you for the opportunity to present here today. I do have a PowerPoint. Okay. So my name is James Gilbert. I'm a researcher at the University of California, Santa Cruz, and I work in affiliation with NOAA Fisheries at the Southwest Fisheries Science Center. I believe I'm joined on the line by my colleagues, Eric Danner and Miles Daniels. They may jump in if there's a particular question that, or an answer that they can provide beyond my expertise. But today I'm going to talk about some ongoing efforts looking at the factors affecting temperature-dependent mortality and how they may be useful for seasonal temperature management in a year like this. Next slide, please. To just briefly orient you to the presentation here, I'll be talking about first just a little background on temperature-dependent egg mortality, and then move on to how we use models to estimate that mortality. And then finally, the last part, talk about the rapid temperature-dependent mortality framework that we've been developing. Next slide. I'd like to preface my talk by pointing out that I work with my colleagues at the Southwest Fisheries Science Center, and our work is motivated by the mission of the center to generate and communicate the science necessary for conservation and management. I'm not here to prescribe any particular action, but to provide some information on the methods that we're developing and the information that can provide for other analysis. Next slide. So I apologize for the slide full of text here. This is just a disclaimer because I want to make clear at the outset here that what I'm presenting on is a new method, and it's important to kind of understand how we interpret the results of that in the context of the broader analytical approaches that have been established. What I'm presenting here is meant to be information to assist with other modeling analysis, and I do not intend it to be the direct source of information on which any decisions will rest. Next slide. I'll be referencing a few different acronyms for different phrases and things throughout the talk. You've already seen temperature-dependent mortality, TDM, show up a lot. Also, TCD, temperature control device, we're referring to the infrastructure at Shasta for selective withdrawal at different temperatures.
Mr.
Next slide.
Gilbert, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm going to just, forgive me, but I'm going to interrupt here.
Yeah.
I should have
Go
been
ahead.
more mindful of the time before you got started. I think that and Mr. Lawfer pinged me on this as well. This probably would have been a good opportunity for a break. I'm looking at your slides, and this is pretty significant stuff that we're going to be going through here. So I just want to check in with my colleagues. We are planning on taking a noon hour lunch for a full hour. Chair Esquivel is actually headed on his way to Mendocino to meet with the governor. The governor will be meeting with local communities there regarding the drought and provide announcements regarding addressing drought resilience. And so I think that we probably want to carve out a noon hour, full hour lunch so that we and the public that are following this would have the opportunity to follow those announcements. So just checking in with you all. Do you want to, in light of the fact we'll be taking a full hour at noon, should we take a quick break right now or press on through? I would have taken a break, but Mr. Gilbert just gotten started, so just want to check in with you all.
I would just ask for a 5-minute break if we could, and then jump back in if that works for you.
Okay, sounds good. We will be back in 5 minutes just for everyone to take a quick break. And Mr. Gilbert, bear with us, and apologies for cutting into your presentation. Thank you.
That's fine. Thanks.
Hello. Before the board resumes in about a minute, we have one individual who came into the board meeting with a username of C space LG. I'm going to invite you to unmute in a moment. And if you could let us know who you are so that we can go ahead and rename you and get you in the correct place in the speaker order. So once again, this is somebody who's joined the Zoom platform with the initials C space LG. You should get a message in just a moment to unmute. And if you could let us know who you are. Once again, right before we start here, we have one individual in the Zoom platform with the initials C space LG. We cannot associate you with a presenter or speaker card.
Oh, my name's Celia. I'm just a member of the public interested in public comment.
Okay, and what was the first name? Just so that, were you an individual that had submitted, is this, okay, I see you, Celia. Okay, we'll get you renamed so that when we get to you in the speaker order, I know you noted that you wanted to speak if necessary, and we'll have you up on the scroll screen later this afternoon.
Great.
Speak if necessary. Thanks.
Thanks.
Oops. Okay. Mr. Gilbert?
All right, thank you. So picking up where we left off, these are just a few of the acronyms I may reference. I think we move on to the next slide. So to start off with, I'll talk a little bit of context and background for understanding temperature-dependent mortality. Next slide. So this has been covered in previous presentations, so I won't dwell on this too much, but understanding temperature-dependent mortality comes down to understanding temperature and time. And if you could click forward one, the reds don't show up in the river all at once, but rather they happen over a period of time. And if you think about when the eggs are laid in the river, the clock starts on the incubation period. And if you start accumulating all of the eggs as they're incubating, if you click ahead one, you would get a distribution of eggs in the river that looks something like this bell-shaped curve here. And click ahead one. This happens to coincide with the warmest weather during the hot part of the year. So there's a risk that some or part of this distribution is going to experience warm temperatures and temperature-related mortality. One more click ahead. And so if we think about this distribution of eggs and the temperatures that they experience, if there is a lot of cold water that can keep the water temperatures down towards 53.5 degrees, then you'll save most of that bell curve. If there's only a limited amount of cold water, then you start narrowing the band of that distribution that will survive. And that's what the colored bars in that figure are meant to represent, that variation. And you can just go ahead and click forward two more. That's just indicating that the choices you have basically when you have a limited amount of cold water. Next slide, please. One thing I do want to note is that temperature-dependent mortality is just one source of mortality. I believe it was mentioned in an earlier presentation that we tend to think of it as temperature-dependent mortality and all other sources. So it's just, again, a reminder of that. Next slide. And of course, this does not occur in isolation, but rather temperature-dependent mortality is the result of a complex set of interconnected processes. And I'll ask you to just click forward 6 times, if you will, there. Really, it's a combination of all of these things and how they interact, things that start up at the inflow and storage in Shasta, the weather the amount of water being brought in from Trinity, how water is released at Keswick, and when and where the reds are, and the river temperatures that they experience. Next slide. And so we use models as a way to organize and integrate all of that information and all of these processes together. Next slide. And the way it's traditionally done is to use a model of temperature stratification and selective withdrawal, or TCD operation for the Shasta Reservoir. And information from a model of that feeds into a temperature model for Keswick Reservoir, which in turn feeds into a model of river temperature. And all of that then allows us to estimate the temperature effects on mortality in the river. And on the right-hand side there, I've just listed the modeling platforms that are often used for these sorts of analyses. Next slide. The Southwest Fisheries Science Center has a simulation framework, and I'll refer to this as the full simulation framework that consists of models for Shasta and Keswick reservoirs using the SQL W2 platform, and then a river temperature model for the upper Sacramento River, and that's called RAFT, and then a model for estimating temperature-dependent mortality. These are all complex models with high spatial and temporal resolution, and I will note that they have undergone an independent review by the Center for Independent Experts. Information on those reviews is provided at the URL there at the bottom for the CV Temp website that's hosted by NOAA. And going back to the fact that these models are more complex, generally it takes about 30 minutes to run a simulation for 1 year when we consider all of these different components. Next slide. This framework works very well for analyzing targeted scenarios in the system. And the workflow diagram there on the left is meant to represent the process and the workflow that's existed in recent years. And the idea is that there is a single or maybe a handful of operational scenarios, and information from that is fed into the reservoir and river models. And all that together we'll call the full model. And from that, we get an estimate of temperature-dependent mortality. And basically, that's one estimate for one operational scenario. And that information can be used for management discussion and decision-making. This approach has a lot of benefits. It's straightforward. There's just a few scenarios to interpret and understand. And it's really great for fine-tuning an operational scenario that's already constrained. And when we're only considering a few simulations at a time, the amount of time it takes to simulate is not generally a problem. Next slide. But if there are cases where we want to expand the scope of the operational scenarios we consider, or uncertainties in the system, this approach might not work as well. And that's motivation behind what we're calling the rapid TDM framework. Next slide. So a little bit about the motivation. We're scientists and we're interested in understanding the factors that play in the system broadly in the Central Valley, but specifically for winter run Chinook in the upper Sacramento River. And we're interested at understanding this across scales, not just seasonal, but multi-year and decadal. And like I mentioned previously, considering important uncertainties, like things like how meteorology changes and impacts from climate and longer term trends. Next slide. And to think about this in a different way, we can approach it as considering the interactions between environmental factors, things that aren't under our control, and the operations, the things that are under control. And if you could advance one click, we can summarize it as thinking about how does the uncertainty in the environmental factors affect the options available on the operational side for the things that we can control. Next slide. And I thought I'd further illustrate the motivation for our rapid assessment analysis framework by talking through a hypothetical scenario. And generally, we can think of in the spring, we may have some information about water supply forecasts for the rest of the year and some idea of what the meteorology might look like and its uncertainty. And we're interested in understanding how will different release schedules and operation of the TCD affect TDM in the Sacramento River this year. You can advance one. So some things we might consider would be some dry Shasta inflow scenarios, perhaps 5 different warm weather scenarios, and then a selection of 10 different patterns each for releases and imports from Shasta and Trinity respectively. And then 10 patterns for how we shape that target temperature downstream. If you advance one more. If we look at all of the combinations of each of these factors, that adds up very quickly. We come up with 15,000 different scenarios to look at. Advance one more. And down at the bottom there, if we assume that it takes about 30 minutes for each of those, that would take about 310 days total to run through all of that analysis. And you can see that quickly that becomes an infeasible task for looking at this broader range of analysis. Next slide. So acknowledging that potential limitation, we started developing this rapid assessment methodology. Click ahead one. And this is built on some existing but simplified simulation methods. And the goal is to be able to simulate all of these components, but have it only take about a few seconds per year per model run. And it includes all the same components, so a vertically stratifying Shasta Dam with the ability to reflect selective withdrawal through the TCD, the Keswick Dam and Reservoir downstream, and then a simplified version of the river below Keswick. Next. The approach has been to start as simple as possible and add complexity where necessary. Next. And then acknowledging too that there will be a process of iterative refinement, and we rely on these more complex models to help identify and guide the improvements to the rapid model. Next. I'll mention this here, and I'll mention it again. This is meant to be a complement to and not a replacement for the full simulation approach. Next slide. So if we revisit this workflow and decision-making process again, and add in the ability to run a broader range of scenarios, advance one, we can see that the workflow can be expanded and now includes this process where we consider the outputs from this rapid approach, where we look at patterns, trends, and sensitivities, and under a processor review, use that information to identify scenarios that we might not have considered before, but that would be worthwhile for evaluating using the full models. I've closed the loop on that top iteration cycle because we expect that there might be information from the full model runs that may then feed back into further rapid analysis. The final step of the process is still going from the full model to the decision-making process. Just now that there may be additional information provided through the rapid information about context for sensitivity and different factors that are important. Next slide. Again, I'm just emphasizing that this is a new analysis method, and it's currently under active refinement and testing. And so we need to be cautious about how we apply the results of this. And it's really intended to be a way of informing these more complicated models in a way that isn't so resource intensive. And we're really hopeful that this can provide a lot of value in directing the analytical power of these complex models in a way that's really helpful. Next slide. Okay, So that's kind of the basis for this rapid analysis framework. And now I'd like to kind of walk through a little bit of an example of how this would be applied. Next slide. So to start off with, this is just an example of how we might hypothetically vary the release patterns. The two plots at the bottom are meant to indicate the one way of producing scenarios for a given simulation using the rapid framework. And if you click forward 3, I believe, there should be lines that pop up. And the idea here is that because we have the ability to consider a broad range of analysis, we can pick different patterns of releases at Keswick or Trinity imports at the Spring Creek power plant inflow to Keswick, and look to see if there's any benefit to different timing or amounts in different months of the year, and use that information in the rapid model to inform further modeling. Next slide. On the other side of the operational set of factors is how the TCD is operated to meet a temperature target. And Dave addressed this somewhat in his presentation, and I'll go over it again here. The idea is that when there's cold water available to meet a certain period of cold water downstream, we talk about shaping or assigning a temperature target pattern. And what I mean by that pattern is represented by the orange line on the plot or the schematic at the right. And that's meant to reflect a time series of river temperature at a point. And we've conceptualized the components of this pattern into 4 different variables beyond the location on the river. First of those is the target temperature. That's indicated by B there. That's the coldest temperature that can be achieved during, or is attempted to be achieved during a particular period. The length of that period that's attempted to be maintained is, we call that the target window or the window length. And that window length, timing is assigned by the centering date. So for example, if there was an 8-week window with a centering date on August 1st, there would be 4 weeks of a target temperature before and 4 weeks after August 1st. The final component is that higher temperature indicated by E. We call it the shoulder temperature, and that's the higher temperature that's maintained outside of the target window. Next slide. On the environmental side of things, we would probably want to consider variability in things like hydrology. And there's lots of different sources for that information. We can look at historical data. The data shown here in the plot just shows some examples of historical data and their variability for inflow to Shasta. There's also information from forecasts, and there are other methods for synthesizing, for example, dry hydrology. Next slide. On the flip side of that, we would also be interested in understanding the impact of meteorological variability, especially things like heat waves and cool spells, and how they might affect temperature management through a season. Next slide. So those are the general categories of inputs to the system. What kind of information do we get out of these sorts of models? And we can break them down into 2 main categories: the physical components, or the physical outcomes in the system, meaning the amount of water and the temperature of that water, and then the biological components. And I will point out here that both the rapid assessment model framework and the full simulation framework both include the same components. And so all of this information is available from both approaches. And so the plots here apply or can be represented from both approaches. Starting upstream, we can get information on conditions in Shasta Reservoir as they're simulated through a season. And that includes volume and temperatures. The colors there indicate temperatures going from cool to warm, blue to the yellow color there. And you'll notice that there's gray boxes or gray rectangles overlaid on top. And that's meant to replicate or represent the operation of the TCD gates throughout the season in response to the release operations and the temperatures in reservoir. Next. We would also be interested in looking at the releases and how the storage in the reservoir evolves through the season. That's just shown as an example plot there on the bottom. Next slide. And as we move downstream, we would be interested then in seeing what the river temperatures, what they were simulated to be at a point, and how well they were able to meet a given target temperature. And again, that's represented as that orange line, that pattern there. Next. So those are the physical components. All of this ultimately feeds into our estimation of temperature-dependent mortality, the biological side of things. And because we have temperature at many points on the river through time, we can have an estimate of what the probability of temperature-dependent mortality is at all of those points in times. And putting all that information together, we call that a temperature-dependent mortality landscape. That's shown here in the colored plot. The idea is that as you go along the x-axis, you're going through time. So that's how the probability of temperature-dependent mortality changes through time. The y-axis is the distance downstream from Keswick, with Keswick being at the top where the 0 is. The darker orange and red colors indicate higher probability of temperature-dependent mortality. And the cooler, I don't really see them too much on this plot, but the cooler green and blue temperatures mean a lower probability of temperature-dependent mortality. All of this information exists separately from where the reds are. So we can overlay the either hypothetical or real-time or historical red distributions to get an idea of what the overall temperature-dependent mortality would be under those conditions. And if you advance a couple slides, or a couple clicks forward, the white dots there shown represent historical distribution of reds. And if you compare where those reds are to the mortality landscape, you see that the ones on the edge, like advance one, tend to be in places with high mortality probabilities and would likely experience mortality. Next slide. Okay, so that's all the hypothetical inputs and the information we may get out. The last part here, I'd like to talk through an example analysis where we explore alternative operations based on information from this year. And this starts from a baseline scenario where we have a single schedule of releases at Keswick and a single set of Trinity imports. And those were discussed briefly earlier this morning. The second part of this is a temperature target that we call our baseline target with a constant 56 degrees Fahrenheit at the CCR or Clear Creek Point for a period of May through October. I do want to point out that a target is just that. It's something that the model and or operator in real life would try to meet, but there's no guarantee that that temperature can be or will be maintained for that period. From that baseline scenario, we built a broader scope of analysis to be considered with this rapid TDM analysis framework. And a big component of that was considering many different combinations of those temperature target parameters or variables. So that's things that move the target temperature up and down or left and right, and move that shoulder temperature up and down as well. We also considered two different very dry hydrologies and a range of warm meteorology time series. On top of that, then we also considered a modified release schedule where we reduced releases by 5% during the summer months. Next slide. Just as a reminder, this step of the process, running through the rapid simulator model, before we get to the point of running through models and making decisions, we intend for this to be an exercise in looking at patterns, trends, and sensitivities, and being able to pick from this broad range of many thousands of scenarios, a few that would be useful for running through the full model. Next slide. So we've run through these scenarios through the rapid simulator approach, and now we have many thousands of results to sort through. And admittedly, it can be a challenge to try and interpret everything. And so one of the methods we've applied is using visualizations to help identify and communicate these patterns. And I know there's a lot on this screen here, so I'll kind of walk through it step by step, and hopefully it will make sense. So if we first start from, or think about this as being a process of adding different filters to select down out of our big data set, we can move from a general, the more general broad data set and start focusing in on different components that are of interest. The plots here show just a single target location. As I mentioned before, we're assuming that CCR location, and we're also just assuming a single baseline release scenario. From that, you see that there are 5 different plots, and each one of those represents a different shoulder temperature. That's the warmer temperature outside of the target window that will be assessed with the model. And as you go from left to right in the plots, those are shoulder temperatures going from 56 up to 61 degrees. Now within each of the plots, you'll notice there are 3 different sets of colored dots. The color indicates the target temperature. So that's the colder temperature used to guide the shaping of temperature control. And then you'll notice on individual plots, there's an x-axis that's the window length in weeks. And then the y-axis shows the temperature dependent mortality on an annual average basis. Finally, you'll see that there is variability in each of the vertical columns of dots of a single color. That is the variability that comes about by assuming different inflow hydrology and meteorologies in the analysis framework. I put a line through each of the sets of colored dots to help kind of visualize and identify the patterns. And if we look across all of these, we can see a few things stand out. First, the warmest target temperature of 56 degrees has the highest temperature dependent mortality across all scenarios. So that we can see, comparing to the blue and black lines there, that there is improvement to be gained by looking at some period of a cooler target temperature. And if we look at those blue and black lines, we see that as we move from the 8-week to the 12 through 16-week period, the temperature dependent mortality tends to curve down. So from that, we can, this suggests to us that not only is it better to have some period of target temperature below 56, that the 12 to 16-week period might be the most beneficial. Next slide. If we look at the same information again, but for assuming the 5% summer reduction to baseline releases, we see very similar patterns, but now there appears to be an incremental improvement. That is a lowering of the average temperature dependent mortality, but again with pretty similar results. Next slide. So we're at the stage of then, after we've reviewed these results, we can use that information to identify scenarios for additional simulation. In this case, we can look at the results that I just showed, and that suggests that it would be helpful to consider target temperatures in this 53.5 to 54.5, or more broadly, a temperature below 56 degrees for some period of time, specifically a window length of 12 to 16 weeks. And there looks like a little benefit to having a shoulder temperature warmer than 56 for a period. And then there is an incremental benefit to reductions in release volume. So now we're into the point of, we've defined some scenarios, and the next step, and it's again highlighted in the red oval on the left, is picking out those scenarios and running them with the full detailed, trusted, and vetted models. Next slide. So in this case, we picked 3 different scenarios to run through the Southwest Fisheries Science Center's Sequel W2 reservoir models and the Raft River models. So these are the full complexity models. The scenarios are a base scenario, which is the single release schedule and the constant 56 downstream target. The second scenario is building off of that baseline scenario with some temperature target shaping informed by the previous analysis, and the details for that are shown there. And the last scenario is built on that temperature target shaping scenario and includes an additional reduction in monthly releases through the summer. So from the rapid analysis, we would see that we'd expect that there'd be an incremental reduction in temperature dependent mortality with each of these. And if you advance one, we see that the results from this full analysis indicate this consistent trend. We move from a baseline annual TDM of 85% down to 69% with an incremental reduction in between. I will note here that the rapid assessment model in the analysis we've done up to this point seems to be a little more optimistic in some of these, although that the trends for temperature dependent mortality reduction appear to be consistent. Next slide. So the next few slides here are just showing the depictions of the results from the full models. And we don't need to dwell too much on these here, but we can kind of use this information to understand components of the result outside of just that single annual temperature dependent mortality number. And in particular, if we advance between this slide and the next, we can see that there's differences in that bottom plot, and particularly the amount of the cooler colors, the green colors that show up, indicates that there is a broader space and time where the reds have a higher probability of survival. And that can be helpful for understanding the different, or understanding or prioritizing different timing and spatial distribution of red survival. And if we move on to the next slide, this shows a similar pattern, again, just an incremental improvement in the blue colors in that bottom plot. And next slide. So as I mentioned earlier, this rapid TDM framework is new and under current testing and refinement. And we expect to learn a lot through this challenging year and look forward to further iteration and comparison with the complex models to improve it. We'd also like to continue documentation and sensitivity analysis, and from a scientific perspective, work towards using this as a way to expanding our understanding of trends across multiple years and decades. Next slide. Just a few summary points. Again, I won't dwell on these too much, but using models is a good way to have an integrated tributary to TDM assessment method. And from a scientific perspective, we think it's really important to understand the drivers of TDM at just the not just the seasonal scale, but beyond. And the limitations of the current approach prompted us to explore other ways of doing this more quickly, especially so we can understand the effect of different uncertainties. And we'll continue working towards using this as a way to identify and help assist with guiding the traditional full complexity models in a seasonal framework as well. Next slide. Just reiterating, this is a new tool, and it's not meant to be a replacement for the trusted embedded models. And it's nothing from the rapid analysis framework should be construed as a prescription for a particular operation. It's just a way of understanding different sensitivities and trends, and hopefully it's useful in a way that we can test some of the outcomes and patterns through the more complex models. And next slide. The two final points, and I think this pertains to all modeling, not just the rapid analysis framework. But the first is that temperature dependent modeling and temperature modeling for the upper Sacramento River generally tends to not take into account some of the limits and constraints imposed by just the realities of operating the integrated CDP and SWP system. There are lots of constraints that we didn't impose in the modeling we've done, and so that's an important thing to consider. And then the final point then is there are also significant uncertainties, especially in things like meteorological conditions and distribution of reds that may affect the outcomes in real life that are in a way that we have not tested. Even though we've broadened the scope, there is still uncertainty. And with that, I think I will conclude, and I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. That's a lot to digest, and really interesting work that you and the center have been involved in. So I'm sure there'll be some questions. Who'd like to start?
Sure, I'll start. So I just want to thank you for clearly the significant amount of work that you've put into this over the last, well, I don't know how long you've been working on this tool, but in development of this tool. And it's really intriguing to the notion that we're able to now look at thousands of different scenarios and permutations, given all the caveats. You know, we don't know everything here, but it could be a really informative and helpful tool going forward. And so one of my initial questions anyway, is just about the tool itself. You know, it seems like your science center has a number of different models, and I know you explained that they're peer reviewed, and this one clearly is still to some degree in its infancy and under development. But have you made these tools available to the public generally, or do you plan to at some point in the near future? I understand that things take time to get over the finish line, but I'd just like to hear your perspective on that.
Sure. Yeah, and from my perspective, my hope is to be able to make some or part of this process more publicly available as the tool matures. The precise timeline for that, I'm not sure I can confidently attest to that right now. And I see that Eric popped on, and he may have some further insight or guidance on this question as well.
Yeah, hi, this is Eric Danner. I lead the biophysical ecology team at the Southwest Fisheries Science Center, and I work with James and also Miles Daniels on developing all these tools. And we have our current website, the CVTemp website, which incorporates some of these analyses. And our plan is to, as the tools mature and as they become more vetted, we will build more and more of those into the website. But in the longer term, we may also actually develop products that are that we can pass on to others to run themselves. All of that future is a little bit hazy at this point, but our goal is to make this information far more accessible.
Okay, I appreciate that. I've heard in recent months, I know there have been a number of discussions about the different tools that are available. I know Reclamation has some. Other parties have tools looking at different aspects of temperature projections, reservoir operations, TDM, and the like. And so, I'm certainly just one that is a proponent of transparency and making these tools generally available, acknowledging that they have different foundations, different assumptions, and they're not always going to agree. But having those tools out in the public domain, I think, is only going to be helpful down the road. So I appreciate that commitment. That's my question at the moment.
Others?
Just a clarifying question. I thought I heard you said during your presentation that the tool tends to underestimate temperature dependent mortality. Could you further expand upon that?
Yeah, so it tends to be a little more optimistic in that, and this is something we're continuing to analyze and look into more. Compared to the more complex models, it appears to be able to utilize the cold water a little more efficiently than I think happens in real life. And I think it's a result of the fact that there are simplifications to make the model run more quickly.
I'll ask some questions. One is, I saw that you in next steps had doing more sensitivity analysis, and I'm just interested if you already have some sense of sensitivity to different factors that and criteria that you including storage and releases and that kind of thing in terms of temperature dependent mortality results, or I mean, again, all the caveats to say that's really a big focus going forward. I'm just wondering what you're seeing already.
Yeah, so I can speak generally what we've seen from the analysis recently. We see that there is a sensitivity to the temperature targeting that we showed earlier in those plots, and that there is this an incremental benefit to releasing less water, particularly in the earlier summer months. I think that's qualitatively it makes sense that if we can hold more cold water back and have it available a little bit later, that is helpful. More broadly, in terms of the hydrology and the meteorology, those are important components too. And I think if you look at the variability in the colored dots on those plots, you see that there is substantial spread for a given operation just based on what the inflow to Shasta and the temperatures end up being throughout the summer. And so I think there is a substantial amount of sensitivity that is should be considered there as well.
Great, thanks. The other question, and this may be for other panelists that came before, but this seems like such a kind of game changer in terms of the tool ability to pull together so many things and be to the extent that we're able to fully develop and mature the tool and get the kind of refinements that we need on this. I'm just curious what that how the Bureau and DWR are looking, think that having this kind of tool might change things for the process that they have to do in terms of balancing and planning. Sorry to pull up other people. I don't know if they're still available.
White? Oh, Mr. Mooney, okay. Mr. Mooney, you appear to still be muted.
Oh, sorry, did I say DWP, DWR? I can do that. And yeah.
I guess we don't have, there we go.
There we go.
Mr. Mooney.
Yeah, I think when we look at this tool, it's a really good opportunity to look at the range of potential objectives we could set. And I think it helps us have a reasonable understanding of what we might be able to achieve or not achieve. I think when we look at it, we start adding some of the other requirements of the system on top, and it it narrows a lot of the potential there, but at least knowing what our options are and where we can kind of focus efforts to try to perform a little better for fisheries is extremely helpful. I think we're looking forward to seeing it develop, to get the chance to look under the hood and understand the assumptions it's making and how it's simplifying matters and how it's working, and gain some confidence on just the verification and validation elements of it. But it's been a great help this year.
If I can just jump in here again, and I just want to remind everybody that James and I are at the Southwest Fisheries Science Center, so we are an independent branch of NOAA, of NIMS, than the regulatory side of things. And so we take a very scientific approach to this work. We don't, we have the liberty with good reason for being able to not be distracted by many of the things that the real life requirements that the Bureau and other agencies have to deal with. And so we are just trying to get solutions and understand the drivers in the system. So and James's last slide, addressed that these models don't take into account the many multiple requirements that the Bureau and DWR have to take into account when they're managing their systems.
But just following up on that, couldn't you build that into the scenarios, like as we, to help with that portion as this matures? Am I understanding that right? You could build some of those, build the constraints in terms of maybe narrowing down the scenarios that you're running?
Absolutely. So our first run of this model was something like 20,000 scenarios, the vast majority of which were probably unrealistic. And those can be filtered out either beforehand or afterwards. For our initial investigations, though, we don't want to constrain it in any way so we can understand what the drivers are. But then for application, that would be different.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Ms. White, did you have something to add?
Yes, thank you. I couldn't unmute myself earlier. Thanks. Yeah, I wanted to echo a little bit of what Dave said, that we are very excited about this tool, but also bring up I think James mentioned in his that this, at least not yet, this is not a prescriptive approach of this is the best solution. I think one of the things that we balance or that we struggle with in any limited cold water pool year is risk trade-off. And so I think one of the biggest benefits of this tool is trying to help us kind of focus on if you were to prioritize temperature-dependent mortality as the highest objective, how do the other risks fall out? And this tool has been really great at helping us identify that. And I think you'll hear a little bit more about that in some of the later presentations. And I think that's a big thing that we're looking for feedback on, is just given these results and I know we've only done limited full simulation scenarios, but given these, how should we be looking at risks?
Great.
Just so I'm following that makes so much sense. So it means that you can, again, sort of narrow in which scenarios you're looking at to understand also which factors may have the biggest impact on mortality, but then also, I think, obviously balance that with all of the goals that you're having to manage. Yeah, that's so helpful. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, and also the biological risks. I think you'll hear about this in a little bit, but I don't think that we had been talking about scenarios. I think, Eric, you were showing scenarios with shoulder temps of 59 degrees, and I think runs have been done with higher temperatures. That's something we hadn't been talking about. And of course, that's going to come with its own risks, which will be talked about later in the presentation. But given the results that we're seeing, it kind of helps inform what that risk is and how we should be analyzing it.
Okay, great. Thank you. This may be a silly question, but, and Vice Chair, I think you are helping me understand this, but just in terms of, those temperature targets, if we're only looking at winter run, which obviously is the priority because of the danger, how does that impact, are we able to look at how that may impact the ability to meet temperature for fall run? Can you just help me understand a little bit how those sort of temperature targetings relate and may have to balance against each other? Again, I understand winter run's the priority here.
Yeah, I can, just say from the modeling perspective, we go through in these simulations, we go through the end of the year. So we have information on temperatures going through the fall. And so, up to this point, our focus has been on the winter run, but the information is there for further analysis.
And I would just follow up that because it is a full reservoir simulation as well, that tells you what the end of September storage will be, and you can then use that for planning purposes for the following years. And not to digress too much, but there are other simulations that we can run with this model, such as what are the advantages of pulse flows, of releases of more water in the spring that would benefit out-migrating salmon at the cost potentially of cold water in the summer. And all of those, all those take many simulations. So this is a tool that could work for that as well.
Mr. Mooney, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I think one of the conditions we see coming into the fall is just a much greater spread of hydrology and meteorology variability. So in general, when we start to see the very specific temperature modeling, we tend to go back to more of the guidelines and historical experience, just because it tends to have a little bit more challenging for us to rely upon those models. But I think, at least in my distant past, being a modeler myself, I'm hopeful that we can get some tools to help us navigate that.
Anything else, Board Member Firestone?
No, I mean, I don't know if DWR wanted to weigh in, but fine if not, happy to move forward. That was really helpful.
I actually had a follow-up question for you, Mr. Mooney. So you had talked about earlier that the focus on fall run is more red dewatering. And in some of I just want to take advantage of your presence at this point, because I think that there may be some discussion later about shifting on schedule for transfers. And I'm not quite following that 5% reduction scenario. I know for the temperature, you had in one of your slides, Mr. Gilbert, a window, but I don't know on the 5% what the window is for those reductions. So just if you could, if Mr. Mooney or Mr. Gilbert comment on the period of time for the 5% reduction, and also that issue of transfers and any voluntary actions that might be taken that could impact the red dewatering time frame of concern.
So in terms of the modeling, we used a 5% reduction through, it ended in September, in terms of reducing the releases. And that the temperature targeting over that period was the same as in the first temperature targeting scenario. Is that what you're asking about?
So it runs on the 5% reduction, it runs the entire length?
So it goes, the reduction ends in September. So it goes back to the baseline flows at the end of September.
So at this stage in the year, where we don't have a full temperature management plan, we don't know the stratification, we have assumptions we make on what kind of additional capability these types of actions might add. And so when we look at some just hypothetical windows of maintaining 56 for a longer period of time, we look at if we are doing these transfers and we're seeing a reduction in these early season releases, we think that helps us extend that temperature window by a couple of weeks. And so that's kind of how we judge the benefit of this action. Part of that is then discussed with the fish agencies on it's moving flows from one point in time to another point in time. And that does have some consequences for the conditions that the fall run set up in. And so we work pretty extensively with those folks who are transferring water to try to minimize those consequences and adapt to better support the fall run too for the red dewatering.
Okay, great.
I don't know if that was too much down the rabbit hole or not.
No, that's helpful. Thank you. Okay, and then I just want to reiterate that I too think that it'd be important. Thank you all for your work on this. This is just appears to be a great opportunity, and thank you for your commitment to share the tool, you know, as it progresses. But in particular, I've just been, and I know others share this as well, just really grateful for the increased discussion and collaboration within the Sacramento River Temperature Management Task Force, and then also with the Sacramento River Science Partnership, some increased dialogue there. And so just asking that you also work with those entities as you share more information about this tool.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And let's move on now to development of a draft temperature management plan, Bureau of Reclamation, Liz Kiddick. Mr. Loeffler, did you?
Vice Chair Diadamo, the one thing I wanted to just alert the board to is I know we were planning for a hard break at about noon, and the upcoming presentation should last about 20 minutes, which will put us right up against that timeline. It may push us in terms of any questions the board members have. So I just wanted to give you a chance to pause and think about whether you wanted to do this one before or after the noontime break.
Well, I think if we could just do the presentation and then pause for questions. I know we've got quite a few commenters at the end of the day, and so would like to just kind of keep things moving along.
Terrific.
So we'll just take the presentation, but jot down your questions for after the lunch break, okay?
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Kiddick.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Liz Kiddick. I'm the Chief of our Water Operations Division for the Central Valley Operations Office. We have a group of engineers, operators. We divide responsibilities into the northern system, which includes Trinity, Whiskeytown, and Shasta management, the American River system, which is Folsom Reservoir, the New Melones system, New Melones Reservoir, and then we have a Delta operator who manages all the requirements and pumping operations in the Delta and the coordination with the State Water Project as well in the Delta. Next slide, please. So our temperature management process typically begins in February. By that time, we have 2 months of precipitation under our belt. In California, our main months for precipitation are December, January, February, and March. So we get a what we call a water supply indexed forecast from the Department of Water Resources, actually beginning December 1st and continuing every month through May. The December 1st forecast is just based on conditions from the previous year and any kind of precipitation that may have occurred before December 1st. And the January 1 forecast, we're starting to get some snow information, snow pillow information, starting to do a few snow surveys, but the February 1 forecast is the most complete snow survey forecast. So, and typically, as I say, it has taken into account precipitation that we may have received in December and January. So it's giving us a pretty good indication to start off of how the year might turn out. This year, February, both indices for the Sac Valley and the San Joaquin Valley were indicating a critical year. This is very concerning to get that so early in the year. We were concerned in February about carryover storage at Shasta. Indications were then at the end of September storage would be 1.4 million acre feet, which is quite low for Shasta. Of the most concern we were seeing is that storage in both Shasta Reservoir and Folsom would not get high enough to be able to use our temperature control devices for both of those reservoirs to the fullest extent. Unless we have enough storage in both of those reservoirs, for Shasta, we are unable to use the upper temperature control device gates, and that really limits the amount of blending we can do to achieve temperatures downstream. In Folsom, we have a similar situation. We don't have as complicated a temperature control device. We called them shutters, but it was the same situation. The storage was not high enough at Folsom to be able to use the upper set of temperature shutters there either. So this was quite concerning very early on. We had reservoir releases at minimums in February. We did have some actions that we had to take to meet delta outflow that month, but we were able to reduce exports and achieve the delta outflow standard. Moving on to March, the March 1 WSI forecast also indicated critical for both the Sac Valley and the San Joaquin. We did do an initial temperature modeling run in March just to see where we were going to land in the temperature tier selection. The February forecast was indicating a potential tier 3 or tier 4. March pretty much solidified the tier 4 year. And we also had a decrease in the projected inflows in March. So we were looking at an end of September storage at Shasta of 1.3 million acre feet. So about 100,000 acre feet lower than the previous month. We began because we had concerns, and we also, there was no use of the upper gates at either of the reservoirs for the March forecast. So we began what we called the meet and confer meetings with a lot of different entities to start talking about early actions that we could take. We were very concerned about temperature operations for the summer, just given the low storage and the inability to fully use the temperature control devices. So these meetings began in March, and some of the actions that we came up with were the shifting the water transfers and shifting the timing of the release and the export of that water, a warm water power bypass at Shasta. Typically when we talk about a power bypass, it's a cold water bypass. So we're using, bypassing the power plant in order to achieve colder water releases downstream. But in this case, because we're limited by the use of the upper gates at the TCD, we have river outlet valves that are higher on the face of the dam than the elevation of the middle gate. So the thought was to use these to take warm water from the top layer of the reservoir and mix it with colder water, and thereby preserve some of the colder water for later in the season. Another early action is to install temperature curtains over the middle gates of the temperature control device. These were installed during the drought. They were actually manufactured and designed to hang from on the temperature control device and be secured so to help prevent warm water leakage through those middle gates. So we do have a plan in place to get those installed this year. After the drought ended, those curtains were basically rolled up on the face of the TCD and secured in place. So they're already there. We need to get a contractor in to put those in place for the coming year. And the other things we were doing in March was meeting with the Sac River Temperature Task Group and begin discussions of the development of the temperature management plan. And in April, the month we're in, I should say in March as well, we did have a lot of issues in the Delta trying to meet Delta outflow. We did end up having to increase releases from the Shasta. We only increased Shasta about 250 CFS. We did increase releases at Folsom, and in the Delta, we ended up having to cycle a unit at our pumping plant, and the state went to minimal pumping at Banks to try and achieve the Delta outflow standards. And as was mentioned earlier, this cycling of a unit is very hard on our infrastructure, and it's something that we do kind of as a last resort. And we ended up doing quite a bit of it in March, so we do have a lot of concerns about continuing that any longer. It's just, it risks a failure of some of those units. Okay, on our April 1 forecast, still in critical condition for both of the indices. We did do a warm water bypass test at the beginning of April. I'll discuss that a little bit more on the next slide. And we're also starting our discussions with the Sac River Temperature Task Group on the development of the draft temperature management plan. There is a SRTTG group meeting tomorrow, and we do plan on having a draft plan by the end of the month. Next slide, please. So here's a diagram of the basically the face of the dam and the position of the temperature control device and the river outlets. So as I was saying, the river outlets are slightly higher than the middle gates. There's about a 24-foot difference in the center line between the center line of the middle gates and the center line of the river outlets. When we did our test bypass in early April, there was a 4.4 degree temperature differential between the water coming out of the outlets and the water from the middle gates. So this showed us that we could get warmer water out through the outlets, and we actually started that bypass this last week on Sunday, starting with just one outlet, and then we added a second outlet on yesterday, and we'll be adding a third outlet tomorrow, and we'll go to full bypass on Friday. Next slide, please. On the right is a photo of the test of the bypass. That was a full bypass. We shut down the power plant for 12 hours and ran all the water through the river outlets. And the graph on the right, you can see the water coming out of the river outlets was about 54.2 degrees Fahrenheit, whereas the water from the middle gates was almost 50 degrees, 49.8. This last week with the temperature profile that we received, the temperature differential was about 7 degrees. So that tells us that those warm upper layers of the reservoir are already warming up. And we should get another profile this week, and we expect that it will probably even be a greater a greater difference in temperatures between the river outlets and the middle gate. So that will help with temperature blending and with preserving some of that cold water for later on. Because when we don't have use of those upper gates, this time of year, we're typically blending water from the upper gates with the middle gates, or maybe even using the full upper gates because we don't need super cold water yet. And not having the ability to use upper gates really limits the amount of flexibility we have with the TCD. Next slide, please. So this is the diagram that Dave Mooney showed earlier. So what we're hoping to get out of the temperature task group tomorrow is some more scenarios to evaluate. We need to know, what the time span is that would be best for the coldest, to aim for the coldest water temperatures. And on the shoulders, the beginning and ending shoulder periods, what should those temperatures be? We have had some scenarios provided to us by our Bay Delta office that we have evaluated, and those will be presented tomorrow at the SRTTG meeting. But we are looking for input from NIMS and for other participant experts in the SRTTG to guide us in developing the strategy of how we're going to operate this year. And one thing we are concerned about is once you pull the side gates on the temperature control device, you basically lose any more control over any kind of blending. You get what you get out of the reservoir. And the earlier you pull those, then as I say, the less control you have. So our strategy typically is to extend the pulling of those gates as far as possible into the fall, and that gives us the most flexibility. But in a year like this, with a limited cold water pool, that can be very difficult to prolong, and we may be looking at an earlier pull of the side gates. And so then that the temperature then after that point is basically dependent on how much cold water is left in the reservoir, how quickly we move down through the stratified layers and start pulling warm water in, and also heavily dependent on meteorological conditions, so the ambient air temperatures and the warming of the water as it's released from Keswick and as it moves down through the river. And that's the end of my presentation. Does anyone have any questions?
Perfect timing there. Thank you so much. Ms. Keddick, we're going to break for lunch now and then come back and give an opportunity for questions. I do see also on the panel that you had Stephen Murano with NIMS. And Stephen, I don't see you here, but if you have anything to add, we'll have you go first right after reconvene at 1 o'clock. And so for those that are interested in, as I am, in following the governor's announcement, you can go on his Facebook page, and we will see you all at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
hopefully we'll be able to begin the board meeting again momentarily, trying to make sure that we can get everyone rounded up. Hello, Vice Chair Diadamo.
Hello.
Mr. Webb, I see that you have your hand up. If you would like, you're welcome to send an email to the clerk. But just for everybody's expectation, we have a number of panels that we're going to be going through before we'll be opening up the public forum for comment. So if you're having a technical issue or you have some scheduling issues you want us to know about, you can just send an email to the clerk of the board, janine.townsend@waterboards.ca.gov. She was the one who had shared the Zoom credentials with you.
Mr. Loeffler, are we waiting on anything else?
At this point in time, Vice Chair Diadamo, I think you could go ahead and commence. I expect we'll have Chair Esquivel join us later, but we can resume with the panels.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. It's now 1:05 and we will reconvene. And before doing so, I'll just make a couple of brief points about the event that Chair Esquivel was at, joining Governor Newsom and the team of officials from the state that have been working with the governor over these past months, excuse me, on drought and drought-related preparedness. The governor signed an executive order as a drought preparedness executive order, stating very clearly that we are not at this time in a statewide drought emergency and that California is better prepared for drought than in the past. He did go over some of the things that we heard about today, so I won't be repetitive about this being our second dry year of drought conditions. But he did talk a lot about how today's action will help us all as a state better prepare for a possible third dry year. And while we're not experiencing a statewide drought at this time, the governor is declaring a regional statewide drought emergency at this time. The governor is declaring today a regional state of emergency in Mendocino and Sonoma counties due to the acutely dry conditions in the Russian River watershed. He also was there with a group of local officials as well and encouraged ongoing collaboration and partnerships. Hopefully, Chair Esquivel will be able to rejoin us before the conclusion of today's workshop and add any other comments. So with that, we'll continue. And I just want to check with on the before we concluded on the development of the draft temperature management plan. Did Stephen Murano from National Marine Fisheries, Mr. Murano, did you have anything to add?
I did, just briefly, and I know that Reclamation asked me to make a few comments from a fisheries perspective. I'll be really brief. I know there's a lot of important presentations and comments this afternoon, but maybe it's a good opportunity to summarize what we heard this morning. And so what I would take home, I would summarize it as the real keys that I've heard people talk about are temperature targets, the power bypass, changes in release patterns, and some careful TCD operations. So the sensitivity analysis that pointed towards temperature targets of 53.5 to 54.5, a window length of 12 to 16 weeks, and shoulder temperatures of greater than 56. Those shoulder temperatures aren't unlimited. The power bypass, for example, could be very useful early in the season, and the fisheries agencies have strongly supported aggressively, for example, a 90% power bypass being implemented, but it'll need to be reevaluated weekly as the river warms, since the temperature targets, if they are too high, could ultimately decrease egg or sperm fitness in the holding adults, so before they've actually spawned. We also need to be aware that warmer April and May temperatures could defer peak spawning, which creates some uncertainty later in the season. So it's a useful tool, but we need to use it with, there's a lot of nuances to applying it. The changes in release patterns, those will be talked about, I think, more eloquently by the settlement contractors and others this afternoon. And so I would just recap to say that these tools appear to give us the opportunity to drive down temperature dependent mortality from the 80 to 90% range down to something like the 60 to 70% range. And like the governor said at noon, we've only recently emerged from the last drought. And so now that we're in consecutive dry years, I'd say the fisheries agencies are very eager to communicate and to coordinate and work quickly to get a temperature management plan in place.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Can you mention again the range of temperature mortality that is expected with the actions that you just went through?
Yeah, so at the initial SRTTG meetings, they had presented numbers that were approaching about 90%. And it appears that there might be the possibility of driving that down. James has talked about how we very clearly need to run these through the full modeling frameworks to actually confirm that. But it appears that it's possible to get a 10 or 20% reduction in temperature dependent mortality by implementing some of those actions that were being discussed this morning and will be elaborated on this afternoon.
Great. Okay, thank you for that. All right, any questions?
If you could just clarify, because I think some of the presentation we saw earlier included in the Science Center's model runs included an additional scenario where there was a 5% reduction in deliveries. And so I was wondering, does the numbers you just shared with us about the projected improvement in temperature dependent mortality to 60 to 70%, does that include that assumption of the 5% reduction in deliveries?
Yeah, so the numbers that James presented, recall there was a base temperature number that was about 85%, right? And then a temperature target one that targeted about 54 degrees with a shoulder of 59 for 14 weeks. That reduced it down to about 78%, so from 85 down to 78. And then adding on top of that, the 5% reduction brought it down to about 69%. So those are the numbers he presented. And I believe that some of the later presentations that will have maybe some more specific details about possible transfers could have more granular information.
Okay, thank you. And then just another quick question is, one thing I've heard, it's very encouraging and to hear about the new suite of tools that Reclamation is looking at and actually embracing here. I think the best example today is that power bypass pilot, and carefully implementing that and seeing that roll out is good. And I'm really glad to hear that, and I hope it goes well. I really do. I heard though that, obviously there are some trade-offs with this decision. we're talking today, we're focused on Salmonid survival, but just I was wondering if Ms. Kiddick could perhaps just comment on the power costs that are associated with this type of activity, just so everyone has a sense for those types of trade-offs that we're considering.
Yeah, this is Liz again. There are power costs associated with the power bypass, upwards of $7 million. So this is very concerning to the power customers. And another concern of theirs is that they're having to replace this relatively green hydro energy with other energy on the market that maybe is not so eco-friendly. So I know that's a concern there. So yeah, and I think we have this bypass potentially lasting through the end of May, and that's highly dependent on what temperatures we get from the bypass. So it could very well, you know, cut off earlier than that. But that was, I believe that cost estimate took the bypass through the end of May.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
I had a follow-up on that point. So many of these agencies are under requirements for reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. So do you have an estimate if they were to replace, if the power suppliers were to, or the agencies were to replace hydro with other green energy sources, what the impact would be?
No, I don't. I didn't hear any figures for that.
Okay. All right. Other questions?
I have a question, and again, I'm newer to this, so forgive me if these are simplistic. So for the temperature management planning, I know one of the challenges, at least my understanding, is that a lot of decisions have to be made earlier in the year than when a temperature management plan is finalized, and then, you know, we have 10 days to approve it. And, you know, again, my understanding is we don't have perfect information early on when we have to make decisions. And so that's inherent challenge to this. Do we already, though, have kind of some actions and lessons learned, you know, a set of like temperature management actions to address problems that we expect to come up with Tier 4 that could be kind of a draft very early on in the year that could be based on you know, some I don't know, like contingency triggers. Obviously would need to be adaptive management, but my understanding is, you know, you have to, as your operators, you have to make these adjustments all the time. And I'm wondering if earlier on in the year, especially as you're seeing, you know, that Tier 4 may be likely, if there's, you know, some early draft that could be developed that maybe has a couple of scenarios with actions, and maybe this already happens, I don't know. So could you talk a little bit more about how you manage that with the timing challenges of the temperature management plans?
Ms. White or Mr. Mooney? Yeah, it looks like we need to address audio here. Mr. Loeffler?
Yeah, we are in the process of inviting Mr. Mooney to unmute again, and we'll move him back up to co-host status.
Thank you.
And Ms. White too, I think.
I think we have what we call our drought toolkit. It's probably a little less formal than most folks would hope to see. Some of those actions are already identified, like working with the fish agencies for planning on increased intake into Livingstone National Fish Hatchery as kind of our backup plan. And then some of the other measures working with the Sac River settlement contractors that you've seen, in addition to trying to use some of the conservative forecasts, which aren't so conservative this year. Oh, Kristen, is there something else I think we should be covering?
You have to unmute her again.
Okay, there we go. I was given permission to unmute. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's a really great question and one that we really struggle with. When it actually comes to temperature management planning as to where you can meet what temperature, really we don't have a good idea until two things happen. One, until we know how much precip and runoff we think we might get, which, as Liz mentioned, our largest months for precip are December through March. And then two, getting some idea about how the reservoir is going to stratify. And the stratification, we can make some projections on, but those projections are based on storage. So making those estimates, say in December or January, before you've seen your wettest months, can have, I mean, the range, as you saw from Molly's presentation of what we looked at in February versus what we're looking at this year. Back in February, it was still feasible that we could be in a wet year. So the range can be huge, which then leads you to, okay, well, if we always plan on conservative, then you're basically going to have the same plan every December and January. Because absent just an extremely wet December and January, your 90% is always going to say that it's really bad. And so you're always going to be looking at those really poor conditions, which leads you to the drought toolkit, which Dave mentioned. So I think once we start getting an idea, especially once we've gone through December, January, then we're sitting in February with a 2-week forecast, and that's showing, so that's covering over half of the wettest months. If that's showing that it's getting unlikely, that's when we start having all of those discussions, as Liz went through all those early management, early action brainstorming sessions. So, but it's definitely a balance. I mean, we think about the potential of going into the drought starting the previous year of every year, which is why, of course, nobody knew what the hydrology was going to be like. So, but we did all know that there's a risk of it being dry, which is why we tried to ramp down to our lowest minimum flow as soon as we could in close coordination with the fishery agencies who are monitoring the reds and the Sacramento River settlement contractors who were modifying diversions. So that's kind of the first action is assume it's a drought and ramp down as quickly as you can. But then beyond that, try to have some idea about where we're going before we make large commitments of resources to start implementing actions, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So, I mean, it seems like, especially increasingly, we have more and more experience with this because it's gotten more common, and we recently went through a more prolonged drought. So it seems like, so is the drought toolkit kind of the range of actions that you would plan on having to implement or bring to bear, depending on as you see those as the season progresses?
Yeah, I'll answer and then let Dave fill in. So I think we're expecting our first draft of this to be completed in August, so it's still under development right now. But the way that what's being put together is here's the action, here's what it's expected to do, here are the limitations on when you could implement this action, here are the things that should be considered and the process that would have to be followed in order to implement it. And the idea is that you get a kind of a booklet of all of those actions, and then as you start getting into things, so you're sitting in February, and we just had, the driest December and January on record. So what are our options? We start pulling that out and saying, okay, what are the things that aren't huge commitments? What can we start thinking about now, such as the temperature curtain that Liz talked about? That's a relatively minor cost in order to install that. I mean, I guess minor is relative, but it's a cost of installation because we've already purchased the construction of it. That was the bigger cost. So now that it's there, it's a minor cost to implement it. So that's kind of an easier one that we can say, okay, that can be part of the plan. It's got an easy process, and even if it gets wetter, we're not really losing resources by starting that planning effort and figuring out when that can get installed. But some of the other ones are much bigger, like power bypass, as Liz mentioned. You really want to make sure you're doing that when the reservoir is warm enough up top to have an impact, and when the potential reward is offsetting the risks, and not just the financial risk, but also the risk that Stephen Murano mentioned with affecting some of that egg development and whatnot.
Okay. So, and it seems like one of the most one of the, I don't know, what the factors that could have the biggest impact is timing of releases, and that's a much more extreme or significant action to have to take. And so, but it also is one where decisions have to be made early. And so I'm wondering if there's, I'm just thinking about the press conference, I think in Mendocino, they were saying they had, they called it forecast informed reservoir operations, which is, it sounds like, at least the way that they described it was pretty unique, and a lot of work went into developing it. But can you just help me understand more how we, how you approach being able to have those kind of ready operations depending on how that continues to evolve, from week to week. At least, again, I'm newer to this, so I may be asking this wrong, but it seems like that's the goal of where we want to go, and I'm sure you do that to some extent, but it sounds like each year to year, you're also trying to pull out a toolkit and figure out what is the right specifics. But is there the opportunity or tools yet, or do you see that as something feasible to get if there aren't yet, to have that kind of more, get things lined up so you can have more of a forecast operations plan? Maybe you already have that.
Well, I think there's some tools and practices that so there, almost all of these are hard trade-offs. They're, somebody's impacted, or the species or the environment's, experiencing impact, and it takes us a lot to work through it. There's some that we've done that already, and so then we incorporate it into part of our long-term operation and say, this is all we've agreed to. I think the expansion of the fall transfer window, some of the red dewatering practices, looking at how we do or don't open up the Delta Cross Channel gates, and more of those extreme events. Those are ones that we've, taken to heart and figured out how to incorporate, so it's less of a scramble. I think what you see in the drought toolkit are ones that we haven't been able to provide that full coverage and process. And so a lot of it is active discussions and collaborations about where do we do the trade-off and the impacts, and we don't have the opportunity to figure out how we mitigate or reduce or avoid some of those, to where it can just be a standard practice that requires a lot less effort. Is that fair, Kristen?
Yeah, and I might also mention our goal is to minimize releases during the winter months, pretty much until May. That's always something we're shooting for. We're more successful in it when there's just a little bit of precip, but unlike this year. But one of the things that we have seen the most correlation with temperature management is how high we can get May storage, and particularly how high we can access those upper shutters that Liz mentioned in her presentation. So that's a big goal that we have, that we're taking regardless of what kind of year we're in. Lucky for us, the irrigation demands, particularly the ones that are driven by CVP allocations, don't pick up until probably mid-May timeframe. So usually we have the opportunity to see how high that storage gets before those deliveries start happening. So we do make initial allocations in February, but as you saw this year, they're not they're not final, obviously, until we're more confident about the water supply. We do try to make them based on conservative assumptions, but sometimes things come in less than 90% exceedance. So that's what we saw this year. But those diversions don't typically pick up till May, so that allows us to see how high the reservoir can get. But as Molly mentioned, the significant challenges we had with delta outflow in March and April meant we had to start going up from our minimum releases in March, which was very unfortunate.
Great, thanks for walking me through.
Okay, I think we'll move along here. And before doing that, Mr. Lawford, do you have any sense of how many commenters we have? Because if I look at the list, it includes a lot of the presenters. So I just want to get a sense.
Sure, Vice Chair Diadamo. We have approximately 33 public speakers in addition to the panelists. Many of them, probably about 10, have indicated speak if necessary.
Okay, great. We will try to move along here. Thank you for that. Next is a public presentation panel of Sacramento River settlement contractors. We will be hearing from Thad Bentner, Louis Bear, Lee Bergfeld, and Mike Diaz representing the contractors. Good afternoon, Mr. Bentner.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Appreciate the opportunity. Hopefully just do a sound check. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Great. We'll want to thank you and the other board members and your staff just for the invitation and ability to speak with you all today. I think we have about 30 minutes. Given how late things are going, we'll try and get through this quicker, hopefully. But again, just want to appreciate the time. Certainly want to appreciate the previous panels, our partners that we're working with, both Reclamation, NIMS, the Science Center. It's been a challenging year so far, but I think just as a group, we've had almost, it feels like daily engagement on different issues. So again, just appreciate their willingness to partner on solutions for this year. You know, I think it's certainly a tough year. We, the settlement contractors, and we'll talk a little bit more about who we are just for a few of the board members who aren't familiar with us. But certainly for us, you know, certainly we are a solution-oriented group. I mean, we've been working on collaboration and ridgetop to rivermouth water management. I think it's something we would like at some point to talk to your board about when things aren't as tense and challenging as they are today. So at some point in the future, maybe this year, we could give you some more details about all the things that we're working on, which are pretty exciting. And then I think just third, I think we just empathize with you about just the tough decisions that have to get made. I think, you know, daily we're having to balance the different needs that are out there and just understanding that you as a board also have to make those. So certainly we empathize with that challenge. And, you know, just as this week, you know, we've been having conversations with a lot of the bird folks wondering what the winter looks like and, you know, how much food and water will be available for birds coming down, given the conditions up in Klamath. You know, we're working with nymphs on river studies right now on migrating fish. We're talking to CDFW about giant garter snake and how to protect them this year. You know, working with Nature Conservancy on groundwater and Sigma recharge projects. You know, the list goes on. So knowing that certainly today it's important to talk about winter run and temperature dependent mortality and those operations, just there's other, you know, needs that we're also trying to attend to as a group of contractors in the Sacramento Valley. So with that, next slide. Just kind of here's the agenda we wanted to cover, and there will be 4 of us. I didn't think you'd want to hear just one of us because we could lull you to sleep. So hopefully we'll try and keep it a little bit entertaining with different speakers and different voices and stuff. But we just want to talk a bit again about us and our history. I'll cover that. Louis Bear will talk just about our salmon recovery program and the things that we're doing, which are really exciting, as well as kind of the planning that we're putting in place this year. So I think while potentially the morning gave you maybe a menu of different things, we can talk about more specifics about what we think is the path forward, how we're using models, And then just really looking forward, you know, it is action. So everything we want to talk about is action oriented versus kind of static feeling. So next slide. So I think it's just important for us. I mean, I know we tend to get signaled out quite a bit. I think that's good and bad. One, I think it's good because we have a lot of opportunities to help address a lot of the problems that exist. But I think the other thing is we also kind of feel like, you know, we're not at the table, we're being served at the table. So it's kind of, it's always that interesting dynamic. But I think for us, you know, just so you all know, I mean, one, we are contractors with historical water rights. So a lot of our water rights go back to the 1800s. We, you know, pre-existed before the California Water Plan, which became the CBP or part of the CBP. You know, and then Shasta Dam was built before a lot of these water rights were really settled with the project. But our water rights have been extensively studied and documented. So certainly we have a lot of information that was done in the 50s to do that. And all of our predecessors, both ours and yours, worked on State Board Decision 990, which basically set the water rights for the CBP, but also sort of directed all of us to enter into what ultimately became the settlement contracts. And that's sort of what we rely on today, which are part and parcel based on a lot of those historic water rights. All the water that we get currently served from reclamation is less than our underlying water right. And again, I think we want to make sure as we go forward, we're using our water and water rights in conjunction with reclamation as a partner to be collaborative and solution oriented here. But I think the other thing is, and Luis will talk a little bit more about the things that we're really committed to doing. I think the other thing is though, is when we try and work on a plan together with all the agencies as a group and say, here's how we need to move forward. I think we're all doing that, knowing that we're all part of owning how things go or what outcomes are. So I think, you know, the other thing is sometimes it feels like, well, if things don't go right, we need to be the ones that have to fix everything, or, you know, our water has to be the one that fixes everything. So, you know, we want to be, again, partners, but again, we don't want to be the shock absorber when things don't go exactly as everybody thought they would. So that I'll turn it over to Luis to go through our next few slides.
Okay, can folks hear and see me? I'm not seeing myself pop up there, but I will just proceed. I see Thad nodding. And so, well, I want to start off, frankly, by addressing my optimism and making sure folks don't think that I'm happy about the hydrology or the situation we're all in. It would sure be a lot nicer if it was wet. My optimism, frankly, comes from the standpoint that I think salmon recovery on the Sacramento River is very possible. In fact, I think the targets we have for salmon performance are well below where they should be. You know, when I look at the annual plots of numbers of salmon returning on the Sacramento River, I think we should be 10 times that. We shouldn't be targeting 50,000 fish as a good year. We should be targeting 500,000. This is a river at one time that produced 1 million plus fish, and it can do that again. Right now, it doesn't provide the environmental services that our salmon need. And in some years, the driest years, it doesn't allow spawning and redding. And when we think about climate change, it makes it even harder. And so I want to try to put in context what I think it looks like to re-envision salmon in the Sacramento Valley so that they're at a healthy phase, that we have 500,000 or 1 million fish returning on the Sacramento River, providing plenty of fish, frankly, for the commercial fishery. We lost 80% of our commercial fishery between 1920 and 1930 when we completed the flood control system. And it means that if we can unwind some of the impacts with that, we can have a very healthy commercial fishery. We can have a very healthy sport fishery. In fact, something that we're not even really currently contemplating as a possibility. And I think what's exciting right now is that there's interest in investing in the infrastructure and renewing the natural processes, kind of greening up our existing infrastructure. It's an opportunity we haven't had in a long time. And so when you see the backdrop of some of the activities that I'm going to speak to, that's what the mindset that I have is not how we deal with temperature this very year as the #1 priority, But the number one priority is this long-term vision of a salmon fishery on the Sacramento River that we can all be proud of. So I want to dive into some of the details. So the first is on temperature actions. This is not a spring activity. This is a year-round mindset and activity. And when we have low storage in the fall, I know as Sac River settlement contractor managers, what we're thinking about is how do we target spring storage levels that are, you know, the best they can possibly be. And that's why our cooperation with the Bureau, as you've heard, started last fall. It had an impact on birds and on winter flooding and wetlands, but we were able to reduce our diversions so that the releases from Shasta could get to a minimum release as early as possible and with as little effect on fall run as possible. There's some trade-offs. It meant that some of our fish food programs and some of our winter waterbird programs were delayed, but we felt with a low storage level last year that that was a prudent program. And so Board Member Firestone, you mentioned the different types of actions we could take. I think you have to filter those a little bit with a calendar. And I think you were inferring that this is one of those that comes up in the August timeframe or even earlier that we're all planning for. So you can kind of think about an action plan, if you will, that works around the around the full year on the calendar. So that fall action that we took deferred 45,000 acre feet from October to November, and it allowed for like I said, the early minimum release. And over the winter certainly helped protect carryover storage. And even though we're not in a great place right now, I think we're in a place where we can come up with a not ideal, but a potential operations where we don't have to abandon in-river spawning of winter run because we have a slightly better storage than we would have otherwise if we had said, we hadn't reached a minimum release from Shasta. We also looked at other temperature actions, certainly a delayed start to irrigation, which was one of the actions back in 2015, where we kind of moved some water from April to May. When we did the modeling on that, it didn't show a benefit, so that's one of them that dropped out early. And then we also looked at the power bypass and transfers. I think there's been a lot of discussion about power bypass, the trade-offs there. But also transfers allow us to move water from our diversion schedule, which would start in April, to more of a release schedule to the buyers that wouldn't start until later in the year. So holding that cold water in storage. And we have done what we think we can to maximize those transfers to help with temperature this year. Second thing I'd like to talk about is temperature forecasting tools. In 2015, we did not have the model that the Sac River settlement contractors helped develop or helped fund the development of. We didn't have the modeling framework that the Bureau has organized. I think that's really an important distinction because the clarity that those models can provide is much better than we had in 2014 and 2015. They allow us to look at things like the temperature bypass in more detail. And I really want to emphasize that that model was developed in a really open forum. We had everybody engaged and involved over 2.5 years. We got everybody's input. That model has been made available to everybody to use and to make improvements on, to vet any issues. And I really think that's the model for the types of tools and processes that we need to see. Everybody collaboratively working together to make those improvements. I'm really excited about that tool, and I think it's making a difference this year. So another thing that I think we're really excited about, and well, sorry, I was skipping the third button. You've heard, third bullet, you've heard the discussions about the meet and confer process. So that really started in March. And that is a process that came out of the biological opinions when they were redrafted. And what it really, the intent of that is we would all get together in years like this and put everything on the table and work through those options. And that's really part of the rest of the conversation. The meet and confer process started with National Marine Fisheries Service and the Bureau and us. And pretty quickly, frankly, we've seen lots of the decision makers want to be part of that process because it's been a terrifically constructive environment where we're willing to put everything on the table and discuss through that. So number 6, I'm sorry, the Sacramento River Science Partnership. A little bit of the backstory on this. We were actually in Washington, D.C. about 3 years ago, and we're talking to the National Marine Fisheries Service about how much better we could all operate if we were in a room together. We were developing science together. We were sharing our ideas and thoughts, you know, not giving up autonomy, but coordinating all of our efforts. And that really is the foundation for the Sacramento River Science Partnership. I think it's been terrifically exciting. There's now a science plan that has been developed, and there are more than 30 priority actions to develop uncertainty or answers to some of the uncertainties in our system. They have folks working together just like we had envisioned, so that we kind of have this shared conversation around uncertainty and the details of how to resolve that. And I think it's a really healthy conversation that I would just encourage more and more folks to be a part of. It's an open forum and everybody is welcome. So the restoration projects. So this is really what I get excited about, because I think this is the vision for salmon beyond just what we're talking about today. This is a salmon run on the Sacramento River that we could all be proud of. And it frankly could use everybody in this room, all of the panels here, working together, putting their shoulder behind to implement. I think now is the time to do this. It generally follows National Marine Fisheries Services Salmon Recovery Program, and it looks at all stages of the salmon life cycle, which is critically important because frankly, right now, most of the stages of salmon in our Sacramento River are fairly hostile to fish, but they're not things that we can't correct. We can correct these issues, and we can have a better river system for salmon and a vibrant salmon fishery. So the Sac River settlement contractors over the last 5 years have been implementing side channel and spawning gravel habitat projects in the upper Sacramento River. Recently, the Bureau of Reclamation has seen those investments through some of their structured decision-making as very valuable for helping with the salmon population. And so they prioritize some additional funding, and they put out a funding opportunity announcement. Both GCID and RD 108 were fortunate to receive grants to continue that work, along with 2 others, Chico State and River Partners. And so we're very excited about that partnership. The Bureau has committed to funding $40 million of work in the spawning and side channel work on the upper Sacramento River. The improved survival of emerged salmon. So this, you know, where we measure salmon productivity 60 miles downstream, I would say is, you know, it makes it difficult to understand what all of the mechanisms are for why salmon are not reaching where they count salmon at Red Bluff downstream. And this project actually is for that stretch of river between the spawning grounds and the Red Bluff monitoring program. And it looks like, you know, the habitat projects you've seen from River Garden Farms, where they produce in-river habitat for rearing of juvenile salmon. RD 108 has constructed 2 projects that would limit adult straying in the lower floodplain system, $20 million over the last 3 years. And then I want to add to the floodplain habitat, and I'll kind of pick that up with the next slide, but that maybe is one of the most encouraging and exciting components of this whole program. And then finally, the fish food. We've been producing fish food now for about 5 years in rice fields and kind of feeding the rivers like the floodplains used to do. We got some exciting information from last year's study where we saw growth of juvenile fish in the channel, not just where we're returning that food to the river or a mile downstream like we've seen in the past. We actually had fish 6 miles downstream of the food return location, and we saw healthy, vibrant fish 6 miles downstream. Fish food is one of the things that we're putting on the table as something that could help out-migrating fish this year. We know there's going to be a challenge with survival with salmon in the upper Sacramento River and the dry conditions reducing high flows. So let's do everything that we possibly can. And one of the things we may be able to do is produce fish food to help those out-migrating juveniles. And then finally, I'd like to thank both the Resources Agency and the federal agency for their roles in programs like Cutting the Green Tape, and the federal agencies in particular in making it a priority to permit some of these important salmon projects. So next slide, please. So Northern California Water Association has been leading a group called Floodplain Forward, and it really takes the concepts in the salmon recovery program that I mentioned on the last page and makes them real, populates those with real projects and reaches agreement. We have about 30 agencies that are participating at this time, NGOs that do on-the-ground work. We have multiple landowners that are willing to put their property up and take action. And we have a number of projects all the way from the upper end of the Sacramento River all the way down to the floodplains, looking at the river connections and the drainage infrastructure and the landowners that could hold water and kind of recreate the floodplains that used to power the energetics, power the biology in our river system and support a viable salmon population. We recently culminated that effort into a portfolio of projects and went together as a collective back to Washington, D.C. to lobby for what we think is about a $2 billion effort over the next decade and a half. We think this could be kind of the golden age for salmon and changing, or kind of unwinding some of the unnecessary impacts from the flood control system and from how we've developed our levees. So it's a very exciting program, and I look forward to speaking with you all certainly more in the future on how we implement those. Next slide. So Thad, I don't know if you wanted to, you mentioned that maybe
I think you covered these, Louis, on the other slide, so maybe we should just go to Lee just because we have about 10 minutes left. So
yeah, sorry.
All right, can folks hear me? All right, we can go to the next slide, please. So one of the planning items that Louis mentioned that the contractors are involved in are weekly diversion scheduling calls, and all the contractors participate in those along with Central Valley Project Operations Office. This is an activity that came out of the 2014 drought. It's been happening every year since then. And the figure that's on the screen here is a summary of some of the data that gets pulled together during these scheduling calls. I want to start by talking about the yellow line that goes through this figure. And this illustrates the scheduled daily diversions that the contractors enter into an online portal. We then help collect that data and provide that to CVO to use in their operational decision making. Prior to these sorts of efforts, CVO had a pretty good understanding of what the diversions were, but they didn't have this sort of daily detailed information to make those operational decisions as they look at making releases out of the reservoir and balancing those with things that are happening in the delta. So the data that represented by the yellow line are the current best estimates for the diversions for this coming year. The next area that I like to talk about is this blue shaded area underneath of the yellow line. That represents the average monthly diversion scheduled for 2021. It's just a conversion of the yellow line into an average monthly number. And though these average monthly numbers are shown to kind of help illustrate that in some of the months, like July is a good example, the average is pretty close to the daily for most of the month. But while other months, April and August being good examples, the daily diversions can change pretty rapidly throughout the course of the month. And the average is really only held for a couple of days. And again, those rapid changes in the scheduling of that is the really useful information for CVO as they're looking at making their release decisions. Next is, I'd like to talk about the very top black line. It's kind of the skyline that's going across all of the columns here in the figure. And this line represents average monthly diversions of 75% of the Sac River settlement contractors. As I think it's been discussed, this year is a Shasta critical year. That's a term that's defined in the contracts based on the inflow into Shasta. And in Shasta critical years, the contracts are automatically reduced by 25% from the full contract supply. So then between the top black skyline and the blue areas underneath we've got two shaded areas, and these represent planned reductions in diversions by the settlement contractors beyond that 25% that's in the contract already. So this top shaded area, which is the black diagonal striped areas, represent some voluntary reductions that the contractors are taking as a result of water conservation and other efforts within the individual districts to reduce diversions. And then the gray shaded areas are reductions for water transfers to buyers located south of the Delta. And I'll talk a little bit more about those in the next slide. But overall, and this is illustrated in the text box here in the middle of the figure, that the 2021 scheduled diversions are approximately 58% of the full contract supply. That's about 350,000 acre feet less than the 75% contract allocation in a Shasta critical year. That 350,000 acre feet is made up of about 200,000 acre feet of voluntary reductions and another 150,000 for water transfers that are moved to buyers south of the Delta. So next, if we can move to the next slide, I'll talk a little bit more about those transfers. So the figure on this plot is two different variables. We've got an average monthly Keswick release. Those are the stair-step lines that go across the top of the figure. And daily Shasta storage. So that's the smooth line underneath of the stair steps. The Keswick release is plotted in CFS. That's relative to the y-axis on the left side of the figure. And Shasta storage plotted in thousands of acre feet or relative to the y-axis on the right side. And this figure illustrates two different conditions. And these are generalized sort of conditions, but these are some of the things that we've been evaluating and providing some modeling support on. And that's the two different conditions are without transfer condition. That's represented by the dashed line for both Keswick release and Shasta storage, and a with transfer condition represented by the solid lines. So when water is made available for transfer to south of Delta buyers, it results in less diversion along the Sacramento River. And that was illustrated in the prior slide. And then in a dry year, like 2021, that reduction can result in a reduction in the release out of Keswick, and that water that would have otherwise been diverted being held in Shasta. So this is illustrated in this figure occurring for the months of May through August. That's increasing storage in the reservoir from what it would have otherwise been absent the transfer. And then that water later gets released to be moved to the buyer. That's expected to start in approximately August of this year and continue into the fall. Settlement contractors have been working very collaboratively with the buyers, with CVO and other agencies to investigate the options. When would be the best time to move this water, and how can we all kind of arrive at a solution that works collectively to improve temperature management, manage the concerns that we heard about earlier this morning related to fall run red dewatering, and as also work with the buyers, because of course they would like that water earlier in the season, but they recognize that delaying when they receive it may provide some important benefits for temperature management. So as I mentioned, the contractors are providing some modeling support to evaluate how some of these actions like transfers can improve temperature management. So I'm going to turn the presentation over to Dr. Mike Diaz to describe some of that work.
Thanks, Lee. Next slide, please. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to go through a temperature modeling simulation here. There's a lot of information on the slide, and we use this slide just because it's consistent with what we've been providing to the various parties as we've met to meet and confer in other meetings as we work collaboratively to try to find solutions to this challenging year. Really briefly, this model was referred to by Luis, developed over the last couple of years for Shasta Lake. We also have one for Keswick. And we've been using this. It's a similar model to the detailed model that Eric and James talked about earlier for Shasta, the C equal W2 model. And rather than spend a lot of time on that, because we don't have a lot of time, just want to go through these results. I'll spend a moment on this slide just to illustrate what we have. On the left axis, we have temperatures in degrees Celsius. Sorry about that. 13.3 is 56 degrees Fahrenheit. 10 degrees is 50 degrees Fahrenheit, just to start you off. The yellow line on here is the tail bay temperature target. That's the target that we are trying to achieve below Shasta Dam to attain, in this case, 56 degrees Fahrenheit at Clear Creek. You'll notice it's very high in the spring. That's because it's not a temperature control period. It doesn't mean anything at that point. It's also very low out in the fall. You'll see it drops down to less than 50 degrees. Again, that's not a period when we're aiming for temperature control, so we don't use that. What we're really looking at is that middle section. So that's the yellow line, and then there's the red line. That is a simulated temperature out of a model. In this case, we have some assumptions, and I'm just going to show you one of many scenarios we've run, and this is with a power bypass, 90% power bypass mentioned earlier, and it also has transfers, the transfers that Lee just mentioned. So as we look at this, this is the 90% March forecast. We'll update all these runs probably in the next few days. I presume all of the parties involved in this will be updating as we get new forecasts and new temperature conditions for thermal stratification in Shasta Lake. So when you look at this temperature trace, if you start on the left, this red line is rising in temperature, and it goes right, crosses the yellow line and the vertical line there in mid to early May, and continues to rise. The reason that it's rising to these higher temperatures is because those waters are coming out of the upper river gates. This is the temperature, this is the hydropower bypass. So reclamation is only putting a small amount of water through the temperature control device during this time. Instead, they're using those higher upper river gates. Those gates are situated at an elevation of about 940 feet. If you use the middle gates, you would be accessing water down to 900 feet. So you would be reaching 40 feet deeper into the reservoir and pulling out colder water than you need to early in the year that you couldn't use later in the year. That's the concept of the power bypass. And one of the challenges, while the TCD is a remarkably efficient and effective facility at temperature control, is when, as Kristen mentioned, you don't have access to the upper gates, it really constrains operations on the TCD. And because the gate openings at each level are so large vertically, 46 feet for the upper and middle gates, when you open one, you necessarily reach deeper into the reservoir than you want to go. That's why the river outlets are, in this particular simulation, run out to the end of May. And then you'll see the temperature drop and begin to follow the yellow line as the temperature control device is used through the summer, systematically reaching from the middle to the lower, and ultimately around August 1st, the side gate structure, which is the deepest draw the TCD can do. And then the system runs out through August and into September. And then later in September, you start to see, right at the end of it, this loss, what we call loss of temperature control, which means that the TCD as a structure, and the river gates for that matter, they cannot reach any deeper, cannot access the last bit of cold water, probably on the order of 60 to 80,000 acre feet in the reservoir, the very bottommost waters. And then the temperatures begin to rise. What's important about this is that when you turn the side gate on, you're at the very bottom of your temperature management condition. And once you move only to the side gate, which happens out here in the middle of August, you no longer can do anything to manage temperature at that point. You're just pulling the lowest, last, coldest water out of the system. These boxes on here also identify a couple of things. There's a little bit of noise in the red signal you can see here as we approach that side gate. That's an example of some model noise. Operators may operate around that. The actual temperature trace may not look like that. Just wanted to bring that up as a model element. And then I also have a little blue box out here where this red line deviates from the temperature target and temperatures begin to climb rapidly. At that point, we're not quite sure. That's a very sensitive condition, and there's uncertainty around that exact deviation date. I'm not going to say that's going to occur on September 28th. It's going to occur, plus or minus 7 or 10 days from that, depending on many of the variables that people have already spoken about: meteorological conditions, unforeseen circumstances, rates of heating in the reservoir, all those elements move that around a bit. What I'd like to identify here, though, is that with regard to these two actions, the power bypass and the transfers, that has produced approximately 5 weeks of additional time where the temperature can remain on the temperature target line. It does yield, you give up a little bit, I would say, here, 2 weeks in May. And if you go back to one of James's slides about when the distribution of spawning was occurring, I believe the concept here was this was early when there wasn't a lot of spawning occurring yet, so those eggs would be fewer in number, affected by higher temperatures, and it preserves a longer period of time so that you can give those fishery life stages a better opportunity to have appropriate or functional temperatures, I would say. This is only one run. We've made several runs and shared those with the agencies and other stakeholders. I'm going to move past this to the next slide really quick, just in the interest of time, but at the end we can answer any questions associated with this. There's a couple of slides in here that I think National Marine Fisheries Service, the Science Center, spoke to, and it's been referenced several times. Even board members have asked questions about the appropriate use of models. And I think that what we're seeing here in this forum of multiple agencies aiming to achieve these kinds of goals is really a great achievement by all parties involved. Looking for transparency, identifying data and information as provisional, identifying where additional model elements are going to be developed and shared. That's all good stuff. It makes everybody better. It makes the modelers better. It makes the decision makers, puts the decision makers in a better position. It reduces friction and uncertainty, increases confidence. So it's just an informational slide. You can read it at your leisure at another time. Go to the next slide, please. And this is the other element I just wanted to touch on in terms of, particularly for the board and perhaps certain agencies who don't do modeling every day. But fundamentally, you want to think about modeling from the beginning. What are you trying to achieve? What model will get you there? What is your region of interest? What are your spatial and temporal scales? How good does that model have to be to make a decision? How much uncertainty can you use? Is it for a back of the envelope calculation early in the season, or are you really trying to drill down and get a very specific answer? And then you're going to put that model into application, and you're going to look at it when you're done. How did you do? And you're going to go back and improve. And then it's really important to be able to communicate these elements to broader decision makers. So how do you present those results? And how comfortable are they? Do they have assurances that there's been documentation, that there's been peer review? These are all things we've heard today. I just wanted to kind of put them in a bundle, so as you move forward with this work or other projects that use modeling, these might be some elements that you can consider. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, we just had one last slide, and I know we're out of time, so I don't want to really walk through it. You can read it, but just again, looking forward, just letting this board know, your board know that we're committed as a settlement contractor group with working with our other partners in terms of these key areas of operations that Mike just covered, the science partnership, and I think as you as board members, board member Firestone, just some of the issues that you've identified, if we can bring into the Sacramento Science Partnership, I think that would be a great place to be able to bring those up. We've had webinars, public webinars on a lot of these activities, so really excited about that. And then lastly, just Luis covered a lot of the restoration, which is, as he mentioned, stuff that's ongoing. So again, just want to express our commitment to the board and our partners that we're more help, like Luis said, leaning into it, putting our shoulders in it would be great. So appreciate the time and opportunity to present before you.
Thank you so much for your ongoing leadership and creativity and collaboration. It's really essential in getting these conversations to move forward. So I want to open it up to questions. I have quite a few of my own, but hopefully some of the other board members will be asking those, so I won't tie things up too much at the end. Anyone?
I can ask if nobody else. Waiting for others. Great. I mean, first of all, it's amazing the amount of collaboration and kind of innovative stuff going on to address all kinds of, especially ecosystem and species of all kinds, not just fish. So I had a couple questions. One is just, I think you mentioned this, but it seems like some of the decisions you're having to make in terms of timing and transfers and cuts may have implications for things like decomp and other habitat issues for other threatened species that aren't fish. And I'm just wondering if you could talk a little bit about how that decision making is brought into understanding all the different decisions and interactions that happen.
Yeah, I can start and then let Luis. I think we recognize there's going to be impacts in years like this. So it's really how do we create some certainty around managing those impacts, and distributing is not the right word, but just making sure that we can do the best we can with what resource we may have remaining. And so I think, to your point, yeah, I mean, we made a lot of these decisions early and started the planning early so we could kind of manage a lot of that and not end up with a chaotic outcome, And so, for example, we worked with the refuge managers and will, as the year goes on, about how do we, if we do have, a little water available in the fall, we may not have very much, but how do we manage that in partnership with the refuge for, flyaway items? How do we keep our systems, have some habitat for giant gar snakes? So can we leave some water in some of our canals and drains around fields that may not be farmed this year? So, really just trying to, again, do lessons learned from the previous drought. And I think really we approach every year as it's going to be a dry year because, we don't know otherwise. So working with our landowners, trying to get them as much information as early as possible, and then taking risks. We know we've made decisions already that, we believe could be part of the temperature plan you adopt. We're not certain, but we couldn't wait for, your decision and knowing you have your own timeline. We just had to sort of say, yeah, we believe this is the right path and we want to be partners on that. But again, there was some inherent risk in doing that, but we think, again, it's the right approach. So I'll let Luis comment too.
Well, I think it's hard work. I think we rely on a lot of the experts throughout the valley, and the meeting that Thad talked about with the bird folks was just one example of that. We try to listen to those folks and then understand what the limits are on the things that we can put on the table. You just try to do the best you can. So, I mean, I don't think it's any more perfect than that.
Right. Yeah. No, I guess I hear you where it's like years like this, everything is, it's sort of all hands on deck, putting everything on the table. I think everybody in every part of the ecosystem and the watershed is compromised in different ways. I guess, it looks like you all have already, like you said, reduced sort of cut diversions voluntarily and done some, at least as I understood the chart and how you presented it, and done some, diversions that through transfers that are planned. So I guess I'm just, as we look at these scenarios and, we don't have, it sounds like we're still trying to understand what level of mortality may be happening. I mean, it sounded like anywhere from 90% to 70%. So just as you're looking at this, you know, from your standpoint and what you can, you know, what you can do as one of the partners putting everything on the table, are there things, you know, would you be willing to do more cuts? Are there other actions that you're looking at or have on the table, as you will, along with, you know, everybody that's putting things on that you see, and in addition to kind of what you've already been out in front doing?
Well, I can speak for our, you know, our district. I mean, we kind of did a allocation process with, again, you know, reduced supplies and, you know, tried to put together transfers that growers know what assets they have left to continue to farm, even though they were all cut back. Any more water would mean going back out to them and taking water away from them, and they've kind of already made some decisions. I know in the past we've tried to pump groundwater to try and close that gap. You know, we don't have environmental clearance to do that, so it'd be a little bit of a challenge. But again, I think we're open to other ideas. Like I said, we believe, like right now and we like to talk about survival versus mortality, but you know, we think we're in the 45% survival range. And again, I think you know, we did similar actions before in the 14 and 15. I'd say we didn't have like Lewis said, all the best tools. So again, the newer reservoir tools, I think, give us a lot more resolution on decision making. And then we want to do a true up as we go through the year. So if there's ways to optimize operations to continue to improve survival, you know, that's really what we want to work with the temperature task group and other partners to do.
Laurel, I mean, some of the things that are on my mind in this decision is you know, we're fallowing in the Sac Valley, a third, you know, approaching a half of it. Sorry. Approaching, you know, 50% of the acres in the valley. And, you know, I have concerns for lots of other species. I also have concerns around the whole system for salmon. And last year, you know, survival was almost 100%. And, you know, the results weren't great. And so if you move the needle by temperature dependent mortality by 10% or 20%, you make tremendous sacrifices for that. It doesn't feel to me like the next step of sacrifices, you know, this is me, and folks are going to say, well, yeah, of course, you're the water user and, you know, it's your backyard, but it doesn't feel to me like that's worth the investment. It's going to be a tough year. I think it historically always was for fish when you had, you know, 2 of the drier years on record in a row. But you know, you can make up for that if you make the investments we need to make in a system that works for salmon. And you know, right now we kind of become hatchery dependent in these types of years, which I don't want to see us be in the future. But you know, that would be my decision right now.
Great. I don't know that I have other questions right now.
Thank you. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. It's really encouraging to hear about all the steps you're taking here to look at, you know, ways to best manage what limited resources we have this year. And I know we've come, I feel like personally, a long way in the past year, just in terms of our collaborative outreach and connection. I know your participation now with the SRTTG and the science partnership and all these different ways that we're coming together at the table, looking at this comprehensively, I think is just really invaluable, especially now. And so, you know, I'm keeping in mind that Reclamation's under a tight time frame here to develop their temperature management plan within the next week or week and a half or so. I think they're targeting the end of April. So I was just, and you talked a bit about, Mike Diaz talked a bit about the modeling work that you folks have done with Reclamation. So I was just wondering if you've had a chance to look at some of the results that are coming out of the rapid assessment tool yet, and if you're seeing some, you know, synergies there. You know, are you essentially seeing agreement with some of your more sophisticated modeling versus that, you know, the rapid tool that's still in development? Just wondering, just to build some confidence in some of these scenarios.
Maybe let Mike or Lee speak to that, since they're more the technical folks.
I can speak to that quickly, Thad. one of the nice things about having multiple models is that you have these cross references, and so it's useful. Um, and there are differences. I cannot say that they're the same. We're still trying to work through some of those elements. The screening element of the rapid assessment tool is useful. The sensitivity of Lake Shasta or Shasta Lake in a year like this under low storage conditions, lack of access to the upper TCD gates, and late season temperature challenges. We've spent a lot of time working on that in these detailed models to really refine that so we can reproduce that. If you were around in the 14 and 15 and looked at the post audit from reclamation in those years, that high temperature gradient, that late season challenge was really important. So I think it's useful to have, the models, so long as you remember they're just models. They're not going to give you the answer. They're going to constrain the problem, and you're going to use humans to take that information and develop, based on various balances and risks, what they can make happen. And it's just that, somebody once told me a model is just a really, really fast calculator. That's what it's really doing for you, but it's not really giving you an answer, just constraining the problem a little bit. So there are differences, but working together has been very useful and helpful, I think, for all parties. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, Member McGuire, I'd say that one of the things we're looking forward to is hopefully, the Sac River Science Partnership is a place that we feel, we can sort of do these model comparisons. How, what's their use? When do you use them? Sometimes they feel like a black box, and I think if it's an opportunity to be able to understand and share these different tools, we're really looking forward to that dialogue within the partnership, and again, would welcome anybody who wants to, from the public who wants to participate in those that are open.
Yes, thank you. That answers my question, and certainly I'm thinking here about the, we have the short-term sort of critical path decision making that has to happen here within a very tight window. We have the data, we have the modeling runs we have today, and obviously you'll refine those in coming weeks as you get the reservoir profile and other data, and then sort of the long-term opportunities, which I think is some of what you're alluding to really look at the synergies and benefits that all these different tools provide. So thank you for that. It's really helpful.
I was just going to add, Board Member McGuire, I think you got it, captured it there. And, I think Mr. Gilbert did a very nice job describing his tool, and it is relatively new, and we haven't really had much of an opportunity to take a look at it. It's something that we definitely want to do. I would say for the past month or so we've really been focused on kind of the all hands on deck and what are we going to do this year, and not so much diving into that particular tool or looking at it.
Thank you.
Member Dodick.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. I think my questions are going to be directed to Luis. Thank you for presenting the salmon recovery plan and sharing your optimism and your vision of the golden age of salmon. I think we all certainly would like to see that happen. I guess the question is, and it ties back to Member McGuire's comment about the short term as well as the long term, the short term critical decision making, and then of course the long term vision that we're all striving for. If we are going to hopefully get to this golden age of salmon, which by the way, I love that phrase. I'm going to continue to use it and credit you with it. It strikes me, how do we get there when let me rephrase this. How confident are you of us reaching that stage when we're looking at, anywhere from 90% to 60% mortality, or if you want to rephrase it in terms of survival, 40%, 45% survival seems low. And I know that you are considering all sorts of voluntary actions and other things. But given that low rate, what else should be on the table? What sort of infrastructure investment have you been discussing? And I know that Board Member Firestone already approached one issue with respects to reduced diversion that you did not was not too enthusiastic about. But I am curious as to what other voluntary actions are being discussed. The governor emphasized today in his press conference how strongly supportive and committed he is to voluntary local actions on the ground, and certainly we all do that. But at some point, when there is a grave need, ultimately results are what matter, and I think we all share that commitment to results of a thriving economy, which includes not just the agricultural sector but also the fishing industry as well. So how do we get to that golden age? What other actions are being considered? What infrastructure investments do you think are needed?
So, yeah, I think you can hear me. A few different things. So you have to have all the links of the chain for salmon to work. And we've seen that on Butte Creek. And we have all of those things in place. We're now getting returns of salmon that are 50 to 100 times what they were before those were in place. The links of each stage of salmon life cycle. I think it's super important to remember that the broken system that we have for salmon right now doesn't even produce good numbers of salmon in good years. And that's what we're missing, frankly. We're missing the boom to the bus, and we're missing other options besides spawning of salmon in Redding. It's with climate change facing us right now, I suspect there'll be more years like this where raising salmon in Redding will be difficult. But we have to remember that's, if you remember Dave Mooney's slide, tier 1 and tier 2 is expected to be 85% of the years. If in 85% of the years we had a link of chains for salmon that produced an abundant population of salmon, we could survive years like this. We could make it. That's how it worked naturally. We used to have a million plus salmon on the Sacramento River. We've started a population of salmon on Battle Creek. I say we, the state is working with the feds on that. The whole Northwest is moving salmon above Shasta where they used to spawn. This is not where salmon spawned. We all know that, right? We're artificially raising them in the Sacramento River and Redding. They need to be in a place where they have cold water reliably for the spawning stage of the life cycle. We need to restore the food supply that supported the juveniles. So we had healthy juveniles making it out to the ocean and surviving at a much higher rate of survival. I think those are the kinds of things that will produce hundreds of thousands of salmon returning in a healthy commercial fishery and a healthy sport fishing industry. But right now, I think the biggest thing that I would do is the floodplain work. Our flood control system reduced the number of active floodplain acre days in the Sacramento Valley dramatically. And that's why we saw a huge loss of fish between 1920 and 1930. So when we completed the flood system, it's when the Delta was starting to become complete and we stopped the shallow water habitat. We can reconnect those things in the Sacramento Valley, and that's why we proposed a $2 billion effort over the next decade and a half to the federal government, because we think modifying those weirs in the Sacramento Valley, modifying the internal infrastructure in the floodplains, and spreading water out and slowing it down in the Sacramento Valley is the foundation for a healthy salmon fishery. So I think those things, will dwarf in comparison the idea that we have to every year raise salmon in Redding, because I just don't think it's long-term possible to do it every year.
All right, can I just ask one follow-up question on that? It's super helpful. So, again, I'm new to the whole system. So as you are, managing these different reductions in diversions and then opportunities for flood habitat, how do you, you know, I don't know how much this is an issue. I know in some areas it is, but how do you kind of measure how that's done, how that adds up, and how that fits with the overall kind of accounting that you're doing regionally? Is that too big or broad?
Are you, well, so I'm not quite sure where you're headed. If you were heading to how do you quantify the benefits of reconnecting the floodplains is one of.
No, I mean, that would be amazing to do. It seems like a big part of your point is, you know, we're not going to restore populations without, you know, restoring that habitat. And temperature mortality is just one component, but alone is not going to bring about and may even not be the most dominant, especially when you look at the long term of salmon populations. That's kind of what I heard. But I guess I'm interested, you know, for these, especially in these critical years, and maybe it's true in the really wet years, it probably matters less, but you know, how do you do accounting of how, you know, the different diversions, and sort of, you know, can see how you are as a region able to report and ensure that you're meeting those targets, especially, yeah, it just seems like a challenging time as people are just trying to survive and figure out how to utilize water and
well, I mean, I think just to quickly speak to that, I mean, all of our diversions are measured. They're real-time metered. You know, I think we do that internally. That's been part of the SB 88 requirement. Lee mentioned the portal that we have. So we have everybody entering, you know, daily, weekly, monthly orders, and then we true those up. In 14 and 15, you know, that quantity that Lee was showing, we were moving 30 or 40 CFS, or, you know, 80 acre feet a day. We're moving up and down the river. So we would say, hey, we have to meet this certain flow target point, which we call Wilkin Slough, which you know, like at 4,000 CFS. We were meeting that because reclamation was using the rest of that water for downstream, and Delta users were using that water and such. So we would say, hey, somebody's a little bit short, or somebody has some room. And so we were actually moving that small of a quantity. So like 1% of our diversion or something like that. We were sharing, you know, up 60, 80 miles up and down the river just to optimize everybody's usage to stay on our targets. So, I mean, and under, you know, and so, I mean, I think that's our commitment, you know, this year, you know, again, to transparency. People want to see that data. We're willing to share that and you know, let you know what we can do. And certainly, you know, want to post-COVID invite you to come up and tour kind of what a year looks like this, you know, and see for yourself. But no, I think we need to be great stewards with the resource, and really that's our goal for this year.
And can you just talk a little bit about what the reductions in those diversions, especially the voluntary ones, what does that mean? Like what is that? What are those impacts and changes then that you all have to make, or the users in that area have to make?
I know for us, it would mean more land coming out of production, and maybe some landowners who have wells, maybe pumping a little bit for water their own property versus taking supplies, strict recycling, you know, where we increase the amount of water recycling we do over and over again. And then, you know, just trying to work with moving water around. Like we have some lands that are habitat lands, and they want water more in the fall. So we could say, hey, well, maybe don't take water in the spring, summer, but wait till the fall and flood up your habitat ground then, you know, or use water then. So, you know, it's really, I think each district has a different menu of actions it's going to implement to try and address, you know, any, you know, voluntary shortages that exist.
Great, thanks. Sorry for the extra questions there, Vice Chair. So.
Fine, thank you for the good questions. That's actually where I was kind of headed to, so I'm glad this will be a good segue for me. So just a few kind of key areas here. And I agree with board member McGuire, sort of short term, long term. And so in the short term, how I just want to better understand, and hasn't been evident to me. There's different numbers being tossed around today. So I'm hoping that you can help me to better understand. Maybe there's already been a lot of, or a fair amount of information sharing, and you all are starting to kind of converge on similar figures that the Bureau's talking about and that NIMS is talking about. So just want to get some clarification there, that in the long run, absolutely, I'm just really hoping that there can be greater vetting and open discussion about the development of the NIMS tool. We talked about that earlier, and I know this is something that you're interested in as well. And then lastly, I just want to point out that, you know, the whole reason that we're here is because of a concern on temperature dependent mortality, and that the salmon have been severely impacted in prior years. And we want to try and avoid that. But we don't, I think, necessarily want to avoid that at the cost of someone else being hurt. And so that's why I'm just really grateful for all of this good creative thinking, you know, on voluntary actions, even if you're not seeing in some of these actions necessarily a reduction in water supply. It's actions that you all are taking to be looking at how we can see a reduction in that mortality. Not necessarily that you all have to be hurt in the process, but of course, there'll be some pain along the way as well. And so I just want to better understand in these different buckets, and I'm looking at slide number 8 on the estimated diversions. You've got here the voluntary reductions, where you do show that it is an impact on water supply, and then reductions for transfers. And I'm trying to better understand where that fits in with some of the dialogue that we had earlier today on that 5% reduction. And I know it's not your tool, but you do understand the tool, I think, better than some of us. So can you comment on that?
Yeah, thanks, Vice Chair. We have not seen that run that was shown earlier about the temperature targets and the 5% reduction in the estimates at the Science Center. We haven't seen that, so that was kind of new to us today. So I can't really speak to that about what assumptions were in that model run. I think for us, again, we've been looking at our suite of activities from the power bypass to transfers to voluntary reductions, and we believe each one of those has about an 8 to 10% improvement in survival in each one of those actions. So, you know, we think that while some of the original estimates were 90-ish% mortality, we think through the actions that we're taking, that survival or temperature dependent mortality is in that 60% range now. So going from 90 to 60 and potentially improves from there. So, you know, we feel like it's made a huge difference. And I don't, as I saw the earlier presentation, I don't know if the Science Center rapid assessment tool included the bypass power and or transfers or our voluntary reduction. I don't know what their baseline was, because again, we haven't seen that presented to us in our work groups that we've had.
Okay, Mr. Gilbert, looks like you're jumping in here. It'd be great if we could get that question answered. Hold on one second. We've got to get you access.
Okay. Yes. So the that 5% reduction scenario was meant to be just sort of a general qualitative estimate of the sensitivity of reducing from that baseline release scenario. I will say that that period of the reduction coincides with the transfers that were discussed through basically the April through September period. The thing is, we did not add that water back on as additional releases in those fall months. It was just a change in flow over those summer months. I cannot say at this point that the amounts are the same as what was estimated with the settlement contractors model. It was just an across the board 5% adjustment for simplicity's sake. The model runs that we've presented on today did not include the power bypass or those transfers as well. So it was just, again, for simplicity, it was a baseline operation with some temperature targeting, and then that across the board production through the summer months.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that. I suppose you all be talking about this quite a bit more at the Temperature Task Force Group meeting coming up, so I won't take up any more time on that, but that would be, for me, an important piece of information once you all know more. Hopefully, if it's a 5% target that gets to that improved number on mortality, and it happens to be in alignment with Thad and Luis and really all of you, what you're presenting today, then that would be a win-win scenario across the board from my perspective, if we can get there through this improved collaboration and voluntary measures that you all have come up with. But if it doesn't hit that target, then I suppose, we'd have to hear about what other measures would need to take place or other adjustments in that rapid assessment, perhaps through further vetting and discussion of that rapid assessment tool. So thank you very much. And with that, I see John Manis, you've been very patiently waiting for your turn here. We will move on to the next public presentation, the Golden Gate Salmon Association and Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Association, John Manis and Mike Conroy. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Actually, it's John McManus. We used to be the Golden Gate Salmon Association. We changed our name to the Golden State Salmon Association, but we haven't told everybody, so let me use this opportunity to tell you all. It's good to be with you. Boy, I've heard so many things today that I would love to comment on, and I will circle back to a few of them later. But one that was just mentioned, I think Board Member Firestone was asking about the temperature plan and the May timeline. And I think I just heard Thad say, and here it is, April 21st on the calendar, that decisions have already been made. So perhaps there'll be an opportunity to hear more about that later. Can we go to the next slide? Thank you. The area in orange shows you where salmon live on the west coast of North America. And if you notice, we're at the very bottom of it. The very bottom of it. They come and go under the Golden Gate Bridge, and they come out of the Central Valley. And I hope that we remain part of salmon habitat. But as of right now, it's not 100% clear. We hope the board will take action to keep salmon in our future, and we need you all to take that action. It'd be awfully convenient if courts would do it, answer some questions for everybody, but that's probably not going to happen. So we look to the state board to do its duty here. Next slide, please. These salmon, next slide, by the way, came from just outside San Francisco. Keep these afloat. The boats you see here in Bodega Bay Harbor, basically every single one of those boats has a connection to salmon. Every one of those boats costs a lot of money to own and maintain and operate, and employs all kinds of people in the owning, maintaining, and operation. And it's not just Bodega Bay. Next slide, please. There's businesses at every port and harbor up and down the state that are also thriving on dollars that are related to the salmon industry. People come out to the coast to fish, or even to the inland communities up and down the Sacramento River, and they spend a whole lot of money with local businesses. And I kind of wanted to touch on this today because I have a feeling that the voices of these people are not always heard. And so I wanted to give them some voice today. Next slide, please. In addition, there's all kinds of business dollars being funneled into businesses throughout the state, like Tim Eli, shown here at his store in Rohnert Park. They've got 40 employees in that store alone. These kind of stores are all over the place. Next slide, please. Ocean salmon anglers spend over $150 on average just to try and catch a salmon. And we have tens of thousands of people in California who try and catch salmon when you think about the dollars spent and all the jobs that are supported. Next slide, please. People wait in long lines. Sometimes you see these lines that go back for a half a mile of people waiting to launch their boats. Next slide, please. They pay a whole lot of money to pack onto charter boats all up and down the coast to catch salmon. These charter boat operators hire people. They in turn spend a lot of the dollars that come in. Next slide, please. They pack into fishing and outdoor shows. Next slide. Businesses that serve the salmon industry abound in Central and Northern California. This is a shot looking at a part of the marina in San Rafael. Almost every one of those boats, all those vehicles that you see there are all related in one shape or form to the salmon industry. And again, these shots abound throughout California. Next shot. Next slide. Same thing. This is Moss Landing. Santa Cruz Harbor looks the same. Monterey Harbor looks the same. There's a lot of money all up and down the coast. And all of these people, I think it's fair to say, are hoping that the state board will take action this year to get our salmon in a better situation. We basically saw natural spawning salmon extirpated throughout large sections of Northern California, including the upper Sacramento River, or close to extirpation. That was in 2014 and 2015. I'll give you an example. In 2017, 3 years later after 2014, I think there was something like 1,300 natural spawning salmon that returned to the upper Sacramento Basin, which is a paltry number. And God help us all if the fall run gets listed. It's going to hurt everybody. Next slide, please. Sacramento River fishing supports many families by providing food for a whole bunch and employment for some. Many of these boats that you see here are actually charter boats, and they're employing local people to run those trips. People in those boats, in this instance, are paying closer to $200 to $300 a head to have a shot at catching a salmon. And this is shot near the mouth of, or the confluence of Battle Creek in the upper Sacramento River. Next shot, please. And we're not the only ones that like salmon. Salmon coming out of the Central Valley not only support the ocean fishery in California, they support about 60% of all salmon caught off the Oregon coast. And we've got all of these animals up and down the coast that rely on salmon. Next slide, please. So I think, as everybody has commented today, it's pretty obvious that salmon need a little water to survive. The numbers that I've heard today are that we can expect to lose 70% of the winter run and probably more than that of the fall run. I'd like to call the board's attention to comments made earlier today by Doug Killam of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. He told you that the fall run spawn generally peaks in October, that they start spawning in September and peak in October. People from the Bureau of Reclamation today have made clear that their temperature concerns are all around spawning and incubation of winter run. And after the winter run are deemed to have hatched and come out of the gravel, the Bureau no longer seems to have much interest in temperature and then turns its concern to red dewatering. Well, we're concerned about red dewatering too, and we appreciate that. But temperatures are crucial for fall run. And what I'm hearing today is that we can expect another 2014 when it comes to fall run. That is to say, we're going to lose them. The eggs will be in the gravel, they'll be incubating, and come probably Halloween, maybe a week before, maybe a week after, temperatures will probably be up into the low 60s in the Sacramento River. And what I'm hearing from presenters today is we can expect to see all those fall run eggs wiped out. Now, some fall run will continue to come in actually all the way up into the new year, truth be told. They'll come in through late November and in December. And by that time, ambient air temperature is expected to take the river temperature down, and fish arriving in December will be able to successfully spawn. We hope. We hope. But that's a heck of a way to run business when we wipe out the majority of the fall run because temperatures shoot up above levels that the eggs can take in late October and early November. Next slide, please. So this is a shot of the Fresno River. And as you can see, it's been killed, dead. And this is the type of thing that happened in California before the creation of the State Water Resources Control Board. So we look to the State Water Resources Control Board to keep this type of thing from happening again, including what happens to our salmon stocks. Next slide. I will stop there and toss to my good friend and colleague, Mr. Mike Conroy.
Thanks, John. I'm just confirming that everybody can hear me.
Yes.
Perfect. Good afternoon, Vice Chair and board members. My name is Mike Conroy, and I'm the Executive Director of PCFFA, Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations. We are the largest organization of commercial fishermen and women on the West Coast, with membership from Southern California to the Canadian border. Today, we are here imploring you to adopt Sacramento River temperature management that takes the needs of Sac River salmon runs into account in a way that doesn't result in spawning failures. Earlier today, NIMS announced that Sac River winter run are one of the species in the spotlight and thus subject to an action plan. And I'm going to quote from that thing that came out today. Winter run are dependent upon sufficient cold water originating from those headwaters to be released from Shasta Reservoir from spring to fall, the time of year when they are present below the reservoir. It has long been recognized that a prolonged drought could have devastating impacts, possibly leading to species extinction. John did a wonderful job of explaining the importance of the state's recreational salmon fisheries. I'm going to be focusing on the importance of salmon to our members, the dependent coastal communities, the heritage and tradition of salmon fisheries to those communities, the cultural importance of salmon to tribes and all Californians, and how you play an integral role in assuring all the aforementioned that we aren't bearing witness to the extinction of iconic Sacramento River runs. Order 90-5 states that the temperature of water is critical to salmonid spawning and egg incubation, and the order requires meeting 56-degree Fahrenheit at Red Bluff if hotter temperatures would harm the fishery. The science is clear that 56 degrees in the spawning grounds does not protect salmon and will cause substantial mortality to salmon eggs. The course is clear. You need to require reclamation to ensure sufficient cold water is available to meet public trust responsibilities for salmon, including fall run Chinook. You have to do this. No other agency will do your job for you. Next slide, please. California commercial salmon harvesters catch your fish one at a time. We are not the industrial operations depicted in a recent infomercial appearing on Netflix. We participate in a highly regulated fishery that by any definition is sustainable. Next slide, please. Throughout California, the public can come to the docks and purchase fresh salmon directly from the harvester. The ability for the consumer to meet and interact with the harvester builds our community. I encourage you, when the season opens in just a little over a week, to experience the interaction. Meet the people whose future you influence with your actions. Next slide, please. In days of old, fishermen fished. They couldn't be bothered with meetings, workshops, webinars, etc. That has changed. Today, I am proud to stand next to and behind our members as they educate and engage in the fight for salmon. They understand and appreciate the need for suitable habitat throughout the salmon's lifestyle. Are they happy about this year's restrictions on ocean fisheries? No, but they understand the need to allow sufficient numbers to return to their birthplace to create the next generation. They are hoping you understand the need to ensure that only the spawned adults die in the river this year. Next slide, please. As previously noted, without salmon, many of the state's small ports and harbors would suffer. For 2019, which is the most recent year for which data is publicly available, salmon ex-vessel revenues for the state totaled roughly $16.5 million. Using a conservative downstream multiplier of 6 times, the total economic benefit of the commercial salmon harvest is roughly $100 million a year, and that was during a down year. Right now, the Klamath stocks are constraining activity in the Klamath Management Zone, such that 2019 revenues in Eureka were roughly only 325,000. Please don't allow what is happening to fisheries and communities around the KMZ to happen further south. Next slide, please. I'm going to share a question that I am repeatedly asked. Why are our activities, providing food for Californians, sort of viewed as less important than allowing water to be diverted for almond production? A recent news article indicated that California almonds are exported to over 100 countries. Next slide, please. I would add, why is it more important to divert water for a luxury food, primarily for export, than it is to ensure survival of salmon stocks, which are culturally important, economically important, and important to the identities of many of the state's small ports and harbors? Next slide, please. During last year, and this is just depicts Central Valley salmon populations as they've gone down from 1985 to 2019. Next slide, please. During last year's Greater Fisheries Forum, Secretary Crowfoot shared the state's goal of doubling the Sacramento River winter run, spring run, late fall run, and late run populations. We have full confidence that you'll be partners with us in taking actions that further this goal to the benefit of a great number of Californians. Next slide, please. So we wanted to take the opportunity to show you how actions taken by the government can have repercussions beyond what you see in front of you. This year's harvest is based on fish that exited the river in 2018. I'm not here to point fingers at anyone, but just to show the dramatic reductions in opportunities that commercial fleets are facing this year. We are hoping that 3 or 4 years from now, we are not remembering this year as the good old years. Keep in mind that the 2020 almond crop is estimated to be the largest on record, and that's from an April 8th article in the Capitol Press. Next slide, please. By comparison, you see here the reduction in recreational harvest opportunity when 2021 when compared to 2020, similar reductions. Next slide, please. We need your help. And the most direct way you can help us is by supporting Sacramento River temperature management that prioritizes survival of embryonic salmon. We are cognizant of the drought and expect there will be pains felt all around. We feel for California farmers and would hope that the federal government steps in, much like recent actions taken for farmers dependent on water from the Klamath. We are not proposing that you disregard the needs and concerns of farmers who feed Californians, but rather we are asking you to take into consideration your public trust responsibilities and not oversee the extinction of Sacramento River salmon runs. If we can get anticipated mortality down to below 30%, which pains me to even say, as we should always strive for zero mortality, we believe that would be appropriate given conditions. Certainly there are options for consideration which would cap egg mortality below 30%. Next slide, please. And of course, the obligatory wild capture salmon is good and healthy for you marketing ploy. Please don't allow pictures like this to be part of a textbook explaining why we allowed Sacramento River salmon runs to go extinct. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Thank you both. Appreciate your leadership in this area and for your comments. Questions, fellow board members? Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, I have a quick question. And yeah, thank you. When I moved to Sacramento, one of the most amazing things I remember is being able to see the salmon jumping. I'd never seen that before. So my question is, you mentioned about fall run and that the management issue of, focusing on winter run, but not managing around fall run temperature. And I'm just wondering what would be the management options that you would want to see or that you think are feasible as we manage for winter run, to protect from extinction and the kind of really serious threat to winter run, to also, and are trying to address dewatering. And it just seemed like there was from the previous panels that a lot of the temperature management actions were limited in order to conserve temperature, enable really cold temperature for winter run. So by the time you got to fall, there wasn't much opportunity to manage differently. And I'm just wondering if you have if you had specific things in mind that might be possible or feasible to do to manage better for that fall run.
If I can jump in for a second, just make a few comments on that. Following this panel, you'll hear from John Rosenfield and Doug Obigi, and I think they can actually go into some detail and some technical aspects of that. Left to its own devices, on the Bureau's water release schedule, as I understand it, we basically can't. We're toast. And that's why we come to you, because only you on the board have the authority, as we understand it, and the obligation under state law to make sure the water is being used reasonably. And again, you'll get some detail coming up from Mr. Rosenfield and Mr. Obigi.
Great. Thanks.
All right.
I just want to thank the panel for providing some really important perspective, I think, on the fishing industry and the current state it's in today. I know you're struggling right now and you're going through a lot. So it's really important, that your voices are heard here as we deliberate and, think about the path forward and how best to manage through this really difficult time that we're all in. So thank you very much.
Board Member McGuire, if I can just make a comment. We have basically lost Delta smelt in the wild. And that occurred just in the last decade or so. Probably the State Water Resources Control Board is probably the only entity that can keep that from happening to other species. So I want to impress on all of you the gravity of the situation here and the duty that you guys agreed to do in serving on the board. I don't envy you. I don't envy you. It's grim.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Dodick.
Mr. McManus, actually both of you, thank you for your presentations today. I know that you were under a time constraint during your presentation, but I was wondering if there was anything else you've heard today, Mr. McManus in particular, since you mentioned it, to which you would like to respond.
Thank you for that. I wanted to pick up on your discussion of the golden age of salmon. We agree, I think everybody agrees that habitat restoration is important, and the Golden State Salmon Association devotes much of its time and energy to habitat restoration projects as well. But I want to point out, relative to some of the happy talk we heard earlier, that fish food really doesn't do any good if we don't have any baby salmon there to eat it. Gravel in rivers doesn't do any good if the adults that lay their eggs have hot water wash over it and kill all the eggs. So what's needed first and foremost is cold water in the fall for spawning and incubation, and we have to get some pulse flows. In dry years, in the hardest of years, we need some pulse flows coming down that river to deliver the juveniles out to the ocean. Let me just make a comment here. I don't know if folks know this, but the state of California has made a decision this year to truck all of its hatchery fish to the bay. They are not releasing them in the river because the conditions are too hostile. Conditions are expected to hit 70 degrees, as I understand it, down at Freeport, just below Sacramento. That's going to kill out-migrating baby salmon. I understand that there's something on the order of just under 1 million juvenile salmon still sitting at the Coleman National Fish Hatchery up on Battle Creek. And I've heard that the Fish and Wildlife Service is thinking long and hard about trucking those fish. That's how hostile the conditions are in the river this year. Although this is an extreme year, too many years see a lack of flow in the spring needed to get these juvenile fish out. So the habitat restoration is good, we agree, but we have to get some water so we can get some baby fish to take advantage of it. And I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't have any questions. Mine was the same as Board Member Firestone's, and I will wait to hear what Doug Obigi and John Rosenfield have to say. I think we should take a break. We've got quite a few speakers, so we'll just do a 10-minute break. And before taking the break, I just want to announce that I would like to limit public comment to 3 minutes. I'm very concerned that if we go with 5 minutes, that we will not have enough of an opportunity for everybody on the list to speak. We're going to be going past 5, it looks like. And I would just encourage all of you to not be repetitive in your public comment, if at all possible. And wherever you can say "me too," if your thoughts are aligned with someone who's already spoken or a panelist, that would be really helpful. We've all been taking notes, and something like that would help with the efficiency of time. And of course, if you need more than that, just go ahead and say so, and we'll do what we can to be accommodating. So we will come back at 3:12 from our break.
those of you who are in the Zoom platform, we've got multiple Dougs on, but we have a Doug that came in recently with no last name, and we cannot associate with one of our speaker cards. I'm going to invite you to unmute so that we can identify you. And if you are scheduled to speak later today, we can make sure we have the right name up. So you should receive a request on your Zoom device to unmute in a moment.
Hey, hi, this is Doug. Can you hear me?
I can, Doug.
Yeah, I'm stepping out of a desktop computer and switching to a mobile phone and wanted to be available for questions later on if that's possible.
No problem. So it's Doug Killam again, right?
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Doug. We'll get you renamed and we'll have this as a backup one.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, welcome back. Mr. Lawfer, are we ready to go on your end?
Yes, yes. Okay. Our next panelists have been given co-host permission and they are ready to roll, and I believe we're getting the presentation up now.
Okay, great. Now we'll hear from John Rosenfield with San Francisco Baykeeper, Doug Obigi with Natural Resources Defense Council, and Greg Reyes from the Bay Institute. I hope I pronounced your name correctly, Mr. Reyes.
Hi, good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, board members. I'm John Rosenfield, Senior Scientist at San Francisco Baykeeper. My colleagues, Greg Reese from the Bay Institute, Doug Obigi from the Natural Resources Defense Council, and I are here to describe the catastrophe facing Sacramento River Chinook salmon this summer. Next slide, please. Central Valley Chinook salmon are in deep trouble. The Bureau's recurrent failure to manage Shasta Dam to preserve adequate cold water supplies that these fish depend on is a significant contributor to the plight of 3 of the Sacramento River's Chinook salmon runs. Once again this year, high water temperatures threaten to devastate Sacramento River Chinook salmon populations. This afternoon, my colleagues will explain that reducing water deliveries now is essential to survival of the winter, spring, and fall run Chinook salmon that spawn below Shasta and Keswick dams. But the Water Board must act quickly if we are to avert this disaster. Next slide, please. California's Fish and Game Code, the Water Quality Control Plan, and the Federal Central Valley Project Improvement Act call for doubling Central Valley Chinook salmon populations off of their 1967 to 1991 baseline populations. But instead of doubling, these populations have declined dramatically compared to the 1967 to 1991 baseline period. The baseline populations are shown in the left column of the table on this slide, and the right column shows the percentage decline from the baseline for each run. The figures at the bottom of the graph, at the bottom of the slide, show graphically how the imperiled winter and spring run populations have declined from the historic baseline and have never really approached the doubling requirement, which is indicated on the figures by the dashed horizontal line on the right side. Next slide, please. Fall run Chinook salmon have also been impacted by failed reservoir and river management, and that failure has impacted California's commercial salmon fishery, as you just heard. As we see here, California's salmon landings, which largely reflect Central Valley fall run Chinook salmon, dropped precipitously, including a complete closure in 2008 and 2009. This year, the fishery will be severely restricted once again. But if current reservoir management and temperature projections come to pass, then salmon that are not caught in the ocean will return to spawn in a river that is too hot to support their eggs. Next slide, please. The Sacramento River hosts 4 unique populations of Chinook salmon. This remarkable diversity is achieved by the fish dividing up the year into different spawning seasons. Sacramento River Chinook salmon spawn in every month, as you can see in the middle column of this table. This means that their eggs are affected by river temperatures in every month. Note that the timing of spring run and fall run spawning means that their eggs are susceptible to high water temperatures in September, October, and November. Next slide, please. There's been some discussion of whether temperature standards for Central Valley Chinook salmon eggs ought to be higher than the standards for northern populations because Central Valley fish are at the southern end of the species range. I want to emphasize that even conceptually, there's little support for this argument in the egg stage of Chinook salmon. And we now know that the temperature standard enshrined in Water Rights Order 90-5 is too high. Fish exposed to average daily water temperatures of 56 degrees Fahrenheit will experience temperature-dependent egg mortality. There is consensus that no temperature-dependent egg mortality occurs in the range indicated by the blue bracket on this graph. Next slide, please. This slide shows some of the recent studies and literature reviews that have concluded that exposure to daily average water temperatures of 56 degrees Fahrenheit, as found in Water Rights 90-5, will result in some temperature-dependent egg mortality. So it was surprising to hear this morning that the Bureau still makes its water management plans around the 56 degree Fahrenheit standard in the shoulder seasons when winter run, spring run, and fall run will be impacted by high temperatures. Many of the studies and reviews that are on this table focus on management of Central Valley Chinook salmon, and they concur with or identify lower temperature targets than those temperatures that are recommended for Chinook salmon eggs from elsewhere in the Pacific Northwest. Next slide, please. So why are temperature-dependent egg mortality rates so important? We're focusing so much on them today. It's because Chinook salmon migrate into freshwater and they die after spawning, specifically because the river environment has historically been a safe place for their eggs and juveniles. These fish migrate hundreds of miles upstream specifically to avoid warm water temperatures downstream. And this behavior means that temperature-dependent egg mortality was exceedingly rare historically. This figure attempts to place temperature-dependent egg mortality in a geographic context. A typical, let me describe the figure. So this is a map of California. Oregon's on the northern border. San Francisco's at the bottom of the slide. San Francisco Bay and the Delta are there at the bottom of the slide. And the blue line indicates the course of the Sacramento River. A typical Chinook salmon population in a typical year will have 10% of its eggs survive to migrate to the ocean. And this journey is represented by the green bracket on the slide. In order to achieve this high level of freshwater survival, which is the key to Chinook salmon behavior and population biology, egg to fry survival must be high. In a typical Chinook salmon population, this is measured across their range and other managed rivers, egg to fry survival averages 38%. In our river, egg to fry survival is measured as the fish migrate past Red Bluff Diversion Dam, which is shown here as the lower end of the red bracket on the slide. And in order to achieve this high level of egg to fry survival, temperature-dependent egg mortality, which occurs in this tiny area indicated by the orange bracket, must be very low. In other words, low temperature-dependent egg mortality is a necessary condition, though not sufficient on its own, to achieve the high levels of freshwater survival that Chinook salmon depend upon. Next slide, please. Winter run Chinook salmon rarely achieve even average egg to fry survival displayed by this species in managed rivers throughout their range. This graph shows the percentage of egg to fry survival on the vertical axis and shows how that's rolled out in the years from 2005 through 2020. The dotted line indicates the average Sacramento River winter run Chinook salmon egg to fry survival during this period. It's about 23%. That's a lot less than the 38% that is typical of this species throughout its range. But I want to note that in some years, particularly wet years like 2011 and 2017, these fish are capable of achieving more than achieving the average egg to fry survival that's typical of their species. Much, though not all, of the excess mortality experienced by winter run occurs because we have managed Sacramento River temperatures to standards that are too warm, and because the Bureau has failed to meet even those inadequate standards in many years. Next slide, please. Can I get the next slide? Thank you. The National Marine Fisheries Service has opined twice recently on the levels of temperature-dependent egg mortality, egg to fry survival, and Shasta reservoir storage that are needed to prevent jeopardy. So in Tier 4 years, which are otherwise known as critically dry years, NMFS in its January 19th, 2017 draft RPA amendment found that maximum temperature-dependent egg mortality had to be 30% or less. If you exceeded 30% temperature-dependent egg mortality, that represented jeopardy conditions. Similarly, in NMFS's July 1, 2019 final jeopardy biological opinion, which was not published or put forward by the Trump administration, but is still the opinion of the agency's biologists, they found that minimum egg to fry survival had to be at least 15%. If egg to fry survival is higher than that, that represented jeopardy conditions. And in addition, end of September Shasta storage of 1.9 million acre feet was necessary to avoid jeopardy conditions. And those conditions, the Tier 4 conditions, could only occur in 1 of 10 years. Projections of winter run Chinook salmon temperature-dependent egg mortality this year are what we've seen published or put out to the public was 89%. Other people have indicated lower numbers today. But regardless, the projections that we've heard so far are much higher than what much higher than the temperature-dependent mortality threshold that NMFS identified. And the 89% is higher than what occurred in the disastrous years of 2014 and 2015. This level of mortality at the egg stage will devastate this year's winter run Chinook salmon population and would represent another step towards extinction of this species. The end of September storage at 1.29 million acre feet, which may even be lower under some of the runs that we've seen now, is less than the National Marine Fisheries Service threshold for jeopardy, and it suggests that fall and spring run Chinook salmon are also in grave danger from water temperatures below Shasta Dam this year. Next slide, please. These are the latest temperature projections that I've seen from the Sacramento River Temperature Task Group. On the horizontal axis, you have dates of the year for this year, and on the vertical axis, you have temperatures in degrees Fahrenheit. Colored lines indicate different locations in the river where temperature is measured. The green line is the downstream extent of winter run Chinook salmon eggs at the Clear Creek gauge. You can see that temperatures are projected to exceed the already inadequate 56-degree Fahrenheit threshold starting in September. And then temperatures are going to remain high through early November. And those high temperatures will impact all fall run and all spring run that spawn in the Sacramento River in 2021. I should note also that the Bureau's temperature projections are fairly inaccurate going into September, and they almost always in a dry year underestimate actual temperatures. So it's likely to be much worse than is depicted in this graph. In my professional judgment, operations that lead to this temperature projection will result in massive mortality for fall and spring run deposited below Shasta Dam this year. Under similar conditions in 2014, fall run experienced egg to fry survival of 2.3%, over 97% mortality before they passed Red Bluff. That's simply an unacceptable level of mortality to such a valuable resource. Now I want to pass it to Greg Reese, who will describe how reservoir management leads to these temperature impacts. And then Doug Obigi will explain what the board can do this year to avoid such extreme levels of egg mortality. So if you turn on Greg's sound, please.
Hi, thanks. Hi, I'm Greg Reese, staff hydrologist with the Bay Institute. I'm just going to take a couple of minutes and slides to quickly make the point that river temperatures can be managed by maintaining adequate reservoir storage and releasing colder water. The graph shows cold water pool volume on the x-axis and river temperature on the y-axis. As cold pool increases as you go to the right, river temperature decreases. You maintain adequate reservoir storage by reducing and delaying reservoir releases. And you release colder water with careful operation of the temperature control device, which was designed to make power plant bypasses less necessary. But in a year like this, use of the bypasses may be probably likely necessary. The low-level bypasses. Next slide, please. Can you hear me? Oh, thanks. High levels of reservoir release are not necessary to maintain adequate temperatures for Chinook salmon incubation. Daniels and Danner, I'm not going to read the whole quote, but they found that the primary controlling factor is dam discharge temperature in the upstream reach. And I'm sorry I don't have time to walk you through this graph in detail. I'm happy to do that with questions later. But if you look at it later, you'll see it shows compliance point temperatures can be met with colder or lower releases. This will contribute to cold enough temperatures in the fall and retain more water behind Shasta if next year is dry. That concludes my portion of the presentation, and please make Doug Obigi the speaker.
Thank you, Vice Chair and members of the board and staff. I am Doug Obigi with the Natural Resources Defense Council. If you could please move to the next slide. Thank you. So we're here today because Water Rights Order 90-5 requires reclamation to operate to achieve 56 degrees at Red Bluff every day when temperatures would be harmful to the fishery, unless there are factors beyond reclamation's reasonable control that prevent them from meeting that water temperature standard. And I think there's three key points here that I want to emphasize. The first is that Order 90-5 is not simply about the Endangered Species Act. And it's not simply limited to endangered species, but it includes the quote unquote fishery. That means protections for fall run, spring run, and other species have to be considered by the board. It also means that the jeopardy standard under the ESA, the preventing extinction, is not necessarily what the board's obligations are. The board needs to do better than simply avoiding extinction, particularly given the Water Quality Control Plan salmon doubling objective. This is a broader, higher standard. And what reclamation is focused on with their management of the tier system solely considers endangered species, and it does not consider reductions in contract allocations. And that's the real second point, is that factors within reclamation's reasonable control includes water deliveries by the Bureau to their settlement and exchange contractors and all their contractors. That's not just our view, that's actually the view of the Water Board in their letter to Reclamation dated last year. And it's really been the position of the board for more than a decade. So that means the third point is that in evaluating whether to approve a temperature management plan that does not achieve 56 degrees compliance at Red Bluff, the board has to consider reducing settlement contract deliveries and other CVP deliveries, and it has to consider the impacts not just to winter run, but also to fall run. Next slide, please. So when we talk about factors within reclamation's reasonable control, one of the big points to make here is this table from Reclamation showing that they're on track to allocate 3.8 million acre feet of water this year, with the settlement contractors getting 75% or 1.5 million acre feet of that allocation. That is a lot of water. Next slide. And in many dry years, the deliveries to the Sacramento River settlement contractors actually exceed what they would have access to under the water rights, because their water rights do not include water storage, nor do they have a right to divert water that has been stored. And unfortunately, reservoir releases have already ramped up dramatically in order to meet Sacramento River contract demands. What we've seen is that significant increases in releases just in the last month in order to meet those demands. That's not water that's getting to the Delta. It's not available for exports, and it is draining the cold water pool. Next slide. The reason why I raised this issue about dramatically increasing reservoir releases right now is because we've been in this play before. And unfortunately, as Ms. Lincoln knows, the end of the play is very, very bad. Back in 2014 and 2015, the board actually analyzed operations, and this is a table from that, looking at how you could manage water, how you could reduce diversions and releases from the reservoir to improve temperature management. And we saw, based on that analysis in 2015, that you could actually improve the size of the cold water pool, improve carryover storage, and reduce mortality by reducing releases, particularly early in the year. Unfortunately, the board didn't require those operations in 2015, and ultimately, California ended up killing the vast majority of the salmon, of the endangered salmon that year. And the quote on the right is from NIMS from 2019, and I think it's from their Jeopardy buyout. But they've made the same point over and over again, and that is that the volume of releases in April and May, as well as June and July, really affect the stability of the cold water pool. Next slide, please. So even though we know that these excessive releases that are more than what's necessary for temperature control are depleting the pool, we're already doing that even before the board considers the temperature management. And so we're losing the ability to actually have better outcomes because we're not taking action soon enough in the year. The table here shows the NIMS's estimate of the maximum reservoir releases that should be allowed in a critically dry year based on their January 2017 amendment to the biological opinion. And you can see, based on the last forecast of operations that I've seen, which is from last month, we're planning to have 2,000 to 3,000 or more CFS of water released every day from Keswick than what would have been permitted under the 2017 RPA amendment, which is really what's necessary for temperature control. And it really is very consistent with the analysis that has been done by NIMS, which shows that reduced reservoir releases do improve our ability to maintain temperature control. Unfortunately, as we all know, the Trump administration rejected this scientifically based amendment to the biological opinion, and instead in 2019, they adopted the blatantly unlawful biological opinion that our coalition and the state of California all agree are unlawful and are in court to overturn. But unfortunately, these reservoir releases exceed what's necessary for temperature, and they're driven by contract deliveries. These are measures that are within Reclamation's control under the board's authority, but in Reclamation's view, these are non-discretionary, and they are not considering reductions to these allocations when they prepare the temperature management plan. Next slide, please. So this is a graph of the temperature control device from 2015, and it shows how the reservoir stratified that year. And on the left-hand side, you can see that the hot water in red and the cold water in blue is unavailable to release through the upper gates entirely. The same situation that we're in because the elevation's too low. And they're not releasing from the middle gates at this time because the water is too hot at this time in 2015. And instead they're using the pressure relief gates, which are the lowest gates through the temperature control device, and then the side gate. And unfortunately, the side gate really is, as I think one of the prior speakers mentioned, kind of the gate of last resort. And once we trigger that gate, we start to lose temperature control. And that is because the gate is so tall in elevation that it accesses not just the cold water at the bottom, but also the warm water at the top of that large black square with the big white arrow. In contrast, we still have the river outlets that predate the temperature control device. And those can be used not just for releasing warmer water early in the year, but also for releasing very cold water later in the year. Now, my understanding is that that's not being considered because of concerns over energy and electricity availability this summer. And it shows that there are trade-offs, and no one wants to see measures that result in more blackouts. But I think it also highlights that our tools are constrained, and certainly that hydropower is not, particularly from large-scale dams like this, is not a green and clean energy source, but it really is contributing to the demise of California salmon. Next slide, please. So I want to wrap up here and really kind of talk about a couple of things that haven't really been mentioned. We are facing a replay of 2014 and 2015, and while we have better tools for analyzing those impacts, we're continuing along the same course of debating management actions too late in the year, and with the Bureau of Reclamation refusing to take action to reduce contract deliveries for settlement and exchange contractors. This week, we finally received modeling that was done by NIMS and the Bureau of Reclamation that they called the unbounded modeling. So that initial modeling they did in March that did not include meeting other regulatory requirements, but was simply evaluating options. There was a wide range of reservoir releases and much wider range of temperature-dependent mortality. Of those tens of thousands of runs, there were 30 model runs with 10% or less temperature-dependent mortality for winter run, and almost 3,000, precisely 2,894 model runs with temperature-dependent mortality less than or equal to 30%. This modeling, as well as what NIMS has done in the past, clearly demonstrates that we can reduce temperature-dependent mortality for winter run to levels that are more consistent with what's in the biological opinion and nearly half of what is on track to happen this year. Moreover, as I mentioned previously, Reclamation is not looking at further reductions in CVP contract allocations. The operations that have largely been presented as part of the temperature management plan are really taking that mostly off the table. And this is not only bad for salmon this year, but it also means that we're going to have dangerously low levels of cold water storage, of carryover storage at the end of this year. So if next year is dry, we face a repeat of this problem, if not an even worse problem. We can and we have to do better. It's clear that reducing contract allocations can substantially improve water temperatures and protections for salmon, not just for endangered salmon, but also for fall run. And those temperature graphs in the fall are really scary for our fishing friends and for those of us who care about salmon. To the board and to the staff, you have the authority and the moral obligation to require Reclamation to do better. No other agency is going to do this, and frankly, many of them cannot. Board Member Dodak asked earlier how Reclamation balances these concerns. The honest answer is that they don't. They have executed water contracts that they claim eliminate their discretion to be able to balance those concerns. So they won't take action to require reduced deliveries to the SRS contractors. Moreover, it is false, as Reclamation asserted today, that the determination of a tier is determined solely by hydrology. It's also determined by these deliveries to their contractors. We have 3.8 million acre feet of water that the CVP is planning to deliver this year. That's not all out of Shasta, but a big part of it is. Mr. Mooney carefully chose his words when he talked about emphasizing that they will take actions within their claimed discretion. But the board can and must do more and we can meet a tier 3 year, and we can do better than what has been presented and what will be presented in the temperature management plan. Ultimately, the approach that Reclamation takes in their temperature management plan under the biological opinions is fundamentally inconsistent with this board's obligations under state law, including Order 90-5. NIMS also isn't going to do this job for you. They're hamstrung by a blatantly unlawful biological opinion, and their regulatory authority is focused on endangered species. But they are trying to help you. They are trying to give you the tools, and as they explained today, reducing reservoir releases, particularly in these early months, results in lower temperature-dependent mortality. The State Water Board failed in 2014 and 2015 in response to the drought. We really hammered fish and wildlife in a way that we haven't recovered from. We have harmful algal blooms in the Delta that are occurring with greater frequency ever since we installed the drought barriers, the salinity barrier, and we waived water quality standards in the Delta. The operations being proposed by Reclamation, again, really do fail to provide reasonable protection to salmon, and we can do better. But it's a fool's errand to believe that someone else is going to do this for us. This comes down to the board. You have the authority, you have the information. It is a tough choice, but I urge you to do more than simply rubber stamp that what comes from Reclamation. Thank you.
Thank you all for your presentation and for providing this additional perspective and looking at this through a different lens, I guess I would say, and opening up the conversation on the other runs as well. So with that, I'd like to open it up to questions.
Yes, I wanted to just start by seeing if you could help me understand the question again about what we could do. I think you explained this, but I didn't just fully follow what the options are to do to protect fall run if we are in really critical years like this, when we're really prioritizing temperature for winter run.
Want me to take that, Doug?
Why don't you start and I can follow up.
I mean, it's a very good question. The thing to understand here is that the needs of the fall run are completely in line with the needs of the winter run. If winter run are not protected, if their temperature needs aren't met, there's no way that you can provide temperature protection for fall run. It's not an additive thing to do. You have to do winter run and fall run. You have to accomplish winter run temperature objectives that would mean that there was cold water left over at the end of their incubation season that would be available to fall run. But you can't do the reverse.
Yeah, and I would just add ultimately this is a math problem, that the volume of the cold water pool is a fixed thing and we can't really negotiate with it. We release water, that is water that can't, as we release water from the reservoirs, we have less of a cold water pool. Conversely, as we reduce diversions and releases from the reservoir, we actually have higher storage that increases our ability to maintain temperatures, not just for winter run, but for fall run later into the year. And we saw that in 2014 and 2015, we saw very different results for the fall run. 14 was a disaster. Both years were a disaster for winter run. 14 was a disaster for fall run. 15 was not as bad. So there are choices here, and the board's duties fundamentally are not just about the Endangered Species Act and endangered species, but include the fall run.
Great, that's helpful. I think I may have another question, but not right this second, so another board member can go if they do.
Others? Board Member Dodek?
A dangerous legal question from an engineer. So I think I'm directing this to Mr. Obiji, since you mentioned it in your part of the presentation. What authority or authorities is, in your opinion, something that the board, under which the board could direct the Bureau to reduce their contract deliveries?
So 90-5 says that the Bureau has to produce a temperature management plan, and the board can reject it. And that would be the authority fundamentally that you'd be relying on, because they're presenting a temperature management plan that does not actually protect salmon. And you have an obligation to reject that plan and force them to do something better. And when they consider what they consider to be, when you think about 90-5, they say their position is that deliveries to the Sacramento River settlement contractors are non-discretionary and we can't reduce them. So when we present a temperature management plan, that's off the table, and we're just going to present, and in fact, in the biological opinion, they won't reduce allocations to anyone in order to improve temperature management. They will just look at what's being allocated, and then whatever's left over will go to temperature management. But that's not how 90-5 works. 90-5 says they need to meet 56 degrees at Red Bluff without exception if it's going to harm the fishery. And that these measures, these deliveries are within their reasonable control, so they can't justify not meeting 56 degrees because they are delivering water to the Sacramento River settlement contractors or other contractors. Ultimately, I think 90-5 is not, it is rather inartful at this stage. It assumes that the temperature control device is going to work and alleviate these problems, which is plainly not accurate anymore. And it doesn't really account for climate change. But I think you clearly have the authority under that order to require reclamation to do better. And they're contractually obligated not to do better.
And you're suggesting that we direct the Bureau to prioritize meeting temperature objectives and other objectives over their contractual deliveries, over their contracts?
Yes. When you think about their obligations under the law, their contracts are not somehow above the law. It's not like their contracts are somehow superior to the Endangered Species Act, to the Public Trust Doctrine, or to this board's authority. And indeed, we have case law going back to the 1890s where activities have been curtailed to protect salmon, including a lawsuit against GCID requiring a fish screen from the 1930s. So it's not like senior water rights holders are somehow above the law.
Thank you.
My questions have been asked, so no questions.
I'm sorry, no questions?
No questions right now, thank you.
All right. I have a question, and let's see, I'm looking on my notes here. On the chart that you have, and I think it was Mr. Rosenfield on pulling up the PowerPoint here. Slide 10, maximum temperature dependent mortality, and you reference draft biological opinion language. So what is in the biological opinion on this issue of egg to fry survival, if anything, that you're aware of?
Maybe I can answer that one. So in the, this slide shows what was in the draft amendment to the RPA that was put forward by by NIMS at the end of the Obama administration. It also shows the July 1st, 2019 final biological opinion from the region that found jeopardy, which the Trump administration suppressed. In the final 2019 biological opinion issued by the Trump administration, they approved 100% temperature-dependent mortality of winter run Chinook salmon in 2 consecutive years, and it would not be violated, that take limit, until after a 3rd year of similarly terrible, i.e. zero survival. That biological opinion also eliminated carryover storage requirements. It eliminated the requirements that the National Marine Fisheries Service consult with reclamation before issuing initial allocations, and that those allocations be subject to ensuring meeting temperature control for salmon. And it found that on average, as I recall, in these tier 4 years, you would see 77% temperature dependent mortality. And then one last thing, the Reclamation and the biological opinion opine that these kinds of tier 4 conditions would only happen in 5, 6, 7% of years. But over the last decade, we've already had 3 of those years. And that's in part because their modeling is not accounting for climate change in a reasonable way.
Okay, thank you. So the 77%, that's the base condition that was referred to earlier today in NIM's presentation.
I don't know if that's what was, I think that was, you'd have to ask NIMS if that was in their base presentation. I think that is actually just a coincidence of what is on average seen in a tier 4 year, and then the operations that they had in their base and what the mortality looked like. But you'd have to ask them to confirm that.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions, excuse me, we'll move on to the 4th public presentation. Bill Jennings, Tom Cannon, Chris Schutz, and Michael Jackson representing the California Sports Fishing Protection Alliance, California Water Impact Network, and Aqualliance. Good afternoon. Who will be Mr. Schutz? Okay.
Good afternoon. I think Mr. Jennings is going to go first. Is he up? He needs to unmute.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon, Mr. Jennings.
Good afternoon. Bill Jennings, California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance. Well, we're here for another drought, another workshop, and an abundance of ideas and promises on how we'll make conditions better in the future. But the on-the-ground reality never seems to change. Next slide, please. Over the last century, droughts in the Sacramento Valley have occurred more than 40% of the time. Since 2000, below normal to critical water years have occurred over 71% of the time. It's likely to be worse in the future. We can't be surprised by drought. Yet the state and federal projects operate as if there's no tomorrow. They deliver as much water as possible, leaving little carryover storage to guard against a subsequent dry year. A consistent pattern over 5 decades. Next slide, please. I could have included this 1976-77 or the 1988-92 droughts. It's the same pattern. End of storage serially drops until disaster intrudes. The pattern persists because, please, next slide. Under this approach, Sacramento Valley agriculture has done reasonably well. Between 2000 and 2019, annual reports by county ag commissioners show that farm production increased over 71%. Actually, farm production frequently increases during early drought years. And annual farm employment increased 16.6% according to the EDD. Next slide, please. However, fish suffer. We're on the precipice of sending species into extinction, and we routinely relax standards during protecting fish during drought. Between 1970 and 74 and 2015 and 19, Sacramento River mainstream Chinook salmon escapement for winter, spring, and fall run declined 91, 99.9, and 79.7% respectively. Between 1967, 71, and 2016-20, fall midwater trawl abundance indices for striped bass, delta smelt, longfin, split tail, and threadfin declined 98.1, 99.8, 99.8, 99.3, and 94.3 respectively. Actually, and there's been the downward trend has continued since 2000. Between 2002 and 20, average egg to fry survival has been 23%. In critical years, it's been 7%. Next slide, please. Failure to meet downstream temperature objectives has compressed spawning. Since 1969, the percentage of Chinook salmon all runs below Red Bluff declined from 36.5% to 9.3%. winter and spring runs used to spawn below Red Bluff, and we ought not to be putting all of our eggs into a 10-mile reach below Keswick. Next slide, please. Water Right Order 9005 enforces the Basin Plan and requirements of the California Constitution, the Water Code, reasonable use, and public trust doctrine. The Bureau must meet 56 degrees Fahrenheit at Red Bluff, subject to controllable factors. 56 at Red Bluff ensures lower temperatures upstream. Upstream compliance points are only allowed when caused by uncontrollable factors. Water delivery is a controllable factor. Water necessary to protect cold water is simply not available for delivery. Excuse me. For those old enough to remember, everyone in the old Bonderson hearing room in 1990 understood the Basin Plan's controllable factors policy and its implications. The Bureau embraced 9005 because it allowed them to escape a regional board, an enforceable regional board, waste discharge requirement with receiving water limitations, 56 from Shasta to Red Bluff, and a compliance schedule. The board must enforce 9005 by ensuring there's sufficient cold water to meet temperature objectives before there are any commitments to specific water deliveries. Next slide, please. The Bureau supplies 100% of contracted water settlement contractors, except in critical years when it supplies 75%. Well, except in 2018 or 2008, excuse me, when it supplied full contract. The 2019 federal biological opinion eliminated previous end of storage requirements and limits on temperature dependent mortality during Tier 4 years. After deliveries are announced, the Bureau and the Sacramento River Temperature Task Group then triages what little water remains into a temperature management plan that they expect the board to approve. At no point does anyone consider how a reduction in deliveries to settlement contractors would better protect fish. We cannot continue to treat deliveries as a constant and fish protection as a variable. And senior water rights are not senior to the public trust. The board is not bound by Bureau contracts or biological opinions. It is bound by its constitutional Basin Plan, water rights, and public trust responsibilities. Next slide, please. With respect to water transfers, the Sacramento contractors have proposed to transfer thousands of acre feet of water this year. The actual amount I heard for the first time today, but we'll see. There are some other transfers. The Bureau has proposed a forbearance agreement to delay transfers until later in the year. We note that a similar forbearance agreement process was tried in 2015, and egg to fry survival was 3% and 85% of the winter run were killed below Shasta. Water transfers will also deprive Shasta of critically needed carryover storage in case drought continues. As to suggestion to allow higher early season temperatures, I remind everyone that early May is the onset of winter run spawning, and winter run are already in the river below Keswick. Water necessary to comply with temperature objectives is not available for delivery, and contractors should not be permitted to profit from the sale of unneeded water in a drought. Water they already acknowledged they don't need to apply to, on their own lands. Next slide, please. So, while the Bureau bluntly rejected board staff's repeated request to evaluate water delivery alternatives, we do expect the board to honor our settlement agreement to have staff evaluate whether water delivery alternatives may achieve temperature compliance at the temperature compliance points. And we expect those evaluations to be available concurrently with the Bureau's draft temperature management plan. We'll be submitting extensive comments on the draft management plan. And we expect that any TMP approval will ensure that there's sufficient cold water to protect fish and to protect carryover storage. Thank you for your patience. Next slide. Tom Cannon will now take over, followed by Chris Schutz and Mike Jackson. Tom?
I'm here. I've activated my mute. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, good.
Sorry about that.
Good afternoon. I am Tom Cannon with the CSBA, and I'm coming last, so I hope to avoid duplication, make it minimal as possible. My presentation is on measures we can take in 2021 to protect the fish. And I'll start with the first slide, please. Summarize, we're similar to 2014 and 15, and that's our starting point. And our cold water pool is roughly the same as 2014, 2015. So we have a good starting point in which to try to protect fish, which did not happen in 2014 and 15. Next slide, please. The first option is minimize Shasta deliveries. If you look at the bottom line on this chart, it's a complicated chart, but the bottom line shows 2015. We certainly shouldn't go above that. The maximum release from Keswick was 7,000. And that should be our goal or starting point this year, and hopefully make it better. The NIMS graph Doug just showed in the last slide period was 6,000. You know, maybe it should be 6,000. I'm not going to argue about that, but I don't think we should go above the 7,000 from 2015. Next slide, please. We can take advantage of the spring Trinity diversions. They're cold. We can maximize those coming over, and that'll just save 1-for-1 cold water pool from Shasta. You can see on the chart that Trinity diversion water is still down around 50 degrees, and that's plenty cold. The more we take of it, the less we have to use of the Shasta water, cold water pool water.
Excuse me, I think you're a slide behind.
Sorry. I'm a slide behind.
You're good now, Tom.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Thank you, Chris. So we have the table there, and Spring Creek Powerhouse is the third column, and you can see it's cold, and any amount of water we can use from that powerhouse into Keswick will save cold water pool in Shasta, and we should try to maximize that, and at least to the extent it won't hurt the Trinity River, and that's not my call to balance it, but the more we can take from the Trinity and from Lewiston, the better. And there's also the option you can run it down Clear Creek to some extent as well and save cold water pool. The second option here is use the upper TCD gates. In this case, are the middle gates. That we're doing that well, and it seems to be okay. The third option is to bypass the powerhouse and use the river outlets, and that seems to be going okay, but we're running out of that capacity as well because water temperatures coming out of the dam through the river outlets is 70 some degrees already. It does mix downstream with colder water in Keswick. All three of those options are virtually exhausted now, and but they have provided some benefits. And that last one was the powerhouse bypass was undertaken in 2015 as well.
Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm following. Are you on the next slide?
I'm on number 2, take advantages.
Okay, great.
I'm just going over it quickly.
No, that's Great.
Not trying to duplicate, and I'm just listing the options, and the data in the table are pretty complicated, and they only go through April 12th, and things have happened since then as well. We talked about earlier. The benefits so far in April have been dampened by the doubling of storage releases from around 3,500 to 6,500 in the month of April. And that's lost about 50,000 acre feet of cold water pool just because of the increase in storage releases in April. On to the next slide is a similar table. It's for the summer. And here, kind of the opposite recommendation. Don't bring any Spring Creek hot water over because it takes a lot of cold water pool water to ameliorate the effect of the warm Spring Creek water. So that's another option. Some of that could go down Clear Creek without much impact. It's not a lot of capacity, but that's another option. But cutting the Spring Creek warm water input to Keswick will help. Next slide. And my last option really is modify hydropower peaking. It's a very complicated process. You know, there's 5 penstocks, and I've looked at it for many years, and here's just one example of how the temperature is affected by how you operate the hydropower peaking. There are many other examples. This is just one. And certainly hydropower peaking can be adjusted to save cold water pool. That's all I can say about that, really. And the next slide. The last thing we need to consider is avoiding the redirected impacts. And what I mean by that is the winter and spring run adults in May are still coming up in May and June. And it's 200 miles of river. And if it's hot, like it's already getting, that's a very big hardship on those adults. Second thing is from July through September, the fall run Chinook salmon are coming up through the Sacramento River, 200 miles. We got to reconsider the impacts the hot water in the river will have on those. The spring run sturgeon are also in the river spawning and larval rearing in the spring. We should consider them. They're impacted as well. That's a long story as well. The spring season salmon and smolt immigration, mainly fall run, is also going on. There's the Battle Creek hatchery fish are one of the considerations. They just won't make it through the hot river. Even if you do truck them, what do you do with the wild fish? There's millions of wild smolts going down the river. You got to watch out for them as well. And this chart is longfin smelt. They're sitting in the West Delta and Suisun Bay, and a TUCP like we had in 14 and 15 would massacre them. It's a tough call there. Finally, in closing, we recommend focusing on an open daily management and decision process. You just can't rely on the models. You have to just manage the system daily, watching out for the weather and heat waves and things like that. It's just a tough management program that's necessary. Given the state of the winter run population, the goal should be keeping the eggs alive and improving population viability and acting conservatively to keep the populations healthy. Right now, they're on the brink of extinction, and their jeopardy opinion is likely to come from these operations. With that, I'll go back to Chris.
Thanks very much. I don't have a PowerPoint for you all. You can just leave up that slide if you like. I'm Chris Schutz with the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance to sum up some of our thoughts. As we stated, CSPA and California Water Impact Network in our comment letter, and as we've talked about again today, the board has the authority and the responsibility to set sideboards on the Bureau of Reclamation's Shasta operations in 2021. These sideboards must include limits on the water made available to Sacramento River settlement contractors for delivery and transfers. In 2020, and early 2021, Reclamation and DWR have run their reservoir storage as low as it was in 2015. It's the result of the Trump administration's buyouts, the disastrous renegotiation of the Coordinated Operations Agreement, and the reckless federal policy of maximizing delivery and other choices. Risky decisions have consequences. Reclamation and its collaborators know how to operate the CBP system. What they don't do well is set limits and police themselves. Voluntary compliance has not protected fish. That needs to be your job. If Reclamation declines to cooperate in providing information regarding reduced water deliveries to Sacramento River settlement contractors, the board will need to use its own resources to do the best job it can. Will the settlement contractors' voluntary reductions, as we heard about today, protect fish? We don't think so, but that's not modeled, or at least not modeled with any output that's been made public. It's not collaborative to just say no to that modeling, where to enable the board to actually evaluate the benefits of reduced settlement contractor deliveries. That's the modeling that CSPA asked for and that Reclamation firmly declined to do in September. Your authorities under the public trust and reasonable use doctrines require you to act. You must establish constraints on water deliveries and transfers and enforce them. You must be active in preserving Shasta cold water pool in 2021 and for future years and avoid redirected impacts. Delay is not an option for success. It would be a down payment on a bad decision. What goes in the game of bridge goes for the fish under the bridge. Hesitation is death. You must act quickly. Please make 2021 the success that 2015 and 2014 were not. Thank you. I believe Mr. Jackson has a few comments.
Mr. Jackson?
Can you hear me?
There we go. Good afternoon.
Thanks. My part of this presentation was to listen closely to everybody else's presentation since we hadn't heard them before, and give you just sort of what I will be looking for between now and the final document. Much of it has been covered. From my point of view, the law is very clear. The reclamation law, as it was set up, gives the state power over reclamation in terms of water rights and water distribution. Maybe you'd like it to be another way, but in their infinite wisdom, the Congress of the United States, shortly before the year 1900, made the decision that all of the states in the West would have priority and authority over Bureau projects. So that is, any indication otherwise is simply a long set of lawsuits that lead to the same place. That was exactly, again, tried when there was a federal court case over whether Friant had to obey 5937, and it did. The situation is the same in Shasta. You're required to keep fish in good conditions under state law below dams. there is no place in California where that law is more important than right now. So it is a public trust violation not to take care of all of the species, not just the listed species below the dam. Practically, we've worked ourselves into a position where we can't really do a ecosystem wide examination yet, because most of these species are trapped in my hometown. If you've ever lived in Redding, you know that trying to run an outdoor hatchery in 117-degree temperatures is really difficult. And so this cold water pool is absolutely critical at all stages of life. So what we will be looking for is, in the presentation today, there are no details. In the presentation today, there is very little substance. In the presentation today, there are no answers. So there are four things which I think are the most important. The first is there does have to be an examination of reduced deliveries to the settlement contractors. Their contract is doesn't bind you at all. And I get a little nervous, and member Dodek can probably knows how long I've been nervous. When I first heard it in 1985, and I've heard it every time you've met since, the idea that you can't examine reduced deliveries to the Sacramento River contractors is a non-starter. The contract that the federal government signed doesn't take away your right to regulate. So when you all hear the words collaboration, I hear the words regulatory capture. So I'll try to phrase things within science and reason, but the idea that we're all going to get in a room and kumbaya ourselves into some sort of way that we don't have to enforce the law is a non-starter for us, and it's simply going to lead to litigation. The second thing that I think is quite important is to realize again, and you've heard it, that there's less cold water in Shasta, but also in Folsom and Oroville and everywhere else in California except New Melones than there was in 2015. And what I did hear today was the egg mortality, egg to fry, of 3% for the year 2015. Now, you didn't do this. The boards in front of you did this. But it's going to be the Newsom administration's responsibility if these things go extinct. I didn't hear any mention of sturgeon, spring run, any of the other fish that are going to be affected by this proposal that was submitted today, I guess, by the Bureau. I'm going to be looking for how you're going to deal with the Trinity River. It supplies cold water early and hot water late. Both Keswick at the receiving end of the Trinity input and Lewiston at the diversion point out of the Trinity are unnatural dams that are not very big, but are very, very good at raising water temperature. Now, I used to go because of the hot temperatures in Redding, like everybody else, I went to Whiskeytown Lake at night because it was close and it was fun and it was pretty warm water. Well, they take the water out of Whiskeytown by a really pretty system. They scrape it off the top with a glory hole, kind of like Berryessa. And they move that water. That water can enter the Sacramento River either in the area where we're trying to grow fish in Redding, or you can send it down Clear Creek, because that way it enters the Sacramento River at the time it's hot, supplies the molecules of water, but doesn't supply the increased temperature for the cold water pool coming out of Shasta. So I'm going to want to see real analysis of that. And then the fourth is a part that I don't even understand from the presentation. There was no examination of these transfers, where they're going to come from. Part of the disagreement about transfers is they can be good and they can be very, very bad. And since there were about 350,000 acre feet of transfers that were proposed at one point to the state board for an examination and then suddenly withdrawn, and the Bureau is going to be dealing with those transfers. So I'm going to be looking for the Bureau's ecosystem plan for the connectivity of the surface water and groundwater in the Sacramento Valley. Since most of the economic, the largest of the economic farming drivers is on the east side of the Sacramento Valley, the people there have been taking water out of the ground, putting it on their own land for almonds and walnuts, and it's always recovered. But when we start letting the rice farmers along the river suck water out of the river because they're connected and call it groundwater and then move it, you're having all of the problems that that I think Member Firestone you're so familiar with in terms of deeper pumps, taking water from groundwater dependent farmers, from the same groups of people that have lost water in the San Joaquin. So those four things are going to be what I'm looking for. Anyway, thank you very much for the opportunity, but I don't think this deal is cooked yet. So I'm hoping that you can put aside this idea that if you don't go along to get along, it is regulatory capture because it is your responsibility. Anyway, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson, and thank you all. We will move on to any questions, and I'll just say that I'm going to kind of some questions, but I'm going to kind of constrain myself. I'd like to move along so we can start up the public comment section, but if anyone has any pressing questions, please go ahead. Anyone? Okay. Because we still do have one more panel, and that is public presentation from the Sacramento Water Forum. Jessica Law. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, board members. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thanks. I'd also like to invite my colleagues, Jeffrey Weaver from HDR and Chris Hammersmark from CBEC Eco Engineering to join me, if possible. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. It's been a long day, but there's been a lot of really good discussion. We are here to present on behalf of the Water Forum, which represents a diverse group of business and agricultural leaders, citizen groups, environmentalists, water purveyors, and local governments in this region. We have been working together over the past 20 years to design and implement science-based solutions that balance water use and river management decisions. We want to reiterate many of the messages that you've heard today, mainly that we must work towards balancing a complex system and understand that the whole of the system is greater than the sum of its parts. And it cannot be underscored enough, temperature management is absolutely critical to maintain the health of the system. Next slide. Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit about current conditions and what we're seeing in the Lower American River. So conditions on the 23-mile stretch of the Lower American River are dictated by releases from Folsom Dam. Folsom Reservoir, as you know, is relatively small and shallow compared to the other reservoirs on the system. Unlike other CVP reservoirs, it also provides urban water for the surrounding communities, which are dependent on lake levels staying above 110,000 acre-feet. This year is especially challenging for Folsom and the Lower American River, as it is in the rest of the state. However, the data are indicating that the reservoir and the river are likely going to be experiencing conditions this year that will be worse than 2014 and 2015. Earlier in the year, we were cautiously optimistic that higher than average snowpack levels in the upper watershed would provide a buffer for Folsom. However, inflow levels are lower than expected or predicted, and releases have been above the minimum release requirements dictated in the 2019 BIOPS to meet delta outflow requirements. The Water Forum and Bureau of Reclamation have been working shoulder to shoulder to ensure that there's accurate information and a thorough understanding of the conditions and potential impacts for this year. This includes up to weekly meetings with stakeholders and agencies to understand current and projected conditions in the river. So we are all in agreement that this is a difficult year, and we're working closely to consider options on how to maintain adequate end-of-year storage and reduce impacts to the fisheries. And we are going to be working together to develop a temperature management plan. But even with this proactive approach, we are still facing a situation that will result in poor conditions in the river throughout the summer and limited cold water pool in the fall. So we just have a few quick slides that we wanted to share, and I'm going to turn it over to Jeffrey and to Chris in order to provide some additional context and information about current conditions compared to 2014 and 2015. And then after that, we're happy to answer any questions. Next slide, and I'll turn it over to Jeff.
Yeah, hi, thank you everybody for give us a chance to talk to you today. So, and I just have just a few quick slides here just to show where conditions are for this year relative to 2014 and 2015. And as has been mentioned in some previous presentations, that current storage is quite low in Folsom Reservoir. And this figure is actually a few days old. Storage has continued to drop since this figure. But you can see where we are currently relative to both 2014 and 2015. The 2014 is the blue line and 2015 is the red line. Sorry that the legend got cut off on this one. Several hundreds of thousand acre feet lower though, I guess is the critical point on this slide. Can we go to the next one, please? So this is showing the daily inflow to Folsom Reservoir from CDEC. And again, the blue trace is the 2014 and the red trace is 2015. And so you can see similarly here that the inflows to date current inflows are lower than we were seeing in 2014. They're still above where we had in 2015. But again, inflows are dropping off. The snow is almost all melted. We probably have a few more weeks left of snow, and then it's likely gone. And inflows then will drop to very low levels. I'm not going to hypothesize exactly where they'll end up. Next slide, please. And these are the current releases. So the black line is the releases from Lake Natoma. Again, blue line is 2014. The red line is 2015. right now releases are substantially above where they were in those other 2 years. This is largely to meet, at least by our understanding, to meet Delta requirements. Basically showing that Folsom is carrying a much heavier load than it was in those other 2 years. And forecasted operations show lower releases than 2014 and 2015 in the summer. But right now we're in a situation where we're releasing above the inflows and storage is dropping. Next slide, please. This is where we are on temperatures right now. And Chris will talk a little bit more about where temperatures are expected to be. But you can see where we are. Again, the black line is this year, 2014 in blue, and 2015 is in red. And you can see that in spite, well, primarily due to our lower storage, but in spite of our higher flows, temperatures coming out of Lake Natoma are higher than they were in 2014 or 2015. And again, right now, I think looked at yesterday's are approaching 59 degrees coming out of Nimbus Dam. So we're in temperatures are in higher than higher than we've seen historically for this time of year. I think next slide, I think, is for Mr. Hammersmark.
That's the last slide.
Oh, last one. Okay, I'm sorry.
But Chris, if you wanted to go ahead and add comment on temperature.
So Chris is participating by phone, and we've invited him to unmute. There we go.
All right. Thank you for your patience. I'm flying blind today, so I apologize. I don't have a slide prepared for this, but I would just wanted to review real quickly the temperature modeling that Reclamation has prepared for the Lower American River. Not surprisingly, it is as grim or grimmer than what we've heard earlier today, so I won't go into too much detail, aside from the fact that they do not anticipate being able to meet a 72-degree temperature target at Watt Avenue, which is the compliance point. 72 degrees is the highest temperature schedule out of 78 schedules that Reclamation tries to manage to. So not meeting 72 degrees, in fact, 73 degrees and above in some weeks. I'll remind everybody that, say, an upper tolerable limit for steelhead would be 68 degrees. So through the summer, we're well above what would be considered tolerable for steelhead. Moving up to Nimbus, the upstream limit of anadromy, temperatures are predicted to be in excess of 70 degrees as well. Looking into the fall, particularly in October, at least at this point, projections are for temperatures between 61 to 66 degrees, which, based off of the discussions earlier, is substantially above the 56 degrees that we believe is necessary to support spawning. And so it's looking very grim on the American for both steelhead and fall run. Back to you, Jessica.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you, board members, for the opportunity to present today and your willingness to consider how conditions on the American are a part of the whole. And really, actions on the Sacramento River have potential consequences on the American. Our fear overall is that the American River and Folsom Reservoir will be further relied upon to provide water supply for the Delta, which would stretch a limited supply to a potentially extreme situation. So we encourage the board to keep focused on temperatures and balancing conditions in this complex and interconnected system. We're happy to take questions.
Thank you both. That was very helpful, and to remind us of the complexity of the system, and then also competing demands and trade-offs. Again, any pressing questions? I don't want to prevent my fellow colleagues from asking questions, but just trying to move along if possible. Okay. All right. With that, we will now move into public comment, and again want to remind everybody that we're going to limit comments to 3 minutes. Of course, if there's a need to go beyond we'll consider that on an individual basis. And if you're able to just chime in and say you agree with somebody who went before you or one of the panelists, we would welcome that as well. So that we just really want to give everyone that's in line the opportunity. And Mr. Lawfer, I've pulled it up, but it's kind of hard to sort through, you know, who's in line. So if you wouldn't mind helping me with the queue.
We'd be happy to do that. And for individuals who have not, because we do have a number of speakers, just for everyone's awareness, we have approximately 36 speakers still in the queue today. But also for people who haven't routinely participated in one of our Zoom meetings, if you put your Zoom platform into either the tile view or do whatever you need to do by scrolling the wheel up top, you'll be able to see the scroll of upcoming speakers. So if you could be prepared to go live as soon as we unmute you. And so everybody knows, not all 36 speakers will appear on that scroll the whole time. It becomes a little bit unmanageable. So we only keep about the next 6 to 10 speakers up there. When you see your name pop up, know that you'll probably be coming up within the next 10 minutes or so. And with that in mind, our first speaker is Mr. Tom Stokely. Give us a minute, we'll get you unmuted. And you should be good to go.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Great. Members of the board and staff, my name is Tom Stokely. I'm with Save California Salmon, and I'm here to talk to you about the Trinity River. Save California Salmon is concerned about survival of salmon in the Sacramento, Trinity, and Klamath rivers, and we encourage you to only approve a temperature management plan that ensures adequate cold water supplies for protection of fish in all these rivers. Since all other parties are commenting on Sacramento River protections, I will focus my comments on the Trinity and Lower Klamath rivers. The Trinity is the largest natural tributary of the Klamath River, but it's also an artificial tributary of Clear Creek and the Sacramento River. The Trinity River is scheduled to deliver about 500,000 acre-feet of water to the Sacramento River this year via Lewiston Reservoir, Whiskeytown, and Keswick reservoirs. This is a substantial block of water, especially during drought. Trinity Lake is slightly over half full, a little less than 1.3 million acre-feet, and is projected to go below 600,000 acre-feet before the end of the calendar year, which is less than 25% of storage capacity. Giving my age a little bit here, I did participate in the 1990 proceeding that resulted in Water Right Order 90-5, so I have a long history with this issue. As stated by staff at the beginning of the workshop, Water Right Order 95 contains protections for the Trinity River. They are found on pages 61 and 62, and I'm just gonna paraphrase part of it. And that is that a permittee, being the Bureau, shall not operate its Trinity River Division for water temperature control on the Sacramento River in such a manner as to adversely affect salmonid spawning and egg incubation in the Trinity River by exceeding average daily water temperatures of 56 degrees at the Douglas City Bridge between September 15th and October 1st, or at the confluence of the North Fork Trinity River between October 1st and December 31st, due to factors which are A, controllable by permittee, and B, are a result of modification of Trinity River operations for temperature control on the Sacramento River. So in other words, whatever you do with this plan for the Sacramento River temperature control, it cannot harm the Trinity River as defined by 56 degrees at specific locations and times. The transfer of Trinity water is problematic, as Tom Cannon explained, and Trinity River water can heat significantly in Lewiston and Trinity reservoirs. The heating of Trinity water in Lewiston can occur when there's inadequate turnover due to lower exports of water to the Sacramento River. The Trinity River is in an unfortunate situation of needing a certain amount of water exported in summer in order to keep Lewiston Reservoir flushed out and cold. Conversely, the export of water, Trinity water to the Sacramento River during the hotter months can significantly heat the Sacramento River due to heating in Whiskeytown. I would disagree with Mr. Cannon about moving the Trinity River water over early for reasons I don't have time to explain. I believe that would violate the do no harm clause in 9005. However, I do agree with him that moving the water, moving less Trinity water in the hotter parts of the summer would help with temperatures in the Sacramento River. I think that when you do your modeling, you really ought to look at finding a way to balance diversions from the Trinity to keep the Trinity cold, but also to minimize heating impacts to the Sacramento River. It looks like I'm out of time, but I will say that also there do need to be temperature bypasses at Trinity Dam to release cold water from the bottom of the dam when the power plant sucks in warm water. I haven't heard a discussion of that today. And also there needs to be water available to release from the lower Klamath River pursuant to the Bureau of Reclamation's 2017 Lower Klamath Record of Decision, which calls for additional Trinity releases in late summer and fall to prevent a repeat of the 2002 historic Lower Klamath kill in which 65,000 adult salmon were killed. So I urge you to protect the Trinity and the Klamath rivers in whatever plan that you approve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stokely.
And so our next speaker is Ms. Chichizola.
Hi, thank you. My name is Regina Chicazola. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes.
Yes? Okay. I'm here today to make sure that the temperature management plan that's put forward by the Bureau is rejected unless it does protect salmon. We cannot let up to 90% of the salmon die this year or 89% of the winter run. I also urge you to protect the spring run and fall salmon, as was brought up before by the commercial fishermen. And also to make sure that the Trinity River is protected, because as Tom mentioned, that carryover storage and water is needed in the Trinity River in order to stop adult Klamath fish kills. And the Trinity River transport is not beneficial to Sacramento River salmon anyway. With those things said, which were repeating of what other people said, the other thing I would like to bring up is the need to not only protect the public trust for the people of California, but also to think about the importance of salmon as far as being a tribal trust species, and the importance of tribal water rights and Native people's diets as part of this process. There used to be plentiful runs of salmon throughout California and enough runs throughout the year of salmon, sturgeon, and eels that there was a lot of food sources for Native people and other people in California. And we don't have that anymore. And a lot of it's because of mismanagement by the Bureau of Reclamation in the state, and based on the fact that there are too many dams in the system and too many straws. And finding out that more almonds are being planted, despite the fact that we lost the majority of our salmon runs 3 years running during the last drought. And despite the fact that the Klamath zone is completely closed down this year, and the zones below that are severely limited, is ridiculous. This board has action to stop the salmon from dying. It has not taken action to make sure that climate change is being addressed. We just turned in comments on actions to deal with climate change and water rights for new water rights applications. But meanwhile, there are water rights that are complete violations of the public being exercised while salmon are dying and going extinct within this state. So I only have 25 seconds left, but those are our comments. Please consult with the tribes on this decisions. Please think about the fact that you are the only people standing in the way of possible extinction of salmon runs in the Klamath, Sacramento, San Joaquin, and Bay Delta systems, and salmon are worth way more than exports of almonds. Thank you so much, and please exercise whatever authority you can in this situation, and please feel free to ask me any questions outside of this forum. I want to respect everyone else's time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark Chow. You should be able to unmute your phone by pressing *6. Okay, looks like you're unmuted at this point, Mr. Chow. But if you're speaking, we're not hearing you. If you have an alternate microphone, like a Bluetooth headset or something to that effect, you could try disabling that and speaking directly into the phone or whatever device you're calling from. So unfortunately, Mr. Chow, maybe you can send an email to, at this point, go ahead and send it to me since Ms. Townsend had to step out. It's michael.lawfer@waterboards.ca.gov, and we'll try to figure out what the technical issue is and get you back in the back of the queue. We'll come back to you shortly. Our next speaker is Rachel Zolliger. Hold on. And you should be asked to unmute at this point, Rachel.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Coming through loud and clear.
Great. Good afternoon. I'm Rachel Zwillinger, an attorney and water policy advisor with Defenders of Wildlife. Defenders works to protect aquatic and wetland species in California's Central Valley with a focus on Pacific flyway birds and species listed under the Endangered Species Act, like winter run and spring run Chinook salmon and giant garter snakes. We are deeply concerned about the outlook for winter run Chinook salmon this year and urge the board to use the full extent of its authority to protect this gravely endangered species. As you've already heard, winter run are not doing well. Another bad year puts the species on a trajectory towards extinction, and the predicted levels of mortality for this year would do exactly that. You have the power to require more meaningful protective measures, and we implore you to use your authority before it's too late. We also urge the board to begin planning now for a dry 2022 water year. We need to get out of this cycle of last-minute scrambling to avert disaster, and earlier planning is essential. For the longer term, updating the Bay Delta Plan in a manner that accounts for the likelihood of multiple dry year sequences and ensures diversions are consistent with fish and wildlife beneficial uses should be a priority and is the best pathway to a more predictable and sustainable future. Finally, I want to add a note about wetland species. Pacific flyway birds and wetland wildlife like giant garter snakes are going to see dramatic habitat reductions this year. Level 2 refuge water supplies have been cut by 25%, and actual deliveries will likely be lower, and level 4 water will be mostly unavailable. Additionally, water districts are setting aside little or no water for post-harvest flooding of rice fields, which is a major problem for wintering waterfowl and other Pacific flyway birds. On top of that already difficult situation, the water transfers that have been discussed today will wipe out tens of thousands of additional acres of rice habitat without adequate mitigation for impacts to species that depend on the rice fields. There are simple things that can be done to reduce the water transfer's impacts to terrestrial species, like retention of non-irrigated cover crops on idled parcels, idling in a checkerboard pattern for giant garter snake habitat connectivity, and retaining a small fraction of the transfer water for post-harvest flooding. Yet there is not a plan for widespread implementation of these measures, and birds, snakes, and other wetland wildlife will needlessly suffer. If water transfers are to become a part of California's drought management strategy, we need to do a much better job of ensuring that impacts to wetland species are minimized and mitigated. Thank you for your time today and for creating this opportunity for public dialogue.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Linda Webb. Good afternoon.
Hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Yeah, my name's Linda Webb, and I'm with the Friends of the Shasta River. The Shasta is a tributary to the Klamath, and I realize we're talking about the Sacramento today. I had attempted to speak yesterday, but through some glitch, I wasn't recognized. And so I'm back here today, but my comments do apply to everything we're talking about here throughout the state, really. I wanted to thank Chair Esquivel for his very moving opening statement this morning about the murder verdict we all saw yesterday. You know, as it was so very painful for all of us to stand by and witness the horror of the murder of George Floyd. We are also experiencing the horror of witnessing the murder of species. And particularly here in our Shasta River, the coho salmon are threatened and are teetering on the brink of extinction by everybody's assessment. The death of the coho here is due mostly to the fact that ag diverters leave too little water in the river during the crucial months of April through September, much like too little water left for the Sacramento River aquatic life. And yes, this is a drought year yet again, but we can't keep using that as an excuse to let species die. I'm here asking you, please do the right thing. Stop the murder of species. Curtail agricultural water diversions. And after all, that is a matter of current income versus permanent extinction. It's something your children and grandchildren will be proud of you for. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Webb. Our next speaker is Jason Salvato.
So Mr. Salvato has not joined us on the Zoom platform, so I think our next speaker will be Mr. Wachter.
Yes, can you hear me? I've decided not to do the comment today, so you can just move on to the next speaker. Other than real briefly, I agree completely with the comments of many of the people, particularly with those of Mike Jackson and other people from CSBA and CWIN, and also the Regina Chichizola and Tom Stokely.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it.
Our next speaker will be Richard Poole. At this point, we'll ask you to unmute yourself.
Hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you, board members, for allowing me to comment on one of the most serious problems the Sacramento River salmon have ever encountered. My name is Richard Poole. I'm an engineer, and I'm here on behalf of the Golden State Salmon Association. I head the Science Center for that group. I've been working to save salmon for almost 40 years, and I will start by saying I endorse all the comments of the environmental groups, TVSA, the commercial, and all other folks that commented, and I strongly urge the board to overturn what the Bureau has done. I have two concerns. There was a lot of discussion about the Bureau's ability to release cold water when the fish need it. The temperature curtain on Shasta Dam is supposed to provide the flexibility that is needed. That point was made by a number of people. It can't do that unless there's adequate quick carryover in the reservoir. It also sounds like the curtain needs modifications. That should be a no-brainer, and I would hope you will support that. The other concern was mentioned by Doug Killam and John McManus, and that is the fall run problem of dewatering that virtually occurs every year when the Bureau cuts the flows dramatically after the fall run or after the winter run come out of the gravel. And that's a serious problem, and it has in the past impacted the fall run very much, and hopefully you can deal with that. So I'll cut it there, and thank you very much for the opportunity and for all your listening.
Thank you, Mr. Poole.
And so Mr. Nelson had to drop out. I think we're going to be able to get Mr. Chow back in a few moments, but our next speaker will be Mr. David Guy. David, we're going to ask you to unmute, and if you'd like to share your video.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Good
Oh,
afternoon.
thank you. Yeah, good afternoon. David Guy in Northern California Water. It's late in the day. Just wanted to kind of suggest, boy, there's a lot of really good innovative work going on in the Sacramento Valley. I think a lot of you and your staff are working on that, and just hope we can continue that. The governor today, of course, urged us to break down binaries and continue that collaboration. I think that's how we're going to improve salmon. Water managers right now are working 365 days a year to try to help improve conditions for salmon. It's a challenge, but we just have to keep after it. So I hope the State Water Board will continue to kind of work in that vein, and would love anybody that's listening to come join the efforts in the Sacramento Valley. We all care deeply about salmon and want to make them improve and get the conditions better. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guy.
And next up is Mr. Cornwell. Roger, you should be able to unmute yourself now. And we're not hearing you, which often, and hopefully this is going to be the same issue we had with Mr. Chow. Next to the mute unmute button in the lower left corner of your screen, there's a little up arrow, and that may let you select a different microphone. It could be so. I'm going to invite you to unmute again, Roger. And so it's right next to that button. It looks like a little carrot or up arrow. And if you click that.
Is that better?
Yeah, now we hear you. Terrific.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and other board members for your time this afternoon. I'm Roger Cornwell. I'm General Manager of River Garden Farms. I'm also the chair of the Sacramento River Settlement Contractors. And just a little bit about River Garden Farms. We're a 15,000 acre farming operation here in Northern California. And we're a diversified farming operation, and we do farm on the Sacramento River. You know, we're involved in a lot of the projects going on up and down the river, and those projects are collaborative. And we do reach out and try to bring in as many people as we can. You know, I'd urge you to strongly support the efforts that the Sacramento River Settlement Contractors are doing and engaging with the Bureau and National Marine Fisheries as we move forward through a tough year. You know, I do recognize that a tough year is hard on everybody, and especially the communities here. And we haven't stopped working. We'll continue to work hard to improve those conditions. And that's about all I have today.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Cornwell. Appreciate it.
And we're going to try once again with Mr. Chow, Mark Chow. Hopefully at this point, I'm going to invite you to unmute. You should receive a request, and then let's see if we have the same issue. Why don't you go ahead and try speaking now? And if we're unable to hear you, which it seems to be the case, I would like you to try the same thing that we just did with Mr. Cornwell, which is in the lower left corner of your Zoom screen, next to where it says mute, unmute, there's a little up arrow just to the right of that. You can click it. You should be able to select an alternate microphone. And maybe if your computer is giving you another option besides whatever is presently got a check mark next to it under select a microphone. Any luck, Mr. Chow? So again, it's not actually clicking on the mute and the microphone. It's the little arrow next to it that'll pop up a screen that lets you select a microphone source on your computer.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Thank you. And sorry for all the troubles here. My name is Mark Chow, and I'm a board member of the Golden Gate Fishermen's Association. And to give you a quick background, I do have a bachelor's degree in evolutionary biology from UC Berkeley. I've studied aquaculture at Bodega Marine Lab. I also carry an MBA, and again, I'm aligned with the Golden Gate Fishermen's Association. I want to thank you for this opportunity, and to keep some of it simple, I absolutely want to suggest I agree and we align with many of your panelists from John McManus to current. It's very, very important that we understand, I feel, that central to the problem is that the water contracts in question have not really been crafted initially, are offered with the intention to secure adequate water for the fisheries, which is unique to the Delta. In addition, I feel we've not really addressed that we're, in a sense, beyond the water capacity for both water contractors and the unique ecology of the Delta. And that's just an endemic problem. And I think that needs to be brought out. In a big picture, the late Scott Ferris Sr., Fish and Game Commissioner for Tehama County and a guide up in Redding, California, shared with me once that Robert Lackey crafted a piece in 2000. Lackey was University of Oregon, and his piece was called Restoring Wild Salmon to the Pacific Northwest, Chasing an Illusion. And the gist of Lackey's piece was very simple. It was that we have to make social changes to address our ability to restore wild salmon. And if we don't make these social changes and continue on with water usage as we are doing today, we're not going to be able to restore these fish. It's a very, very telling piece that Lackey suggested. In addition, I want to highlight and point out that that 56-degree temperature, Fahrenheit, is really not the optimal temperature. The optimal temperature for incubation is closer to 53, or even a little bit lower than that. And as many of the speakers have said before, but I want to reinforce this, both the winter and fall fish are in their incubation period, with the fall fish incubating their eggs from September to December. And they need that cold water just like the winter fish. So we can't have this myopic view of only the winter fish. The winter fish are actually a listed species. We're not recreationally fishing for them. We're not commercially fishing them. But of course, we want to protect those fish. So in a big picture, I hope that we're able to look to continue to restore this fishery. I know there's a discussion about suggesting, well, why even try? Because the fish aren't being able to survive on their own. Another issue is when Kristen White suggested that one of the goals was to minimize releases through May, the fish actually, the out-migrating smolts have a problem getting out through the system because we're minimizing those releases, and they need faster moving water to get past predation and turbid water, which naturally was there pre-Shasta Dam. So evolution structured this species to survive in the ecology of our Sacramento system. Again, my operation supports all the fishing communities and many, many more, because there's processing, restaurants, manufacturing. I actually run an operation for employee benefits and pension plans. So here's the hell of it that I've recognized. My business supports, or I work with all these fishing businesses and agricultural businesses. When this fishing community collapses, they can't pay for their medical insurance. They're not able to retire. They're not able to fund their 401k plans. They lay off their staff.
I'll ask you to wrap up, please.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So
Thank
you for your time, and thank you for consideration.
Thank you. I'm glad we were finally able to get you in.
Thank you.
And so our next speaker is Michelle Garcia. You'll be asked to unmute and share your video if you'd like.
Hello, thank you. Thank you for letting me speak today, and thank you for all those who have spoken. I represent, come to you, I do follow the Indigenous leadership of Chief Colleen Sisk of the Winnemem Wintu, and I am part of the Run for Salmon prayer journey and efforts to bring the salmon back to Winnemem homelands above the Shasta Dam on the McCloud River. And as a Run for Salmon teacher, which I shared with you in the last meeting, I have the opportunity to work with the 4th grade students and learning about the story, the perspective of the Winnemem Wintu, and what has happened to our homeland, what has happened to our relatives, the salmon, who we already have experienced loss. We no longer have our salmon on our river. And so we know what that feels like. And so when working with those students, they understand the importance of the health of our waters from the headwaters, which we haven't really talked very much about today, and bringing the salmon back to those cold headwaters, and the health of the water and the salmon from those mountains to the rivers, to the Bay Delta, and to the oceans. And when I come back to those classrooms later in the year, and we're talking about the development of the Spanish mission system, and we start with a timeline, just a simple timeline exercise where they measure out grains of rice to see when the Spanish mission system, the history of California since the beginning of the mission system till now. And it looks like this. It's just a small half teaspoon of rice. And then we talk about the history of indigenous peoples on these lands being the caretakers of their lands and the waters and the salmon. And they do, after doing the math, they measure out that 15,000 years of tending to the land looks like this. And so that's 15,000 years of millions of salmon running through our waters. And in just 250 years of time, we are now dealing with thousands, and in some cases, in some years, hundreds in these runs. And when we look at this historical maps and photographs of the missions, we invite the students to share what they notice. And they're looking at the large scale, not just the architecture, but the large scale mission systems of these large crops, the first introduction of large agriculture and diversions and canals and dams. And I won't forget this one time where a young boy just shot up and he was just, oh, one of those moments that those teachers get so excited about. And he said, that's going to affect the salmon. And so our children, our youth get it. They understand it. And so then when we later then talk about early California history and they start learning about the Central Valley Project and all the different water projects that essentially expanded the mission system to create these large-scale agricultural industries and ranching from Southern California to Northern California, it is very easy for them to understand what is creating the environmental crisis that we're in today. That they understand that it is all connected to what has happened to the water in this amount of time. And it just simply cannot continue. We can't keep going in this direction. It's not working. And so we can talk about what we can do in these drought years, but we also need to, and yes, these water temperature conversation we've had all day today, there are some important decisions that need to be made now because we're running out of time. The salmon are running out of time.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Thank you for your comments and for joining us again.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Barry Nelson.
Thank you, board members. Barry Nelson, Golden State Salmon Association. I won't repeat any of the comments you've heard previously. Just a couple of very quick comments. Just wanted to highlight the fact that the analysis that Mr. Gilbert from NIMS presented earlier, great analysis, looking at his temperature-dependent mortality landscape. I urge you to go back and look at that slide and think about what it means for losses of fall run. NIMS's restore authority extends to just the winter run. That's not true for the state board. Your authority includes fall runs. So I'm just urging to make sure that the board's discussion and the staff's analysis explicitly address mortality for fall run. I think if you go back and look at that slide, it's an extremely sobering picture. Talk about the potential for an essentially 90 to 100% loss of fall run this year. Second season, the point I wanted to make, Mike Conroy presented the commercial salmon season. I wanted to highlight the fact that that same salmon season, commercial and recreational for most fishermen in the state, was slashed by about 60%. And the fishing community supports the restrictions it faces. They don't fight those restrictions. They understand the importance of sustainable levels of returns to return to the rivers and spawn, both the hatcheries and in the rivers. You can imagine the frustration of those folks who are facing real painful hardships this year because of the restrictions that they're willing to live with this year to make sure enough salmon return. And imagine the frustration they feel when they hear that 90 to 100% of the offspring of those salmon in the Sacramento, the most important river in the system, may simply be lost this year. It's enormously painful. With that in mind, I just urge you to clearly and explicitly and publicly examine a full range of options, including changes in water management, to make sure that the board is successfully tackling the difficult, the painful decisions you face this year. And I sympathize with you, as John McManus did earlier, but I want to make sure that when you're making those decisions, you're bearing in mind the pain that the fishing community is feeling and the leadership they have shown in supporting restrictions on their industry, and I hope that will help inspire you to tackle your difficult job this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
The next speaker we have in the Zoom platform is Mr. David Webb.
Hello, thank you very much. I'd like to start off by saying that I'm in complete agreement with the environmental comments that have been made, particularly those of Mr. Obegi, the CSPA, Regina Chichicola, and the other environmental comments, and the fact that Bill Jennings, who has been here through it all, heard the stories over and over again, found the lies, seen the lies, and can tell us where they are. We've got to pay attention to people like that. They've been here too long to be ignored. For myself, there's something else I'd like to point out. In these discussions, I've noted in you board members a great reluctance to do anything that might somehow get crosswise with these contracts that the Bureau of Reclamation has signed. We've got to recognize that many of those contracts were signed with the specific intention of circumventing your authority over the use of state water. And I think it's really important that you assert and enforce state primacy over water use in California, whether it be by the Bureau of Reclamation or the smallest individual water user. You have that right, you have that responsibility, you have that authority. You need to take it and not simply roll over because they've written contracts that don't contain a force majeure contract or clause, which I've never known a competent attorney not to include. You have the authority, you have the right, and it will do them no harm. And if it does, then I would repeat what is said amongst the stock traders. He who sells what isn't his'n buys it back or goes to prison. Don't let them roll you because they wrote a stupid contract. And another piece of that, which I'd like you to consider, thoughts become things by the way we use the words to describe them. And we collectively are always using the words to describe their sales agreements with the water as contracts. The people who are buying that water as contractors. We're putting handcuffs on ourselves in our thinking. Think of them more as customers. They're just customers. If the product runs out, they don't get to buy it. That's okay. Let's quit using the word contracts and instead describe them as water agreements. Just agreements. We'll do the best we can with them, but they aren't contracts. You can't deliver the full amounts in a really dry year. And abandon the use of reference to contracts themselves and call them water delivery potential amounts, not contract amounts, potential water delivery amounts. And that way we can all recognize the fact that they are not cast in concrete. They are not immutable. They are subject to your oversight and control as needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Webb.
Our next speaker is Cody Henriksen.
Yogalidu. Good evening. My name is Cody Henriksen, and I am Denina and Sugpiaq, an enrolled member of the Ninilchik Village tribe, and we are salmon people. I'm a senior undergraduate studying marine biology and Native American studies at Humboldt State University, and I'm also an advocate for Save California Salmon. We have the opportunity to begin the healing process for centuries of abuse, neglect, and resources extraction in the name of progress. This so-called progress has been an ecological disaster for the state and has been an attack on Indigenous peoples' sovereignty, cultures, and lives. Historically, California has treated Indigenous peoples and their lifestyles as less than and has deemed profit more important than Indigenous lives. All Californian waterways are threatened and facing a man-made crisis. This crisis, though, can be managed with appropriate and culturally sensitive policies and procedures that center Indigenous peoples' needs and demands. We can no longer operate under a water-for-profit model at the cost of Indigenous peoples. The battle we all face as Californians and as people is the right to clean water and healthy ecosystems. As Indigenous peoples, this is a battle for our Indigenous lifestyles, cultures, spiritualities, and sovereignties. If the Water Board does not act, we will see the extinction of winter-run salmon and numerous other species in our near future that are integral to Indigenous peoples of this state. This will affect our Indigenous peoples the most, as it will be an irreparable loss to the culture and is a continuation of the attempted genocide of California's Indigenous peoples. Salmon are an integral part of the Indigenous culture, spirituality, sovereignty, economies, and food systems. As Indigenous peoples, we view our salmon as our relatives, and it is our social responsibility to take care of our relatives who cannot speak for themselves. Traditional Indigenous management practices are responsible for California's once abundant salmon runs, and in order to start a return to those salmon runs observed before colonization, we must center Indigenous peoples in the management of California's waterways, as we are most impacted by these decisions. Coordination with Californian tribes is imperative for an equitable and just response to the drought we all face as Californians. I asked the Water Board to release water for the winter-run salmon in the Sacramento River and to center Indigenous needs and demands at the heart of water resource decisions in California. The Water Board can not only consider water for profit or science behind management practices, but the people as well. I am also aware of how in this very meeting, many tribal members have had to jump off of this call because of the inaccessibility of today's meeting. Coordination with tribal peoples must be made accessible and is a priority. I'd like to say Chikini and thank you for your time.
Mr. Hendrickson, before you leave, it would be helpful if you could follow up, or Mr. Lawfer, with Mr. Hendrickson regarding lack of accessibility issues for tribal members. So maybe have an offline follow-up discussion about that, please.
Yes, I would be very happy to.
Thank you. All right, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Mr. Mike Wade. Mike, we're going to offer you an opportunity to unmute your phone. You should be able to hit *6 and you're good to go.
All right, I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Hi.
Terrific. Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. I appreciate the opportunity to comment. I'm Mike Wade, Executive Director of the California Farm Water Coalition, which is a nonprofit education organization that was set up to provide fact-based information on farm water issues to the public. There are three things that I'd like to address in my comments, and I'll do that as quickly as possible. That's ecosystem management is very complex. Agriculture needs reliable water supplies. And lastly, California has a vibrant import-export market for many products. Let me begin. Temperature management, we understand and we acknowledge is very important for the survivability of fish. but so are ocean conditions and food webs, robust habitats, clean water, and many other things that all need to be taken together. This is a complex system that must be addressed holistically. Farmers, members of the conservation community, state and federal agencies, and irrigation and water districts have all banded together on many occasions to restore and maintain habitat and flows to help support this system. With respect to today's proceedings, we're in favor of Reclamation's efforts this year to manage reservoir releases in a way that preserves cold water pool for later in the summer when it's needed for endangered winter run salmon. But with respect to agriculture, large parts of California's agriculture community depends on flows from the Sacramento River. They contribute to the production of hundreds of commodities that make their way to consumers in California, across the country, and around the world. This water year is shaping up to be much like 2015, when 540,000 acres of farmland were fallowed. Water supply cuts have easily affected 3 to 4 million acres of the state's irrigated farmland this year. And by April 12th of this year, 1 out of every 4 irrigated acres had its water supply cut by 95%. In 2015, under similar conditions, agriculture suffered an economic loss of $2.7 billion and 21,000 job losses. Now, I've personally spoken to numerous farmers in the last 2 weeks who told me they've already eliminated thousands of acres of at least 10 different crops, including lettuce, tomatoes, melons, rice, asparagus, sweet corn, Pima cotton, and garlic. And for the most of these crops, California is the national production leader, which makes this a national issue, not just a California issue or a Central Valley issue. But when farm fields go unplanted, it isn't just the farmer who feels the pain. UC Berkeley Economic Assessment told us that the ripple effect travels through communities, eliminating on-farm and farm service jobs all across employee classes and compensation levels. And additional impacts occur in downstream jobs among sectors like transportation and food processing, and more generally as farmers and unemployed workers, oftentimes in disadvantaged communities, have less income to spend on household purchases with all types of businesses that they work with. Now, California farm products aren't just grown for Californians. Any more than energy generated in one county is used only for the benefit of that county's residents. We live in a world where products are grown or built or assembled and are then sold to other people all around the world. And I would just add that picking this crop or that crop as a villain is a misleading way of dealing with our overall water supply and the benefits that California agriculture brings to millions and millions of people that need to eat every day, and a large part of California's economy. So
thank you, Mr.
That's the end of my comment. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Jane Perry. Should be invited to unmute and start your video if you'd like.
Hi, my video is not working. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you very much for offering this opportunity for comment today. And I hope you and all the board and your loved ones are all safe and healthy and have everything that you need. I'm Dr. Jane Perry, retired researcher and teacher at UC Berkeley, and a member of 1,000 Grandmothers for Future Generations. I'm commenting for the 3rd time to your board on behalf of our California salmon who cannot speak for themselves in this format. I've spoken of necessary water flows to restore healthy salmon runs, recognizing your authority and legal responsibility to provide adequate flow standards. I have spoken of this year's reports of better than expected salmon school numbers and the necessity of protecting the eggs of this year's run from too hot Sacramento River temperatures. I am very grateful to all those bringing information to this workshop. Our salmon are truly amazing, as Doug Killam and Stephen Murano told us.
Salmon leave their natal stream just months after hatching to transform from fresh to saltwater creatures, offer themselves as a food source, and return years later, sometimes traversing 900 miles and gaining 7,000 feet in elevation to find their place of birth. In the process, our salmon clean the riverbeds, allowing the river to breathe. How do the salmon accomplish such navigation? Migrating salmon can detect a single drop of water from their natal stream in 250 gallons of seawater. They follow the scent of their natal stream. I encourage the board's creative powers in partnering with innovative solutions to protect our salmon. Please use your sacred responsibility in this system of life to regulate water flow and temperature. I'm so very grateful to you for this workshop and this opportunity to comment. I thank you, and I thank you for your statement on environmental racism.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Mr. Lawfer, I just want to do a time check. How many speakers do we have left? And then we will want to have some closing comments by the board. So just considering whether we should take just a brief bio break here.
Sure. So at this point in time, Vice Chair Diadamo, we have 11 speakers who have indicated they still would like to speak, and then there are another 6 or 7 who put in a card and are either not on the Zoom platform or have indicated that they only want to speak if necessary. So somewhere between 11 and probably 15 people.
Okay, I'll defer to my colleagues. I'm okay with pressing through, but I'm also fine with taking a break. Does anyone have strong feelings here? Okay, well then I think we'll press through. I just want to be able to get, you know, a lot of people are still following and want to be able to wrap things up so people can have family time. So let's press on through. Thank you.
Sure. Our next speaker is Rebecca Olstad, who will be asked to unmute.
Good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Seetung Olstad. I'm a member of the public and I'm calling in from Oakland, California. And I'm also grateful and blessed to be a part of the Run for Salmon journey led by Chief Colleen Sisk of the Winnemem-Wintu tribe. And I want to lift up the comments and agree with Regina Chicazola, Nichelle Garcia, Cody Henriksen, and Dr. Jane Perry. So to you all, the board, I understand you're operating from a framework of your legal responsibilities, your state constitutional responsibilities, and I really want to emphasize your moral responsibility and your responsibility to us, the public. You know, we know that it's not okay to lose salmon, and we know that salmon are indicators of healthy waters, and if they're in trouble, we're all in trouble. And that's indigenous knowledge, and it is also backed by biological opinion. It's unacceptable to lose our salmon. And as Nichelle said, we already have. Many tribes already have lost their salmon. This state has already lost salmon, and it has had huge impacts on people's lives and on the landscape. They're keystone species, and we need them to survive what's coming next. So I really ask you to listen to that moral compass. And as all the specialists have shared today, it sounds like you have a lot of legal framework to really exercise your authority in a way that protects the salmon and keeps the water cold and allows them to actually thrive and continue to live under already very hostile situations for most of the salmon that are still in this state. I also really want to lift up the comment by Cody Henriksen that the salmon becoming extinct is part of ongoing genocide against Native peoples. And you all have a responsibility, an opportunity, and a necessity to stop that from continuing to happen. So I really hope that you listen to these comments and to the comments by so many others to protect the salmon, center tribal leadership, center the requests and asks of tribal people. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And then our next speaker is Vivian Hellerwell, who will be asked to unmute at this point.
Can you hear me? All right.
Yes, good evening.
My video doesn't seem to be working, but
Actually, Ms. Hall, we can see you just fine.
great. I'm from a commercial fishing family, and we have a very, very limited season this year in the ocean. We still have fixed costs of maintaining our boats. In fact, you cannot sell a boat if there's no season. We have no local salmon in the stores. It's all flown in. So we support conservative management of the fisheries to maintain these fish in the long term, and they provide a fine quality local product of protein and thousands of jobs to our communities. We had a robust fishery from the Sacramento just a couple of 3 decades ago. And the fish have continued to crash. I agree with the comments of Mr. Jennings, Mr. Obigi, Mr. Schutz, Mr. Jackson, and Regina Chicazola, that you have a responsibility to take care of the fall run Chinook as well as the endangered winter run that we worked for so many decades to keep from the edge of extinction. And it looks like we're going to lose another year class again this year. I want to ask you to stand up for California's unique resource of salmon and see that we can keep it from going extinct. Electrical blackouts are temporary, but extinction is forever. And so the fishermen need a higher standard of recovery than even the ESA. We need a harvestable surplus, and this goes for the rely on.
We've lost your video, Ms. Holloway.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
But you can hear my voice. So we really need the board to stand up for these fish and make sure they have water year round so they can get out of the river. I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And then our next speaker is Sherry Norris, who will be invited to unmute at this point in time.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sherry Norris. I'm the Executive Director of the California Indian Environmental Alliance. It's good to see those of you on the board who I've seen before out here at different forums, so hello. I'm here to remind all of you of some of the work that SIA has done, and in particular that salmon are traditional food for all California people throughout the state, not just through the direct gathering and fishing of tribes that are adjacent to the river system of the Sacramento River and all of the tributaries that feed into it, but also that salmon is used for trade among tribes. So this is actually connected to the cultural continuance of all tribes in California and even outside of the area as well. Can't tell you how many times that I have been at ceremonies where salmon were part of our meals and traded. I've been in the desert in Arizona and salmon was traded from California. So tribes in other states look to California for this traditional food. They're an irreplaceable species that are tied to the future of California tribes. They are low in mercury because of their life cycle, which is left over from the first statewide environmental catastrophe of the gold rush, which was also connected to the genocide that took place in California, and that right now the state is trying to heal from through the Truth and Healing process that we're going through here in the state of California. So how can tribes heal without having traditional foods, land, safe water, and health? And this would be a severe blow on the continuation of California Indian people to lose the salmon in the state of California. In particular, the Sacramento River, the tribes along the river are struggling immensely to maintain their salmon. You've heard about the Winnemem Wintu in the north and all the way through to the bay here, where the Muecmaloni are working to restore their fish and their traditional ceremonies related to fish and keep these going. So I urge the Water Board to exercise your authority to prioritize California families, California tribes, and to remember that salmon have the long chain omega-3 fatty acids that are the best source for developing fetus and for families of all backgrounds in California. These nutrients cannot be gained by supplements. They are key for brain and nervous system development. And so really, we cannot prioritize exported agricultural crops and allow the extinction of such an important culturally and healthful species. You have too big of a responsibility in front of you right now to pass this opportunity up to support us all. Thank you very much. I appreciate your help.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Norris.
And then we're going to go through a few individuals who have not joined us on the Zoom platform or have already left. And so our next speaker, who's actually in the platform and indicated it was listed as if necessary, is Celia Gonzalez. Ms. Gonzalez, would you like to speak? You'll be given a chance now and unmuted.
Hi, my name is Celia Lobono Gonzalez. I want to uplift Regina Chichizola, Michelle Garcia, Cody Henriksen, Rebecca Olstead, and Sherry Norris's comments today. I'd like to remind you that California is stolen land, and I'm here to ask for you to please listen to California Native people. Indigenous people are the original scientists of this land and have been studying and stewarding salmon since time immemorial. Salmon are a keystone species and their health impacts the entire ecology, from the head springs to the entire ocean. Please guide your decisions with traditional ecological knowledge. River flows are critical to salmon survival. In the past, poor prioritization led to low flows, causing the killing of up to 98% of the juvenile salmon in California's major salmon rivers, Sacramento and Klamath. It also led to poor water qualities in cities' drinking water supplies. Salmon may be on the brink of extinction, and if action is not taken to protect and restore wild salmon, it would be an ecological disaster that, as has been said already, would also mean cultural genocide for Native peoples. This can be mitigated, and we all have a role to play, and you all must take action now. From what I understand from the Governor Newsom's executive order announcement today about the drought, the State Water Resources Board has authority to override certain water rights. The priority must be to let the water flow in the rivers to protect the salmon and not to give in to the demands of corporate water brokers and export-based agriculture. Please work urgently and holistically to protect salmon and fish ecology. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Mary Kate Lowry, who will be invited to unmute at this point.
Hey, Queen, Nick now, Mary Kate Lowry, Anishinaabe, Mate Womachoff, Nanel, Nate. My name is Mary Kate Lowry, and I come from Shray, but my ancestry comes from the Great Lakes areas. I've worked in education, Native education, for about 20 years, and I'm doing Native STEAM through the Pathmakers program. I've worked with Yurok, Karuk, and all different Native youth, and what we're looking at is what I really appreciate every single speaker, but those that mentioned cultural genocide, TEK, the understanding that we have to work together for our future. I've been here just like you guys have, sitting here watching and listening. Okay, I'm here with you. I understand it hurts, you know, but it's because we're hurt. We're trying to come together to make a future. And just like the woman who mentioned our world is changing with George Floyd's death. We are changing our world paradigm. I'm a teacher. I work for Humboldt County Office of Education. I have children who are Yurok who have suffered because of the salmon policies. And because of time, the next couple speakers are my children, because every single Federal Energy Regulatory Council that we went to, for them to speak, because they're Yurok and because their ancestors and their culture is based on salmon, and every single tribe that had salmon, just like the women went to, are relying, and their children are relying, and their grandmothers are hoping and dreaming for these children to be able to carry on the future. All right, bring it in. Let's go, boys.
So we have to do what we have to do to save the salmon so they don't go extinct this summer.
All right, now you.
Do what you gotta do to save the salmon. We don't want them going dead. Else we'll all die.
All right, so that will hopefully take the place. So Connect and Rapport are my sons. They've been with me since they were babies, attending these meetings. They're not the only one. Daniel Ray, she's one of our youth water protectors. We have, when the dams were coming down the Klamath River, there was hope. I lived in a community where 7 young men committed suicide in 2 years. And what we're looking at, and I'm done in 1 minute, we're looking at creating hope. We're doing this together. We have an opportunity to do something different, all right? And I'm really appreciative. Thank you so much, everybody who spoke in Waklau. Cool.
Thank you, and thanks to your sons as well. Appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Molly Colton, who will be asked to unmute at this point in time and share her video if she'd like.
Hi, y'all. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Hello.
All right. Hello. My name is Molly Colton, and I'm speaking on behalf of Sierra Club California. I'm echoing what many of the presenters and public commenters have said today. We're asking the State Water Board to run their models and tell us what it would take to avoid the looming fish massacre and how much water needs to be held back to protect the salmon. We don't want to see a repeat of past calamities like the 2008-2009 shutdown or the 2014-2015 loss of naturally spawned salmon due to hot water issues back then. The State Water Board needs to act to avoid killing the salmon eggs in the Sacramento River this fall. Please save the offspring of what we believe to be a decent school of salmon out in the ocean right now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And then our next speaker had indicated if necessary, but Isaac Kinney, we're now going to give you an opportunity to unmute and speak if you'd like.
Hey.
Oops, hold on 1 second, Mr. Kinney. You're going to have to go again on unmuting.
Hey, Kui. Neck na Isaac Kinney. Wage Poos, si Pectus, si Gert, well, Metchak, si Wage Poosa. Hello, my name is Isaac Kinney. I come from the villages of Wagepoos, Pecktooth, and Gert at the confluence of the Klamath and Trinity Rivers. I'm calling here to urge the Water Board to, again, do what they need to do to manage cold water flows to California salmon year-round. I have a couple points here that I want to make sure to go quick, but want to include. Again, understanding that one of the main solutions to climate change is going to be local market resilience, and understanding that here locally salmon is one of these major socioeconomic indicators. It's a ecological and biological indicator, but one I want to focus on is that it's also a cultural and nutritional health indicator as well. And that right now, all of our protein sources of protein are under threat here locally, not just in the lower Klamath or the lower Trinity, but all throughout the region. And so to understand that salmon is this pathway of self-determination, not just for tribal folk, but for all people living in our watersheds, the ability to feed ourselves healthy foods and good medicine. Again, my next point is because of the state of California and their lack of path to title of the land of California, that the Water Board needs to drastically change its decision making to include and prioritize tribal and indigenous communities. Because California has the largest indigenous people's population of the United States, this has to be a priority, especially because in taking an environmental and social justice perspective to climate change, you got to include indigenous people's voices. And my last point real quick, to understand that, a lot of the decisions or the Water Board's connection to land, connection, as well as the contractors, Sacramento River contractors' connection to land is built off of the genocide of indigenous peoples, has to be a part of the equation. But also to understand that this is my final point, that we have an opportunity here, that when we can make these changes locally in our backyard here in California, what is now known as California, we can prove these concepts for regenerative practice throughout the world. My name is Isaac Kinney. I'm the CEO of Watershed Regenerative Ventures, and I'm done talking. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Kinney.
Then our next speaker is Garen McCarthy, who will be asked to unmute at this point in time.
Hi, my name is Darren McCarthy. Can you hear me, board?
Yes, we can. Hello.
Good evening. I'm a third generation commercial fisherman, and I'm asking for your help in protecting our future with the fish and my future and my heritage. I fished commercially since 1992. I've been through the 2008 closure. I lost my boat. I got another boat, and I really don't want this to happen again. Commercial fishermen put our lives and our souls in this. It's more than just a way to make money. It's a heritage. It's a culture, and it's something of a dying breed. We're the last of the last. A lot of our infrastructure has gone away, like what Mike Conroy and John McManus were talking about earlier. The gear stores have gone away. The ice docks have gone away. The fuel docks are getting limited. We're struggling here. And I truly believe that you as board members can make a difference in not only my future, but the future of others who want to try to maintain this lifestyle. It's not a lavish lifestyle. It's a lot of hard work, but it's very, very rewarding. And like I said, very important that we keep down returning this fall. We got to run. As you've heard, there are concerns are a lot of people who have presented everything, put a rosier picture on it will actually happen. I'm kind of boots on the ground. I've seen what's been going on for the last 20, 25, 30 years. Our industry has declined. It's been decimated. It's getting worse and worse. Honestly, we're all getting on. And I really look forward to use the authority that you have to make a difference. And not only financially, but we've got our heart, our soul wrapped up. So if there's anything to do, I'd really appreciate it. And I know it's been a long day. I've been on the conference call since 8 o'clock this morning while trying to work on my boat. I'm getting in the wheelhouse right now, and I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sticking with us, Mr. McCarthy. Appreciate your comments.
And our next speaker is Mr. Andrew Hitchings. Andy, we're going to give you a chance to unmute yourself and start your video here.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yeah,
Hello.
Thank you, Vice Chair Diadamo and members of the board for the opportunity to comment. It's been a long day, so I will make this brief. Andrew Hitchings of Somex Simmons and Dunn, appearing for Glencoe Irrigation District, which is one of the Sac River settlement contractors. I just want to make a few comments in response to certain earlier statements made by Mr. Obigi for NRDC during their presentation. I just think it's important that we note that the settlement contractors really do dispute NRDC's characterization of the board's authority under 90-5. I know board member Dodek had asked a specific question with regard to what authority would be cited to there. And also NRDC's characterization of reclamation's discretion to reduce allocations to the contractors under the settlement contracts. We did submit detailed letters on these subjects to the board on March 30th of this year, which also included and attached a copy of a May 11, 2020 letter, which completely refute those characterizations, as well as other positions that have been taken by NRDC regarding the contractor's water rights. So we encourage the board members and staff to review those, and we are happy to make ourselves available to answer any questions on them. But we think there is a lot of detail in there that's helpful, particularly to the question that board member Dodek had raised earlier. And in closing, though, I do want to reiterate some of the earlier statements by the contractors during this long day, that what we really look forward to is constructive engagement within the SRTTG and the buyout meet and confer process, and within the Sac River Science Plan effort to find a creative way to address temperature management challenges in years like this. So with that, I just want to thank you for your consideration of our comments.
Thank you, Mr. Hitchings. Appreciate that.
And at this point, Vice Chair Diadamo and other board members, we have concluded all of the speakers who are in the queue, and it is over for the board to discuss at this point.
All right. Well, it's been a long day. I'd like to open it up. I'm having some difficulty with my screen, not able to kind of shift around. So I'll try and, I'm not able to see board member Firestone, and I think my computer's just kind of tired here. So let's see if I can, we'll just open it up and go from there.
Since you can see me, well, go ahead.
Yeah, why don't you start? Thank you.
And then actually, I have some questions for staff, actually. So if Ms. Riddle is still around, Ms. Riddle? Or Mr. Oppenheimer or somebody, staff?
I know Miss Heinrich is on, and
okay.
I am here.
Thank you.
There you go, Matt Holland. Good.
Thank you for sticking with us. I'm curious. I know and appreciate all the discussions staff has had with our, fellow sister agencies, as well as the Bureau and the fishery agencies on this matter. I'm curious, though, to what extent have the scenarios that you guys have been discussing, I know that it includes, various hydrology, various fishery conditions, various temperature targets and locations, but do they include also potential reductions in deliveries? Timing of, deliveries, which I think has been mentioned, but how about reductions?
So I don't know if Matt or Diane are still in the Zoom platform. They've been the ones working most closely with Reclamation and NIMS technical staff. But my understanding is they, using this rapid assessment tool, again, it's more of a screening tool that would then need to be vetted with the full model. But using that tool, my understanding is they are looking at a lot of different scenarios, including reductions. And I did get an email from Diane saying she can't unmute. And so maybe
can now. I'm unmuted.
I want to pick up where I just left off, but you know a lot better than I do, Diane, what you're modeling, what you're not.
Yeah, we have been, so as part of the rapid assessment process, as James Gilbert described, we have been evaluating a number of different factors, including changes in releases, which would, I think in order to achieve that would have to be achieved through changes in deliveries or some other factor. I don't think that the modeling has necessarily determined how that's achieved, but that would be essentially the proxy for a change in deliveries. So that is something that has been explored in the rapid assessment tool. I believe that James showed some results for a reduction in releases of 5%, which is approximately withholding 120,000 acre feet in storage. Some of that rapid assessment work has explored a broader range of scenarios. As James explained in his presentation, the rapid assessment tool is just a screening tool. It helps us to understand areas where we may want to focus further analysis. So I think in order to really determine the sensitivity of temperature conditions and temperature dependent mortality to changes in deliveries would require a full assessment. NIMS has so far done a full assessment of, again, that 5% change in releases, but not any further full assessment using the full suite of modeling tools of other scenarios. Those are things I think could potentially be investigated if those are, scenarios the board is interested in seeing further.
I guess the reason I ask, and the reason I would be interested, is because this is such a complicated issue, because this has such wide-ranging implications and impacts to so many people. I mean, at this point, unless we've definitely ruled out any particular pathway, I would like to have as much options as possible, analyzed, and so that we have those options to consider. And so, that's why I asked the question. But your answer actually leads me to another question, and that is, time is running out on us. I think if I recall correctly, the timeline is that the draft temperature management plan would not be received by us until, actually, no, the final plan won't be received until late May. The draft is supposed to be sometime in late April. And then we have 10 days to act upon that. So possibly that means June before the board takes action. And based on your discussion so far, by then, how many of these options, how many of these scenarios that are being discussed will be ruled out simply because of the late timing of our action?
I don't know that scenarios are necessarily ruled out. I think the repercussions of scenarios, it's already obviously would be a serious action to look at scenarios in which you're reducing releases further than what's contemplated. There are a lot of different decisions that are being made, and so there are the considerations with respect to the different purposes that water from Shasta Reservoir is used for. It's used for salinity control in the Delta, along with supplies from Oroville and Folsom. So that's always a balancing act between those tributaries. I think we heard some about the storage conditions in the other reservoirs. It's not, I think we're facing low storage levels in all of the project reservoirs. So I think that, that creates a challenge. So that's, one consideration. Another consideration, of course, is the water supply situation. And I think at this point in the irrigation season, I would anticipate that the settlement contractors have largely made some of their planting decisions. So, if I don't know that those options are necessarily foreclosed, but those I'm sure would be concerns related to, the fact that I'm sure many decisions related to purchasing of supplies and scheduling and other factors have been arranged, which has always, frankly, been one of the challenges with temperature management. I think we spoke about that some today, that the timing with the hydrology and the irrigation needs and the temperature management planning process, they all kind of pile on top of one another at the same time. But I don't know that options are closed necessarily. They're just much more difficult to consider the later in the season we get.
And then I guess my final question, my first two questions were focused on this immediate near-term actions that we have to take. But we've heard today how important it is to start planning for next year. So could you please spend a little bit of time, not too much since it's late in the day, but just maybe outlining what steps are being put in place right now to plan for next season? Because we've heard already how important it is to start, I guess maybe it's not a starting, but ongoing and continuing the discussion and the coordination should there be another unfortunate dry season next year.
Sure. I think you may have recalled, and I'm not, and all may not be aware of this, but we did submit a request for a temperature management planning protocol to the Bureau of Reclamation. We received a response to that late last year. This year, much of the focus hasn't been on that protocol. Instead, it has been on the temperature management planning issues that we're facing within this year versus the long-term issues. I think, the circumstances this year, I've had some discussions with Reclamation about, the need to look at some of these long-term planning issues and how we go about Sacramento River temperature management planning going forward. And I think we have consensus. We might have different ideas about how to go about doing that, but I think all involved understand the need for us to be thinking more long-term in our strategies for managing, working together, considering the different factors. So there's definitely issues as soon as we can get past this temperature management planning season, that I know that we, as well as reclamation, the fishery agencies are anticipating moving, quickly into those discussions and focusing on how we consider these issues in the next year, and how we take advantage of some of the new tools. I know some of, the rapid assessment tool, the NIMS Science Center has developed. It's a new tool. It's a helpful tool. If we can get that peer reviewed and finalized, I think it will help with decision making, help with considering the different trade-offs for a number of different factors, including releases, but also how long the window is, what temperatures we target, some of these Trinity River issues that we spoke about. It's really a very helpful tool. So I think there will be an emphasis on getting that tool peer reviewed, vetted through a public process, making it available to folks. And we've had some discussions with NIMS on that front. And I think everybody's really in favor of moving forward in that direction, including, the water users and the fisheries agencies. So there's a good amount of work to do. We've had some initial discussions. The other issue, I think, is Dave Mooney spoke about the drought toolkit that Reclamation is developing. I think the efforts to complete that development process and fully assess all of the different toolkit actions that may be on the table needs, emphasis will be placed on completing that effort as well. Again, I think some of the emphasis turned away from some of these long-term planning activities while we were focusing for the next month and the past couple of months on the specific issues within this year. But those are all of those issues are teed up for further work and collaboration to get us in a better position next year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Dodick. Board Member Firestone or Board Member McGuire?
Well, I'll jump in. So, I'll keep my comments short, just based on the space that we're in right now. But just really thank everyone who's participated here over the last 9 hours of our meeting today. It really has been a lot of powerful comments from all the stakeholders, right? So from Reclamation, hearing from the water users, hearing from our tribal representatives, hearing from so many different interests. It just highlights how complex and how challenging these decisions are and will be this year, and as we were just discussing here, in future years. As we think about climate change, as we think about other stressors on the system. And I've learned a lot today. I had a lot to take in. I was taking notes as Vice Chair Diadamo had suggested we were. I was diligently listening to all the folks today, and certainly this is a workshop, and we're not here to make any decisions. But I will be interested in hearing more about the analysis, the scenarios that have been considered, and following in the line of what Board Member Dodick was asking about just now. I am very much interested in seeing the draft temperature management plan soon, when Reclamation has it available. I know there's a lot of moving parts here. But at the end of the day, I have been really encouraged by the discussion thinking creatively about, for example, the power bypass and different options that haven't even been considered or implemented really in prior years. So what I do see here is progress, embracing different actions that could help this year, looking at the various modeling tools that are in development that can help inform better decision making. The challenge, I think, is that this is all happening in real time here. And so we all have tough decisions to make. And I am sensitive to the risk and the trade-offs here when we're thinking about our fisheries. I had been thinking predominantly about the winter run salmon, but I really appreciated all the comments today about the other runs, the fall and spring run, and needing to think about the entire water cycle, the entire ecosystem here through our planning efforts. So those comments I did take to heart and appreciated that input. So, the last thing I just wanted to mention is I do feel like a lot of focus is on the settlement contractors here as being the only knob that's available. And I think, it seems like they're making some efforts with the transfers, with some voluntary reductions, as to what they feel they can contribute here to better improve temperature management. Whether it's enough, how far that goes, I suppose, I think we have to wait and see what the temperature management plan includes and go from there. But I do think that this, today's discussion has highlighted the benefits of having, an earlier process and planning. And even just this workshop today, I think has highlighted the need for that, how some decisions have already been made and are in the works. And, we need to embrace, this planning process as early in the season as we can, knowing that, while not all commitments can be finalized until we really know everything about the hydrology and where the reservoir is, there are some early actions that can be contemplated. And to the extent, I think it was Mr. Cannon who was talking about the need for adaptive management and really looking at this on a day-to-day basis and making decisions reflecting on how conditions are changing, I think is something that we need to better embrace here as we go forward. I think last year, I think, we had a lot of these similar concerns and discussions about mortality. And what ended up happening was we had catastrophic wildfires, which none of us were predicting at that time, and not even really thinking about how that might actually impact, strangely enough, benefit water temperatures because of all the smoke. But in some way it did. And so we can't predict what will happen this year completely. But I think with these modeling tools and the steps that we're taking, we can be more proactive. So I just look forward to additional process here, additional consideration from the water users, from reclamation, from other stakeholders that are involved, and continued discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member McGuire. Board Member Firestone.
Sure, thank you. Also want to say thanks to everyone that has stuck with us all day and has been working on these issues for many years. I just really appreciate the opportunity to have this space and public dialogue that I think is really important on these issues. I am, struck by how complex this is as somebody new to this whole area of work, just so interconnected and challenging for, I guess I have a whole new appreciation, not that I didn't appreciate it before, but for the real operational challenges and kind of interconnectedness of all these decisions. And also just really the variety of solutions and ideas that people are bringing to the table. I think really exciting to see the new tools, exciting to see these new options being tried out, like the bypass. So I'm coming into this area in learning mode. I'm very much listening and learning, and I have learned a ton today. I do feel like there's, as a board member now, this may not have been my area of expertise before, but this is a really essential function that we play as a board. And I think we all take this really seriously. We certainly don't want to be, the ones that let species go extinct. And we also need to be doing everything we can to support everything going on the table, rolling up our sleeves, trying to figure out how we can do, how we can achieve the goals that we really need to achieve and do our responsibility. I don't think there's, I don't believe in the sort of binary that it's sort of a regulatory approach versus voluntary. I mean, I think that actually regulation enables voluntary actions in many ways. It provides more certainty and clarity. And so I do feel like we need to, take our regulatory authority seriously, which I know we do. That includes, I think, ensuring that we can look at all the scenarios and that, and I know our staff are doing this, but that we are really doing everything we can to support all of the discussions of management agencies and stakeholders that are trying to really, again, in good faith, put everything on the table and see how we can get to the goals of not just preventing species from going extinct, but reasonable protection and preparation for, I think what we said is, and what everyone is seeing is the new normal. Increasingly we are seeing these really dire circumstances. We know that this is something we need to be planning for. Just repeating, I think what everyone's already said before. I think about, again, with all drought preparedness, I come from the drinking water context. In some ways, every situation is different, but there's a lot that we can prepare for and do ahead of time. And I think the more that we can really roll up our sleeves and look at, it seems like this new tool provides some ability to start to see, where there's really, what really makes a difference, where there's opportunities and just, the work on the toolkit and different, clarity as we go forward. What are the options? How are we going to respond? How can we manage even as we can't predict what's going to happen a month from now? So again, I think I just really appreciate the complexity. I appreciate the severity of the situation. And I take really seriously the role that we have within it and appreciate everyone's time.
Thank you, Board Member Firestone, and thanks to everyone for my colleagues for all of the really good dialogue and questions, for all of the presenters today and their thoughtful and thought-provoking presentations, and for the many, many stakeholders, public commenters that hung in there with us. I apologize that the day has dragged on so much, but I too learned a lot today, took a lot of notes, and really do appreciate the opportunity to learn more. So I have, I guess, two buckets of comments. One is long-term planning versus how do we move quickly and do the best with what we've got this year. And so the longer term planning, I really appreciate the development of the drought toolkit, and hopefully we'll be able to utilize that more next year and in future years. Further development of the rapid assessment tool, really exciting opportunities with that tool, and just want to learn more about how that tool can be used. And of course, not being an expert, what I would rely on is the opinion of others. Really looking forward to an open process with that tool, peer review, and open collaboration on further development of it. And then, of course, just overall improved preparedness, which that sort of folds into this year. And I just want to comment that having been here in the last drought, this just really feels different. The stakes are even higher because of, dry years, drought coming so soon after the most recent drought. So in some respects, it seems even more serious and even more troublesome. But then I always like to look at the glass that's half full, and I feel hopefulness because of some of the increased tools that we have in this round. And so I appreciate the presentation about some of the system improvements, additional assessment tools, as we've talked about. Earlier discussions than what we've had in the past. Could be earlier, yes, of course, but do appreciate that things have taken place, discussions have been taken place earlier. And the voluntary actions that were presented today and some real creative thinking. I feel very strongly that however we get to improved conditions on survival, it doesn't have to be through a reduction in water supply, but these reduced deliveries through other creative mechanisms. I'm just excited to hear about those opportunities where we can see improvement on survival and through reduced deliveries, but at the same time that work for other beneficial uses. So I really look forward to hearing more about those opportunities. And Michael Jackson said he felt like it wasn't fully cooked. I don't know if I'd go that far. I just don't think today was really structured to hear about all the ingredients that have gone into the pot. And so I know that there's the upcoming temperature management task force group, and I think that there'll be, more detailed discussions there. And I too look forward to reviewing the plan and learning more about those details and, some of the trade-offs that we've heard about today and how best to reduce redirected impacts to other species and ecosystems and other beneficial uses. And then just want to call out also just how much I want to thank all stakeholders and our staff and all the agencies for this improved collaboration and communication. I think that this workshop, the previous workshops that the Bureau conducted, and I know there were more internal discussions with our staff. I think it's gone a long way to getting us out of sort of that binary that I felt personally back in 2014 that I'm not feeling this year. And so I know it takes more time, but I think it produces better results, and am hopeful that what we receive in the draft plan will continue that dialogue, and we'll end up with a final plan that is the best possible that we can do. So unless there are any other comments, or Diane, if you or Michael Loeffler or anyone else has anything to add before we close it out, just want to give you that opportunity.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, we've gotten a number of requests to receive the PowerPoint presentations from the different presenters. We will be posting those submitting a request to post them on our website. If somebody wants them before that, then they can go ahead and contact our staff. Craig Williams, his email address was identified in the notice, and we'll be happy to send those over within the next day or two.
All right.
And I also just wanted to thank all of the presenters, particularly the agency folks. It was a lot to get together as we're in the midst of trying to digest all of the information. I really appreciate all of their hard work and their willingness to be a part of the workshop all day today amidst all of the other drought related work that they have on their plate. So thank you again to everyone for participating.
Thank you for saying that, Ms. Riddle. Okay, well, we will adjourn, and hope you all have a good rest of the evening. Thank you so much. Good night.
Good night, everybody.